Hey, it's Rosman, Public Radio. We're playing Trail of Cthulhu. This is the Dream Factory Part 2, where we last left off. Our intrepid investigators had woken up to the, I'm trying to help, but no, you're just like, no, we're not intrepid at all. Have you listened to us? Yeah. They have picked up the morning newspaper and found out that the woman who hired him for a job is now dead. Yes, who they discover is really not the missing actress's cousin, but another actress named Sally Ellison, who was hired by a casting agent at the Mintz Brothers studio to find out why Laura Angel, or a.k.a. Laura Moskowitz, had disappeared. Yeah. So, and she was from Hannibal, Missouri.
This is not a good thing what you do.
So she is dead, apparently slain by the firebug, is what the morning paper seems to indicate. She was stabbed and then her bed was set on fire at her apartment, not a hotel, which is different from the first two women who were ladies of the night, apparently. So there is that. You have multiple leads. Remember your investigation to refresh your memories. You were looking at the net, a group of 4 Hollywood celebrities who were very popular. Alexander Solonitsyn, a Russian director from recently exiled from Russia, apparently. Miles Desmond, another director, and the Clara Negra, who is a it girl, a vamp and actress, and then Oswald Lamille, a animator. And you have talked to some of Laura's old boyfriends, or one of them, and then you inexplicably broke into the studio after hours and immediately left.
Which I probably should have stayed.
Yeah.
She was killed there. So.
No, she was killed in her apartment, which was not the studio. She did go to
she
her.
lived in the studio.
No, she lives in an apartment.
No. Sometimes it's the 20s.
Yeah.
Actors lived on. Never mind.
No. Some did, but she was doing well enough that she did have supporting roles in quite a few films. So she was able to live in an apartment. I mean, this is what the newspaper is saying. And she did go. Last time you saw her, she was heading into the studio. So who knows what happened to her between then and then. So you have multiple leads. You also have a cursed mirror that will summon a monster and is indestructible and quite scary. You want to get rid the world of this evil. And I assume Melissa has it again. Mm-hmm. And your friend is supposed to show up today. Remember, she was going to visit you in October. Sylvia was her name? Sylvie. So you can go and meet her at the train station if you want, or just have her show up at the your fortified and barricaded office with the barred windows.
Let's not do that.
Yeah. So you have multiple leads. I will leave it up to you. You can I can gladly refresh your memory on more aspects of the investigation if you want, or do whatever you want. You also talked to Sherman Cohen, Miles Desmond's writer, and he was quite bitter at Desmond. Anyway, Melissa?
Oh, I was just trying to remember. I think that we thought that Alexander was the high priest. Is that right?
You do know one of them is the high priest of and has some kind of artifact that will be able to destroy the mirror weapon. And
we think maybe it's Alexander, but we don't know.
The bill did infer that Alexander was the priest because from your interview with Sherman Cohen, Miles apparently talked highly of Alexander, and thought he was just swell.
Real stand-up guy, see?
Yeah, because that's how everyone talks. Everyone's drunk and talks like that because it's the 20s. So, depending on your how comfortable you are with breaking and entering, or you could find the apartments of various celebrities and break into them.
For the rest of this session, I want every NPC to talk in Nathan Runyon-esque dialogue. Can you pull that off for me? That will immerse me. Can you pull that off?
I'm the one giving her orders around here, see?
That's not it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Guy who wrote
It's more
Guys and
Maine.
Dolls.
Okay. I'm not... It's
Yeah.
been so long since I've seen Guys and Dolls.
It helps to never actually say what you're trying to say.
Ah. I see. Yeah, I haven't seen this in a long
Hey, you
time.
guys.
Anyway, so what do you guys want to do this morning? You have had your breakfast and coffee.
By which we mean 2 fingers of gin and
And
coffee.
whiskey.
And coffee. Of course, you have to have coffee.
Irish cream.
Yep, there you go. So, some other... you could go just track down Morris Harrison, the guy who actually went to great lengths to hire you, but...
We already talked to him on the phone.
You did talk to him on the phone, that's true.
Whatever happened to what's his name?
Oh, yeah.
Who?
Jackson.
Oh,
Jackson
yes,
Elias.
on the Carlisle expedition in Africa.
He is investigating that. He is out of town.
Carlisle expedition in Africa.
Yes.
That's what I wrote down.
That is something that has come up apparently in that block of missing time you had, in which you established a detective agency in Los Angeles.
Jack feud more often.
Yes.
Looks pretty successful.
Jackson set up was apparently found out that there was some sort of occult connection to the same kind of things you're investigating with the Carlisle expedition, which was in 1920 in Africa. A group of rich people. I can go into detail about that if you want, but
We're good.
yeah, that will be.
Wait.
I'm just foreshadowing it a little bit, like, yeah.
No,
I
wait,
just was-
Carter excavated.
Yeah, that's Carter.
Yeah.
It's Carlisle. This is very,
Okay.
very much
Yeah.
fictional, you know, because not too many, you know, immortal, great old ones involved with real world expeditions that we know of. Yeah. So, anyway, so what? Let's see here. You guys give me skill uses if you want to get figure out any. Well, I could just read the. You could also talk to the LAPD because apparently you talked to the victim. They would probably want to hear
Well,
from
we
you.
have our contact, Haley Rose.
Yes.
And we're willing to work together.
Yes, you could talk to him. You do not know who is in charge of the Firebug killings. Haley Rhodes was in charge of looking into Laura Angel's disappearance and kind of concluded that, she ran off with a boyfriend. That no one knows about. And she, didn't take any of her things with her. But, just...
Although I thought the police officer here was a little bit smarter than that.
Well, he has no evidence. That's the thing.
He can't really do much.
He can't really do much. He has no evidence. He's overworked as it is, so... Yeah.
Well, it is LA.
It is the 20s.
Yeah. He will probably, if you give him credible evidence that there is some kind of actual crime, he will love to hear from you. Basically, he's your best friend if you make his job easier or make him look good at work, or he will be your worst enemy if you make his job harder.
So he's smarter
Let's not
than
piss him
Straw.
off until we have to.
So, you could... you do have Laura Angel's address book, phone book. I will say Miles Desmond's address is in it.
That's what we were up to.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find him.
that sounds vaguely familiar.
Okay.
Okay, for once, I feel like, and this is not just for this group, but like just for RPPR level plans in general, we should have at least one question we're going to ask him worked out before we knock on the door.
Why?
Because I'm really tired of that sinking feeling of Ross saying in character, "Hello, what can I do for you?"
And we all look at each other.
That's a good point. If you,
everything we need to know.
you, let's see, for a 0 point, well, I'll just say you could ask him about his relationship with Alexander Solonitsyn. Apparently he likes talking about him.
Gauge
That
his
just-
reaction about Alexander.
And maybe we
Yeah, that just seems to be, well, okay. I think we can
Trite.
stitch something together there. Hello. We've looked up your address in this missing girl's, black book so that we can come ask you about someone.
Alexander.
Well, Alexander knows the missing actress. She was starring in his film.
Maybe
So-
we don't lead with that, though.
You could...
Well, he probably already knows that she's dead. It's in the papers.
No.
No, Laura's not dead.
Laura's missing.
No,
She's totally
I thought
dead,
we were.
but we don't know him.
Doesn't he know the other one too?
Yes.
He knows Sally already. We can lead with that investigation and then slowly merge into questions about Alex.
True.
Without
Both of
seeming
them.
so suspicious.
Well, and if he likes to talk to him, it won't be hard to see him unsuspicious unless we lead with that.
Okay.
So ask first about Sally, not
Yeah.
about Alexander.
All right.
So
So
maybe Sally, then Laura, then Alexander.
Bingo.
So we do that.
All right. So you go to
We have a plan.
Yeah.
Weird. How does it feel?
For a moment, it feels like a good place. Like
All
we
right.
maybe know what's
Slimy,
going on.
yet satisfying.
All right. So the four of you drive over, or take the streetcar. Probably you have a car, so you can all fit in one of those.
But none of us can drive.
Hey, drive.
I have points in drive.
You just want to drive at 8.
Yeah.
The ability to drive, if you the cherry for the drive at 8, if you have 8 drive 8 or higher, you can basically start any car.
I'm not
You can
allowed to
hotwire
drive.
any car you want.
Oh,
spending
well,
a point.
I'm probably going to be done with some points in that. Then.
Yeah. So the four of you drive over. It's a short drive, and you get to a let's see here, a nice looking house. He is obviously doing it's a well to do neighborhood. Nice, 1-story ranch house. But you knock on the door. You do not hear an answer. Does anybody have? Let's see here. What are you gonna do? You can use skills now if you want. I know
Do
some.
any of us sense trouble?
There is. Well, you can make a sense trouble check, but
5.
you do see a elderly neighbor pruning some shrubbery at the.
Is he looking at the shrubbery at all?
He
Or
is
he looking at us?
He's curious about you. You can tell he's clearly one of those nosy, nosy neighbors who is very interested in what's going on in the neighborhood.
Well, so are we. Let's go over and glad hand him.
So yeah, you could do that. But there's no answer at the door.
Good afternoon, sir.
Well, hello there.
My name's Alistair McFake name.
McFake? Oh, yeah, Irish. I hate them Irish because it's the 20s and we're all racist.
What was that about hating the Irish?
At any rate, we were hoping to check in on Mr. Desmond. Do you know if he's home today?
Oh no, I saw him. Are you from the studio? You're not reporters, are you?
No.
Oh.
Paris to thought.
Oh. Are you sure? You have to tell me if you're a reporter.
I know. Last time I checked, I wasn't.
Do we have to tell people we're reporters? We're not reporters.
Yeah.
It's a joke that, yeah.
It's just a
It's
joke.
cops. You have to tell people if you're cops.
What about priests?
They can tell. They can smell it on you.
Yeah. He says, no, I didn't. He's not here. He's. I assume he's back at work at the studio.
Ah, on a Sunday?
Oh yeah.
Blasphemy.
Well, I don't know. All right, so he's kind of hemming and hawing a little bit. If you have flattery or reassurance, you can make a spend.
I have 6.
Th-
All right.
Those are
Reassurance.
investigative abilities.
You just spend it.
a point.
You can just spend a point. All right, so you spend a point. So Melissa steps up, and how do you reassure him that you
The middle-aged
could trust
Asian
him?
woman flirts.
Yes, you could flirt with him, or you could. How do you reassure the old man?
I don't feel like flirting with him as an Asian woman is going to be very, very reassuring. I feel like that would be unsettling. I will tell him that we are old friends, that we met making a movie, and I'm here in town and not going to be here for very long, and I really need to see him. And
You're friends of his. Oh, well, that's different. I apologize. But
Yes, totally not reporters.
You just missed him. He must have had some sort of wild party Saturday night, because I heard him go in later night, and I got up and I saw him. His clothes were all disheveled, and it looked like he had spilled something on himself. But he was spent a few minutes in his house. wine or something like that. Must have been a
What
wine.
color was
Yeah.
Well, it was dark.
Wine color?
I
it?
mean,
Was it reddish?
I
possibly?
couldn't. I mean, it was night. Well, of course, it was probably a red wine, I guess.
So it wasn't.
Yeah. And then
It
he
wasn't
came.
a white wine. That's what we're.
Yeah, he came out a few minutes later with a big suitcase, threw it in his car, and he drove off like the devil himself was after him.
Did the suitcase also have stains on it?
No. Why would a suitcase? He'd clearly been at a party and spilled his drink. He's not great at handling his drinks. I don't even care about prohibition. It's he's just terrible at it. So he spends most of his days in here being drunk until he goes to the studio to work, and then he comes back and then he's drunk and he makes a lot of noise and yells at people, and he's just a terrible.
So the Hemingway School of Writing.
Yeah. Well, I heard he wasn't even that much of the writing. He was just a director, he just like bossing people around.
Yeah, fair point.
So,
Close enough to Hemingway.
so he's probably going off to some, retreat or whatnot, to get away from it all.
Yeah.
Maybe avoid some sort of scandal. I don't know.
Yeah,
all those
that doesn't
paper,
really-
Photo Play magazine, all those other tabloids, they have so many. Publish such rubbish, but he took off and hasn't been here since.
All right.
Well, you wouldn't happen to have a spare key to his place, would you?
Well, I do, because I was supposed to water his plants.
Because I loaned him several books, and so I'm wanting to get them back.
In fact, he gave you permission to get them.
He did give us permission if he wasn't home.
Oh, well, I could let you in, but I should go with you then, because I need to water the plants, so I guess you can go in and get your books.
Well, that's fine.
Okay. All right, I guess you won't mind.
You originally from like North Dakota?
I made some good oil investments, came out here, it's better for the health,
Okay, just
Yeah.
curious.
Yeah, his accent's kind of migrating all over the place.
I was gonna ask you if you'd started watching Fargo or something.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from.
Wrong Coen Brothers movie.
So so he lets the group of you in, and he opens the door and starts. He's kind of doddering around, filling up a pot with water so he can go water all his
Okay.
plants. So you guys can look around the place, but you can't do anything too suspicious.
Well, we can at least go into his office and look for my books.
Yes, clearly. So you start heading in there. The place is disheveled. Miles, obviously,
That
is
will make it easier to look for my books.
terrible at housekeeping. There's a faint but permanent stench of cigarettes and booze, spilled booze.
Like you do.
So
Spilled poos.
yeah. That's the rich. They're
No
wasteful.
crying. No crying over spilled booze.
Oh. So,
Or in baseball.
you look around, you see a huge stack of scripts, movie scripts, or whatever they called them back then, photo plays, I can't remember.
Yeah, sure, why not?
They had a different term for them back then, which is actually mentioned in here. But yeah, photo plays. Yeah, they actually are photo plays. But there's also magazines. There are some books. To get nothing comes apparent. So you will have to make spends to get anything. Very useful.
Is there anything that looks like it
Forensics or evidence collection can be used. You could.
I have evidence collection.
All right, you can make a spend.
I will totally do that in the room that looks most evidentiary.
Well, in the mudroom, as you step in, you actually notice faint,
Smells like blood in here.
faint blood marks. It looks like it was quickly scrubbed away, but not completely. You also near the floor, you can smell like burnt material, like whoever was there. Anybody. So as you're tracing in there, you see in the bedroom, it's more evident, but there are no blood-stained clothes or anything in the hamper. So whoever Miles was, he was at least not stupid enough to leave his blood-stained clothes,
Just
in
stupid
the
enough to
house.
wear them.
Yeah, he might have kept wearing them, might have put them in the suitcase. But you do see that definitely bloodstains. They're fresh too, like from last night or within 24 hours. So you get that with 1 point of evidence collection. I will allow library use in the office.
Good.
All right.
So, are there any books that look like they might be related to Cthulhu lore or any sort of rituals?
Yeah, there actually is one, which is with 1 point of library use.
I will spend that one.
You dig through, and one of these things is not like the others. Most of these books are books of on art, and filmmaking, architecture, the kind of stuff a director would have. But then there's one on the Scopsy, which you...
I had an aunt who had the Scopsy.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Very itchy.
It is a you faintly remember them being some sort of Russian religious ultra orthodox sect or so this, why would he have a book on the Scopsy? And you pick it up and start flipping through it, and you notice that there are extensive handwritten annotations. Including one that steps out. I was like, ha ha ha! How wrong can he be? As he's talking about their worship of the of Mary, and if they only they knew, which to you, that's not a good sign.
Nope. Not a good sign.
So,
but I will take that book.
All right. So you
And are there any other books that look like they may be interesting? Because I did say books.
right. Let's see. So that's the biggest one. There is.
Do you have like a planner or a calendar? Or
You do find actually a couple of quadrant maps of geographic maps that are done for the surveys of a nearby region, which are faintly. So they depict sort of the wilderness around LA, or like the wilderness, the not developed parts of this. So you that's obviously like, why would he be interested in these areas? There's no map. There's no route, traced on it that leads to a specific place, but it does narrow down. Certainly, if he was going out of town, apparently he had a place in mind, and so it'd probably be somewhere on this map. So you can begin narrowing down where he might be from this. So you find those are the two things that jump out at you. The other stuff is all movie stuff. If you have specific questions about anything related to his movie business, you can find it here. But you need to, tell me what you're looking for exactly. So what are you thinking about that, Anne? Are you looking for anything in particular? One of you probably could keep the old man company, give you guys more time.
Keep them company.
Okay, so you
Courtesan, you're used to that.
you could tell him, make up stories about how you know Miles. So
Adventures that we had in Shanghai.
oh yeah, well tell us about the adventures. Oh, what is Shanghai like? I've never been over.
Oh, the food and the tea houses, you would enjoy yourself.
Oh, I would. I just I feel I didn't know it was so civilized. I just thought everything that's not America or Europe was just full of bloodthirsty, barbarians. But
We are very civilized.
oh my. So you're keeping him company. He's
entertained.
He is entertained. He forgets about watering the plants for a little bit, or he's just kind of over watering them. They're just kind of like drowning them. Yeah. Yeah. So,
fascinating.
Anne, what about
That was
you?
my
I'll look
question.
for kind of like secret spaces. Anything
Okay.
that looks like it might open up, or like a passage or a secret.
Okay. Do you have what skill do you want to try to use? Architecture would work at 0 points. But I don't think you have architecture.
No. I don't have a lot.
Evidence.
Geology.
Can I use conceal in that if I'm good at concealing, I'm also good at finding concealed items?
I would allow that. That's
Okay.
a general ability, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
So make a check.
Okay. I'll,
Actually, no. You can just spend 2 points and use it as investigative.
okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Yeah, you can use. There are rules for using general as investigative. All right, so you look around, thinking about where you would hide things, and if you're hiding
Receipts.
contraband, that's literally what you do. And you find a loose floorboard in a back room, just a second bedroom that was turned into an storage. Basically, it doesn't. And you pop it open, and in there you find a gold illuminated icon of a woman that appears to be Mary, but is done in sort of a Russian style. And there's something odd about her. She is...
Well, Mary, Mother.
Yes, eventually,
Yeah,
yeah.
Mary, Queen of Scots.
Yeah.
Just
Well, not, or
never
it could have been
know.
Mary Magdalene. I mean, yeah.
There's lots of Marys.
There are a lot of Marys. Like, there's something about Marys. Anyway.
So I've heard.
Yeah. But there's something wrong with it. Just her expression is not. It's sinister. It's sort of cold, looming over you. And as you look at the icon, it actually begins to feel. The room starts to feel colder. And your hands start to get a little, like you can begin to feel like a second you notice your fingers are feeling numb the longer you hold on to it.
Is this the opposite of thawing?
Yes, apparently. So you can put that in a pocket, or you can find an envelope nearby and put it in, because it's just a thin little it's like a cut out from a scroll or something like that.
So it's a paper Mary.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Try smashing the mirror with it.
What's paper?
It can work.
Yeah. Well, this
Magic, Ross.
Yeah.
Magic.
Well, a second later, when you look away from it, everything's back to
We
normal.
could
Your
write
fingers
bloody
feel
on it
fine.
and hold it in front of
You
her
wonder
3
for a second
times.
if that what even happened, or if you're just imagining it, or
Okay. I'll go ahead and pocket that.
okay. So you have that. So with that plus the book and the Scopsy, you could go to Manly Palmer Hall and look through his library to find out about the Scopsy, and do a research library use there.
Turns out if she'd just eaten more limes, it would have been fine.
Yeah. So the dog is just trying to.
The Scopsy. Not
Scopsy are bad. Your guys gonna love when you hear about them. And
just for grins.
you also find while you're going through there are some handwritten notes, and you get a sense of Miles' personality. One, actually, with your psychoanalysis, I'll just let you spend 2, and you can get a general sense of his
I'm
personality.
psychoanalyzing Miles through his annotations.
One, he is just a violent egomaniac, or just a very narcissistic personality.
For some reason, this does not surprise me, considering he has a book on the Scopsy to begin with. But
He is basically, he thinks he's also violently misogynistic. Apparently, and also recently, like you notice, his earlier writings aren't nearly as agitated. He's getting progressively more and more unhinged, or just his writing, just angry. Like I hate this guy. This guy's a jerk too. I'm going to kill that guy. To, I'm going to skin him alive too.
wait, you said misogynistic?
Yeah. Well,
guy.
both guys and women. So, but like especially women.
Okay.
So he's angry and violent, but he's also getting more and more. He's always been misogynistic. Like he doesn't believe any woman is like worth anything. She got what she deserved.
He's gone from being a film noir character to a men's rights activist.
Yes, to being a Frank Miller character. And you actually realize he starts getting worse and more unhinged the longer he spends around Alexander Solzhenitsyn, because he starts referring to him as Alex or Alex Solo a lot.
Show of hands who's surprised. That's what I thought.
Yeah. You get that sense. There seems to be some sort of jealousy issue between him and Clara Negri, who Alexander is dating. So, yeah. Anyway.
I'm sensing a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, no, he's just a rich tapestry of
A lot of stuff.
Feeling.
A rich,
Misogynist,
fabulous tapestry.
yeah.
Granted, it's the 20s, so it's going to be Freudian anyway, so that's going to be your conclusion no matter what, but yeah,
I see a cigar. No.
pretty much.
All right. All right.
Do you see any photos of people like we can
That is a
tell
good
this is
question for
Miles?
psychoanalysis.
Yes, actually, you see there are framed photos that are annotated. They're photos taken by Alexander Solo, and they're actually very good photos.
How do we know that they're taken by Alex?
Because
They're annotated.
they're signed, or there's a little.
He's that arrogant that he signs.
Well, they're
every
framed.
picture he takes.
These are photos. These are gifts to Miles, and so he.
Whatever, photography's still pretty new.
Okay.
There are art photos
Moving
of the LA scene of people in nightclubs, of buildings, of Clara
It's the theme
posing in
from
front of
Cheers,
buildings, of Miles and Clara and
how it was.
Oswald all standing, in front of the observatory, things of that nature. So you get a sense of so you can see what they all look like. So I guess you should see what they look like. And
Spoilerific picture. Ho!
Well,
what they look like.
yeah.
And so we should see.
this is what they look like.
Oh,
That's Alexander.
Yep.
That's Clara. This is Miles, and that's Oswald.
Walt.
Yeah.
I mean Oswald.
Yeah. So, yeah. No, they're just happy. normal
Miles
people.
looks very familiar too.
Oh boy.
There's a German director that looks a lot like that in the 20s.
Yeah, I think the guy who did the art for this uses a lot of photo
One
references
who
for
wound up
work.
being a Nazi sympathizer. But never mind.
Well,
So anyway, so that's what you get a sense, but you've delayed it long enough, unless you want to,
there was one other thing.
Oh yeah.
After I finished, tossing the bedroom or whatever. Are there any business records in his office?
Yeah. Contracts, that kind of thing.
Can I make a spin in accounting to see if there's anything irregular that floats to the surface?
Convince old boy here.
Well, 0 point, there's a lot to go through here. For 0 points, I'll say he is, most of his stuff is going to be at the studio. He seems to be pretty careless with his money, especially since Alexander showed up.
Okay.
There's nothing, you'd have to take them to actually make a spin, because there's be a lot of it to go through. So you could filch him, but you don't see anything on the surface that would indicate that he's doing anything. You do also notice that he make a reference to going to Alex's cabin for the weekend. Haha. So if he's going to some wilderness, some sort of retreat,
Is Alex's cabin noted on the geomaps?
it is not. At least on the
Does
copy
it
that
say
you
where Alex's cabin is roughly?
It does not.
I'm
So-
trying.
They do.
No, you probably it's somewhere on that map, but you have to.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. So you have to figure out where the address of Alexander's cabin is. With the 0 point accounting spin that Alexander would have the paperwork for any land he owns at his house. So you could do a B&E job there.
And do we have his address from Laura's?
Ooh, because wasn't she going to somebody's cabin?
That is what somebody believed. That is the theory.
I do remember somebody saying something about a cabin.
Said she was going to be out of town with a boyfriend.
That's what they think, but there's actually no evidence.
To support
Of
anything.
anything.
Yes. What could possibly go wrong?
There's no evidence she even existed.
Apart from, her apartment and the movies that she was in and her address book that we have
And all the people that knew her.
and the fact that we were hired to track her down. Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, you do have his address.
Okay, sounds good.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit.
Do we happen to know if it's an apartment building, house?
You could drive by it.
Do a drive-by.
You drive by it. It's a one-story ranch-style house in an upper middle class residential neighborhood of LA. So you're not seeing anybody outside when you go in. According to his publicist, according to the newspapers, Alexander is currently in New York City, publicizing his next film, Unbroken, which Laura Angel will stars in, and should be coming out any day, or coming out next week, I think. So, it's October 2nd. It should be coming out October 6th. So, so you know where Alex is. You could. It's
where his house is.
Yeah, you know where his house is. Yeah, but you know approximately where.
Can I cross-reference his knowledge with my map? Or is that not the cabin? That's his house.
That's his house. Yeah, not his cabin.
Okay. So we could go to Alex's house now.
Yes,
Try to find his cabin.
and find the address of the cabin.
Or Alex's office.
Alex does have an office at the Mintz Brothers Studios. He might have the address of the cabin there.
We already broke in there. Nothing came of it.
You just walked in, turned right back around, because you had no idea what you were going to do once you got in there.
Is Mint Studios completely?
But now I know I can do
Or
it.
can you go in for tours and?
You can go in for a tour. You would then have to make a stealth check to sneak away from the group.
I'll take the case.
And then talking to someone is going to be difficult because you don't have, you have to fast talk your way to interview people. But you could do
You
that.
have disguise.
Yeah, you could disguise yourself as somebody. Like, as a day player, you could put on a cowboy hat and a mask. Like, no, I'm a bandito.
I could wear my cleric
I would
costume
pull off
and say that I'm a priest. In the
Yeah,
upcoming
that's true.
3.
Maybe not that. But I'm sorry, what?
I could just wear my religious.
That's true. You could.
Investments
You
and
would
say
still
that
have to
I'm a
make
priest in
spends
the
in
movie.
order to get past certain people. But it depends on who you want to talk to. Or you
Or I
could
could
call
just
someone up
blow
and make an
something up.
appointment.
Or do we know? Like, surely they hire out like their janitorial service.
No, I think they have their own janitors. The outsourcing's not a big thing yet.
Damn.
Yeah.
Why don't we go to his house
You could
first?
disguise yourself
Yeah.
as a janitor. I mean, it's not
And
like
if
the
we
janitors
strike
will
out
know each other.
there, then we can go to the studio.
Well, the only thing is, what do you
we
want
need to
get?
wait until nightfall to go for his house. I mean, why B&E in broad daylight?
Well, what if he's home?
He's not home. You know Alexander is not home.
No,
He's in-
we know everybody has told us he's not,
Not home.
Okay, no, be paranoid, yeah.
Be
Wait,
paranoid
wait,
in the investigative
I
game.
know, yeah.
Wow.
Be
Yeah.
paranoid in the Cthulhu investigative game.
I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, so you could, in the meantime, you could research more about this religious group, the Scopsy.
Sure.
Well, we could split up. I could do research on the Scopsy.
Yeah, with
We
the
could
icon.
infiltrate the studio.
Okay, well, what are you trying to get to in the studio?
Alex's office.
Alex's office. Okay.
So,
I guess we could also do Desmond's office too.
While we're there. I mean,
Yeah.
You know, I guess we could do a three-way split. Nobody's checked up on Oswald yet.
Yeah. Who wants to interview Oswald?
not me because I'm doing research.
Right.
And I'm not good at the interview stuff. I can interrogate, but that's about it.
But interrogation only works when you have leverage over him. So.
Right.
Someone that has
And all I've got is that he has a bad
intimidation.
mustache.
I do.
Yeah, this is true.
I'll go to Oswald's studio.
Okay, so you're heading there.
We're heading to the studio to get into Alex's office.
Okay.
Hey, that's great. You can set the stereotype of Asians being tourists.
Yeah.
And lost and confused.
Yes.
Got it.
Exactly. Oh man.
All right.
Is it too early to have a Kodak brownie?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
and that, it's a bit anachronistic. I'll allow it. All right, so let's see here. All right, so the two of you sign up for the noon tour, the Mintz Brothers Studios, and there's
Can I bring my friend Sylvie?
oh yeah, you can go by and pick her up. You don't forget
It's gonna
about
be
it.
great.
So Sylvie, you're at the train station. You're at the train station. Sylvie shows up. She's just wearing a great, she's big hat. She's like, sunglasses. She just looks like ready. She has a camera around her neck too, and she says, "Oh, Margot! Oh, it's so good to see you. Oh, I can't wait to hear all your stories of balls and parties and the LA 19. Oh, I just can't wait. And who's this? Oh, is this your
My friend.
my friend? Oh, okay. She 1920s. So, well, what should we do first?
I thought we could take a tour of Mint's studio.
Oh my, that sounds ever so fun. So the three of you head off. She is just bubbling with excitement. She's telling
Ross,
you,
I gotta say, I love your 1920s female dilettante voice.
yeah, I know, right? Oh, ever so much. So as you're all driving on the way, she's talking about, poor Erica. She's just so distraught since she's been talking about ever since her brother's been lost all those years ago. She's just talking recently. Someone bothered her about the expedition again, and she's just she's looking over it all anew, and so she's just going on and on and on. So you remember Erica? She's actually the brother to Robert Carlyle, the person who started the Carlyle expedition to Africa. So she's a friend of a friend. So and the others kind of gossip. So I'll let you restore one stability because you get to talk and have some relax a little bit with your friend before the whole, So, are you going to tell Sylvie about the whole, like, we're going to sneak off and break into someone's office? Or are you just going to abandon her in the tour, like, see ya? Or you're going to lie to her and tell her, no, let's go off and do our own thing? No, really, we're just picking lock for fun. Yeah. No.
We have to meet someone while we're there, so it's not all pleasure, and so she can wander around a little bit.
Okay.
It's a business meeting, so I can't really bring
Oh, it's a business meeting. Oh, can you tell me who?
No, it's
Oh,
business.
my.
I'm not really supposed to talk about it.
Oh, my. Such skullduggery. You'll have to tell me at some point. Perhaps at some point, yes. It should be ever so fun. So the three of you are off. You don't have to make expense for that. She's just blithely oblivious to everything.
Is she blonde?
Yes, of course. And she's very Daisy from Great Gatsby-ish.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
In my head.
So the three of you head off. You get in the tour very easily. And
I'm going to the animators.
well,
studio.
those two plus.
Oh, sorry,
yeah,
three.
Yeah, Sylvie.
Never mind.
Can't never forget Sylvie. So,
I never will.
so the three of you are there. Now the thing is, once you get in the studio, you realize you don't know exactly where Alex's office is. So if you don't ask somebody, you'll have to try and figure it out on your own. Now there are signs and maps. But they don't here is Miles Desmond. And are you going to Alex's office first or Miles? I assume Alex's first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. So you have to figure out, you can, for free, I'll let you know, you know approximately what building it's in, but you don't know where it would be inside that building.
Is the tour going to go into that building?
You know it's going to go, it will be across the street from that. So you can just while they're looking right, you can go left, apparently,
Okay.
So you just have to wait for the right moment, then you just have to dash. So both of you will have to, one thing the way shadowing and stealth checks work is that one person can make the roll, and then the other person can spend points to assist them. So it's a group effort. So one person's a lookout, the other person, you're waiting, okay, he's not looking now, go! And you're watching the street to figure out which way to duck and weave between the actors going back and forth. Because there's always cowboys and other...
Showgirls.
Showgirls and other actors walking about. Big camera crews carrying those, car-sized cameras and cranes and whatnot. So it's a busy, even with the tour, it's fairly busy.
Two guys in a snuffleupagus.
So who wants to make the roll, and then who's going to spend what on the...
Do you have stuff?
Yeah, I have 3 still.
3? Okay, I have 4.
So, are you going to roll, or is Anne, are you going to roll? You can both spend points on it, so you both put your points together. It's just who's going to roll the d6.
I'll roll. And we have to say ahead of time.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And you have to say so.
So I'll spend 2.
All right, she's spending 2. What about you?
I'll spend 2.
All right, so you spend a total of 4.
So we've got 7 total.
All right, with 7, you are you walk between the raindrops. You are like ninjas in broad daylight. As you sneak by everyone and abandon poor Sylvie, or you, but she, a minute later, yeah, she's oh yes, so she,
Be right back.
she is quite. You will have to find her again at some point, otherwise she'll be ever so disappointed. So you head into the office. The doors open in the building, but inside it's a sort of a standard office building. There's lots of there are individual rooms for the more important people. There's a large sort of bullpen office where there's a lot of secretaries who are typing up, typing up contracts and forms and whatnot. It's 3 stories too. You can walk around you can make a disguise check to pretend, grab some papers and pretend you're secretaries, and look for that. You could lie to somebody and make a spin to get information out of them, or you could, what is your approach to figuring out which room in the entire building is
I'm going to go for disguise. I will spend 3.
Okay.
So I have 6.
All right. So Anne can benefit from that since you two are together. You give her a stack of papers and here, keep your head down, look like you belong. Mm-hmm. And the two of you start roaming around. So we'll get back to you in a second. So, Bill, you show up to Lemeal Pictures, the successful animation studio. The secretary says, yes, can I help you, sir?
I'm be honest or not.
Sir?
Yes.
What was that about planning ahead of time?
Yeah, no, none whatsoever.
It was weird. I didn't like it, so we're going back the way it is.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes, I'm with the. I'm private detective working with the LAPD on missing persons case. Wondering if I could speak to Mr. Lemeal.
Which missing person will that be, sir?
It's an ongoing investigation. I can't comment on it to people who aren't directly involved or. You know.
Well, I mean, I'll tell him, but I don't know if he's going to want to see you or not. He's very busy, sir.
I understand.
All right. So are you going to make a spend on anything?
Sure, actually. Can I spend a point of intimidation? Just
yeah, that would work. You just
I'm
lean over
working with the
Yeah. It'd be really bad if the LAPD heard about it. All right.
Yeah.
All right, sir. I'm sorry,
Those are
sir.
some nice kneecaps you have there.
Wow.
No, metaphorically.
Yeah. All right, so the secretary buzzes you in, and Oswald comes in. He's a small, lean man with a small, lean, precise man. He just shakes your hand very quickly, sits back at his desk. He's smoking. A second later, a few minutes later, hey, Shirley, can you get some coffee in here? Come on, I'm dying here. I'm dying. Can't go on. We talk. All right, yeah. So it's you, Miss Person. What's the deal?
Yeah, Johnny McTavish, sir. Investigating.
He starts sketching. He's not even looking at you. And you actually notice he's looking over in one corner of the office. There's a small glass terrarium with a wire mesh top. You smell something. It smells like rotting meat coming, and you look over it a little more closely. You see a mass of beetles scuttling over a haunch of rancid flesh. And Oswald is watching this intently. As he's making sketching motions. So yes, come on, time is money. Money's time.
Yes. Thank you so very much for seeing me. In investigating the disappearance of one Laura Angel.
Good kid. I only know her by reputation. We've never met, actually. I did work on Unbroken, but that was for there's a whole tornado sequence, and we came up with a new process for putting the animated tornado inside the movie. It's going to revolutionize the film industry. It's going to be great, high-quality special effects. That's what sells movies, special effects these days.
Absolutely.
I tell you what, you can't have movies with a good story anymore. It's got to be animated this, or,
I'm going to try to guide him into discussing Alex Solo more.
All right, so he says, all right, so what's your line for that?
Well, since we're already talking about his movie, I'm just kind of, so you worked with Mr. Solo, whatever, his last name on that. So what was that?
Alex is a brilliant director, I tell you what. He is able to merge special effects with the storytelling and with the emotion.
Really?
He is, I produced some great effects for it. He's a good friend of mine. I'm very, 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 very talented. It's a tornado and destroying a farmhouse. It's
very interesting.
I haven't seen it yet, the finished thing yet, because I have prior commitments.
If you don't mind my asking, I'm very curious in what you've got going on here. What do you? This looks like very interesting sketch work.
Oh yeah. You see these beetles. Look at their movements. Look how he gets over and puts his face right. Look how they're moving and they're scuttling over. And it's just like, it's great for animation. It's the kind of work you have to do. You can't be scared of decaying flesh. You have to work in there and see the movement, the life in it. See, that's what animation's about. There's movement and life.
Okay. So what am I getting a sense of other than a very highly wow.
Let's see. Well, what do you want to use?
Fantasia, the horror flick.
No kidding. I'm not quite deep enough into anything to use.
Do you have assess honesty?
No.
Okay. Yeah, no, he's fine.
Sure. What about Streetwise?
How are you going to use that? You do know with 0 points. he was part of the net, he would know also Miles Desmond and Clara.
Right. Okay.
He doesn't seem like the kind of person who, he's weird, but he doesn't strike you as the, stab a person to death kind of person.
Sure.
So,
Might draw it afterwards, but hey,
yeah.
no judgment.
All right, so while you're thinking about that, you're doing a little research, a little light reading on Scopsy, because,
Oh, we're back to...
Well, we're just going to rotate a little bit.
Sure.
Okay.
So, forget they have a whole thing about this. Because it's fun.
Do I need to spend a point of theology or library use?
Yes.
I will spend a point of theology.
All right. The items, icons, or relics of the small Christian sect of Tsarist Russia. The sect was known as the Skopsi, which means the castrated. They worshipped Christ and practiced Christian rites. Their beliefs were filtered through a strange obsession with the sin of fornication. Devout members of the sect would castrate themselves to forever avoid the sexual act.
Emphasis on themselves.
Yeah.
Like, not your friend does it for you.
No.
Like,
This could involve knives, and also red-hot iron pokers were sometimes used in the process.
you gotta cauterize.
Yeah, so never a very popular sect for some reason. The Skopsi somehow survived from the Middle Ages to the early 20th century, occasionally enjoying the favor of czars, but usually suffering the targets of sporadic pogroms. The final blow came just a few years ago when the Skopsi, along with many other Russian Orthodox sects, were persecuted and slaughtered by the Bolsheviks after the October Revolution 1917. If any Skopsi are still alive, they are either in hiding in Russia or have fled to other parts of the world. But the female figure is, with Manly, you realize this is not the Skopsi, standard Skopsi, this is actually some version of the Skopsi. They would, this is not, the icon that you had, Anne found, is not the exact same one that is depicted in the artwork that they have. And their stylings were pretty consistent through the centuries. This is some sort of offshoot of an offshoot. This is a darker version of the Skopsi, because with the 0 Point Cthulhu mythos, you recognize that this is something to do with the Cthulhu. You recognize some of the same characters that you recognize in that ancient language, and you do come with two leads. One, you could delve into the mythos text and make a Cthulhu mythos spend and lose sanity and gain more information. Or two, you can do both. Manly knows that there is a Russian exile who knows of the Skopsi here in L.A.
Please tell me his name is not Vasily.
It is Konstantin Mamatov.
Good.
So you could talk to him, or you could do both. So, well, you're thinking about that. All right, you two are in the studio. You come It's not on the first floor. It's on the third floor. Near the executives. Alexander is a big deal. So he actually has his own secretary. Who is working right now. She is typing things in, and the office door is closed. Looks like she is just catching up on paperwork while he is away on his publicity tour. She occasionally fields a phone call from someone, and she is responsible for. Her name is Elizabeth. So there's also a couple of executives nearby. Or in nearby offices talking, you can hear them. So nobody pays attention to you two. Although you get a few strange looks. It's like, I thought our secretaries weren't so... foreign, yeah. But, everyone's got their own thing to deal with, and no one wants to deal with you. So, sneaking by Elizabeth is going to be pretty much impossible because the door is closed and possibly locked. And she's literally, her desk is right next to the door. You can wait until she leaves to go to the bathroom, because she will go up and leave on a break eventually.
Right.
But then you have to get through the door, and then you have to get back out again, because you're on the third floor.
Like, if we sit and watch her for a minute, does she go in there at any point?
Into Alex's office? Mm-hmm. That would be a shadowing check to basically keep moving by long enough without drawing attention. You have shadowing?
I have shadowing.
All All right, you make a shadowing check.
All right, I'll do 2.
All right.
So 5.
She does go in there. Oops. She does go in there and comes right back out. She does. Studios are concerned with that. If either of you have locksmithing or the high enough sneaking or whatever, or stealth, you can pop locks.
And you've got the tools, don't you?
I have a toolkit.
Yeah, isn't that the general pool? That
That's for mechanics. You could use a mechanics check to force open the lock, but that's going to be noisy.
Where does she put the key?
She puts it in a drawer in her desk.
Oh.
Does she lock the door to her dress?
No, obviously not. You recognize she probably will when she closes up. She probably leaves the key to his office in her desk, and then just has a lock to. She carries a lock to the off the reception room.
If you guys could get to an internal phone, you could come up with a reason for her to have to go down to the secretarial pool or something.
Is there a fire?
There is a fire alarm.
So that's an option.
That's kind of what we're going loud. Yeah, that's kind of a we got. You won't have much.
Carrying around a diuretic.
We're Asian. You've got all sorts of stuff in there.
Retroactive time to
You can have things planned out if you could have.
Okay,
Prepared this roll for X-Lax.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're gonna do a little more than diuretic.
You want it to take a significant period of time.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean that
Work for Mission Impossible. I mean, it worked for you guys.
Fern extract, maybe a little
you can
bitter
do better than
root.
that. Yeah. Dandelion root.
There you go.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That'll do
So
it.
is that your plan?
Yeah, we're gonna poison the secretary. So spend at least 20 minutes in the
9 to
bathroom.
5.
All right. So
I feel like this worked really well with
she does drink
testing.
Yeah, this is true. She is. She does go to go back to the office or the coffee room, break room on a regular basis because she's just belting down coffee. It's the 20s. Everyone smoked and drank lots of coffee and drank lots of booze. That's all they lived on back then. You can't convince me otherwise. The thing is, you could easily go in there and give everybody a case of the runs. Or you could be lingering in there, one of you. So how are you going to do this? Like, she goes to the break room and she fills up her cup with coffee and then she goes back.
Does she always use the same cup?
Yeah, she has her own cup.
She
Why not
keeps
wait
it
until
with
she
her.
goes to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Well, why would you wait until the bathroom to give her the laxative to make her go to the bathroom?
Well, then she can
Because
go
we
right
have
back.
to get access to the cup.
Unless
You could just come around offering to fill everybody's cup.
Okay, so what is like
Yeah, that's not suspicious.
what's like a sleight of hand skill?
That's filch.
I've got a lot of filch.
Yeah.
And I have no slip up. So
Yes. So you could definitely.
I am going to walk up to her.
Okay.
The coffee cup is on the desk, right?
Yeah.
I am going to drop the papers, and in the leaning over to pick them up, I am going to slip a small capsule full of
Dandelion root.
herbs that have a potent effect into the bottom of her coffee cup.
Okay, but you while she's in her office or in the reception room, or while she's in the break room.
While she's sitting at her desk.
Okay, she's in her separate reception room, like
Right.
out.
And I'm going to wait until the phone rings, so she's very distracted.
Okay. All right. So first off, I need a preparedness check for one of you, so you can have the laxatives.
Okay.
Give me that one.
I'll spend 3.
All right.
So 7.
Yeah. No, you have the best. Like, yeah.
Not only do you have the best, you have a huge jar.
It's a canister of
Yeah.
Yeah, just carry it around. You never know when it might come in.
Never know when it can.
Beer a dandelion.
It is much better than chloroform.
All right. So you wait till she goes on the phone.
The phone rings.
Yes.
I walk by.
Well, you can't walk by. You have to walk it like here.
You have to go specifically into her
No, no, no.
office.
Yes.
I walk in like I'm going to have her sign some papers.
Okay.
And I'm going to be talking hurriedly with a very thick accent while she's on the phone, so she's confused and befuddled, and I'm shoving papers under her nose and handing her a pen. And in the midst of this, I
said
drop
yeah.
papers Yeah, you said yeah.
All right, so basically, hallway, reception.
Right.
So
So
you're
I'm
gonna-
walking right up to her.
Okay.
And I'm leaning over the desk. Her coffee cup is right here. I have hands full of papers and pen. I'm
Okay.
handing it to her. She's on phone.
Okay.
Slip in.
All right, so you wait till she's on the phone. You hear it ring. You go in. Give me a filch test.
Do you want to spin?
I will spend 4.
Oh wow. Yeah. No. You.
I'm not screwing up. 7.
Yeah. No. That was good. Good spin. You are totally undetected. She talks on the phone. She says, "So you pick up you wait a minute." And then you turn around. But they say, look, someone's here for me. I need to go. I'll call you right back. Clunk says, yeah, whoa, hold on. What did you need? She's calling out to you as you're walking out.
I thought you had her sign papers.
I did.
Well, she was on the phone. She couldn't sign the papers while she was on the phone. She's like, what?
Oh, come on, what
assumed she did.
self-respecting secretary
can't sign a paper and
All right.
down the phone.
Especially in the 1920s.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
That was part of the interview
Well, in
process.
that case,
for
all
Christ's
right.
sake.
In that case, she looks at the form you're looking at. She says, "This doesn't apply to Alex. What is this? This is for another film. This is for the Western.
No, that's
Do you
for
speak English?"
C.
Now would be a great time to drop the papers.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm babbling at her in somewhat
Can
incoherent
I
English.
rush in and like
Yeah.
use a fake name with her, like, you're in the wrong place. What are you doing? We're supposed to go to the second floor. And be like, oh my gosh, you're totally messing up our first day at work.
Oh,
And
sorry.
All right. Do you have reassurance or flattery?
I have reassurance.
All right. You can spend a point of reassurance, and so you make a scene in the office, and the Elizabeth is very. I can't believe you knew people. You just, she's just, I worked long and hard to get to be the secretary of a big famous director. And so you're just screwing up my day. All right. So she goes back and takes a big swig of coffee. You guys hide out in the lounge.
Wait.
Yeah, for a few minutes, and you hear some, heels going down the hall. Very quickly to the bathroom. You step back out. You can see that it's you don't know how long you have exactly, but
Right.
you can rush in there. So you rush in there, you get the key, unlock the door, and you're in Alex's office. So what are you looking for?
We are looking for, we're going to look at his files, see if we can find anything with the address or clues about the location of his getaway house.
Okay. Let's see here. All right, so you start. Do you have library use or bureaucracy or anything like that?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Hey, bureaucracy.
All right. Bureaucracy will work.
I will spend one.
You do find out. So you quickly find out there is a letter. Apparently, the county record has his deed. The county records contain his deed of ownership. So you can go to the county records and get that. But you have some land that he bought. Let's see here. In the hilly fort. Yeah, so you do find that out. What else? So that takes you about 5-10 minutes to find. Are you looking? So you find out a place where it can be. Are you looking for anything else? So you're helping, I assume, Anne, for the same thing. So that takes you both about 5-10 minutes. Are you doing anything else, or are you just going to leave? If you don't know the address, but you know where the address would be.
I feel like that's the thing that we came for, but is there anything else that sort of stands out to us as interesting or weird or noteworthy?
In the office, there is a script of Unbroken, a photoplay of Unbroken. You also do note that his interview, his whole publicity tour was sudden. It was not pre-planned months in ahead, apparently. It looked like it was thrown together at the last minute. That's the only thing you can do. Again, you haven't spent much time here.
Right.
You do see several little. There's a photo of him and Clara Negri at a movie theater. So yeah.
Okay.
So you'd have to spend more time.
Right.
But
we'll scurry out.
all right, you scurry out.
I don't want to get caught.
All right, fair enough. Big Earth Big Bang. All right, so the two of you retrieve. leave. You can give me another stealth test to find the tour and sneak back in.
Should we look for Desmond's office?
You could look for Desmond's office. It would be in the same building.
Like on the same floor?
He is not quite as high up on the hierarchy.
Okay.
It's on the second floor.
Where we were supposed to be.
Well, yeah, where you told Elizabeth you were supposed to be. Yeah, you're just it's foundation of secret and lies. So
Secrets and lies.
So you can look for Miles Desmond's office. In fact, you can just find it automatically. He doesn't have a secretary, but the door to his you see that it's frosted glass and Miles Desmond on it, but it is locked, and so you would have to get the lock open somehow. If you had a locksmith, you could make a spin to use a bobby tin to break it open or something like that, or you'd have to get somebody to open it for you, or just kick it down. Who cares?
Yeah, that
Couldn't possibly go wrong. So
Can't take like the hinges out.
well, it's in a hallway. There are other people going by the office, so you could do
Go
that.
by that we're doing repairs on the door hinges.
Your secretary. This is kind of a weird cross-training program. I don't know what's going on about that. So
Their boss is a total.
all right, you guys can think about that. Bill, what you going to be talking about now? So, Oswald likes Alex. You don't have assess honesty. You could. Let's see here. What else could you do? It does give you kind of a feeling. There's something. He's got some kind of screw loose, but he is. You can tell he's very nervous and agitated, and very easily. If you poked him the wrong way, blow up unexpectedly.
Gosh. Really.
Of course, you could be nice to him. And
I'm trying to work my way around some sort of convincing reassurance spell.
Okay.
Like, I'm just not really like. I don't know. Can I bend reassurance into flattery? I mean, because the studio does.
Yeah, you could just use flattery. Just say your work is great, and you're just like, oh wow, that's really awesome.
I don't think Bill has flattery.
Yeah, I don't have
Okay.
flattery.
Oh, you have flattery.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be trying to.
Yeah.
I
I mean, in terms of, from everything I've seen from stuff from your studio, I'm sure this, this tornado sequence is going to be fantastic.
Oh yeah, no, it will
be mind-blowing.
Yeah, no, Alex is a great man. He is he's touched by genius, and his thoughts are so deep. So yes. Yes.
What do you think? Like, what is the nature of his muse?
The nature of his muse is very idiosyncratic per every artist, and I dare not touch upon. I mean, I haven't even seen Unbroken yet. I mean, maybe he won't do so well. I had a lot of commitments there. I couldn't even make the preview screening. Yeah, I don't know when I'll ever have a chance to see it. Maybe never. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying.
You have absolutely nothing to hide here. I'm just like. At this point, yes, I'm here, ostensibly just to ask you, about the missing person stuff, but it's obvious you have nothing to do with that. At this point, I'm just indulging my own curiosity. I mean, feel free to just, unburden yourself.
Have you ever had a friend that you didn't really, like, he's a great friend, but at the end you don't want to be his friend because you just realize you think you're compatible, but you're not quite compatible. You're just, yes.
Yes.
Alex is a, it's like sometimes I look at those Beatles and I just wish, they don't need friends. They just need a goal. They just want to eat that flesh and strip that bone clean. That's all they need in the world. They don't need friends who are really, really way too intense.
Is Alex way too intense?
He can be for a little bit at times.
What, intense like how?
Oh, that just Russians are just really, really. At that point, you can give me a sense trouble check.
Okay. I'll spend 3. puts me on 6.
All right, you see something crawl out of his pant leg onto the floor. A moment later, you see it's a beetle.
Were the death beetles?
Just a beetle. It's not necessarily a death beetle.
Death beetles, they're just regular beetles.
Yeah.
I mean, beetles eat dead things. That's what they do.
Look.
You seem to have dropped something there.
Yeah, no, he scoops it up. I just, like how they feel on my skin. It's just an artistic, that's my muse. It's just the Beatles,
I understand.
There's nothing wrong with that. Just,
No judgment. It's an art
I would
sequence.
avoid Alex. If Laura should have avoided Alex, we should all just avoid Alex.
Why should Laura have avoided Alex?
Oh,
Do you know anything about her whereabouts?
Look, I have to go to work. I have to be at work. I'm at work. I have to go back to being work now. You should go. Secretary. Shirley, can you get man outside?
Sir, I will remind you just once that I am cooperating with the authorities in an ongoing investigation.
So you think I'm just a little bug that you can squish? Is that it? Is that I'm just a little bug? You just think everyone's just a little thing you can flatten and just destroy, even though they're not doing anything? They're just being. They're what they are. No,
sir,
you're just like all the women out there. Just think like they consume and they eat all, and they're just. Shirley, get in her and get him out. Anyways,
So
now.
So what I really want to say is if he's really trying to get away from Alex, then he should help me out because I'm trying to
We're on the same side.
Yeah, we're essentially.
Same thing.
I'm going to completely lie to him.
I need time to think. I have a lot of stars. Look, I'll just. All right, if you spend 1 point, he will say one more thing.
Okay.
So, just if you ever want a good, you want a real good, see a good show, just go to his cabin sometime. Now get out!
Yeah, could you tell me where that is?
Get out! Get out! Just get out! Shirley, he just breaks down at this point. Shirley gets in there. A couple of the animators come in there.
Where am I doing my research?
Yeah.
Can I hear this from spitting
This
distance?
is a different building. So,
Oh, dang it. No
so anyways, he is a nervous wreck.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll go peacefully.
Yeah. So he
Good news, gang. We found the clue.
Yeah. So he did say a real good show. So that was
Dripping with sarcasm.
Yeah.
You might want to get your crotch looked at.
Yeah. So you find out. So what do we? Yeah. So. Sean, what are you going to use Cthulhu Mythos?
I'm going to do both of them.
All right, Cthulhu Mythos.
I'm going to double down.
All right.
Cthulhu Mythos, what have I got? I'm a crazy old man as is. So.
Sanity's
You
overrated.
lose 1 point of sanity as you realize that this version of the Scopsy are not...
Snip.
Well, they do believe in the castration, but you realize they do not worship... They're not Christian in any sense of the word. They are worshipping the black goat of the woods.
Oh, shit.
Not the black goat.
Yes, the Shub-Niggurath, one of the great old ones. And certainly, very, very...
Are we all going to die?
Yeah, it's not going to be pretty.
You know the thing with the unicorns I was talking about last night?
Yeah.
Same deal.
Yeah, no, they're not. It's not pleasant. Shub-Niggurath is a great old one connected with fertility, biological, abomination, and
Yeah.
in a protein form, shapeshifting.
Cancer is
changing.
very fertile.
Yes, exactly. Cancer is God. So by worshiping the mother that is really just an avatar or a form of the black goat. And considering its Russian origin, Alex is undoubtedly the high priest. So,
Yeah, well, we kind of knew that already. But now,
it's confirmed.
now we know what he's the high priest of, and
We can appropriately run screaming.
dramatic irony, the players, at least 2 of us, know this is not going to be pretty. But
So that's you look at that paper, that icon of the the mother, and you get a sense you really want to burn that, but it's right now it's evidence right now. So, is that blood on that, or is that just red? Yeah. So, you then track down Father Konstantin
Momentov.
The priest father. He is a Russian Orthodox priest. He when you ask him about the Scopsy, he says, "Oh, well."
Does this count as a co-religionist, by the way?
He is Orthodox, Russian Orthodox, so probably I would imagine just to be Catholic, so he cannot.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking broader, like Christian.
I would. Let's see.
Really? You're on opposite sides of the schism.
Yeah.
I know, but it's closer than like talking to a rabbi.
Yeah. No, I'd allow it. Yeah, sure.
Yay! I get to gain an interpersonal ability back.
Yeah, you can refresh one in interpersonal ability. You can talk shop basically.
Yeah.
And you bring up what's your angle? Why are you wanting to interview him about the Scopsy?
I have received reports that there may be a sect of the Scopsy active in Los Angeles.
Oh, well, that is very...
And I figured you might want to know, and you might have more information.
Well, I would discount those rumors.
He's in on it.
I've heard of the Scopsy when I was a child from my father and my grandfather, who were priests before me. My understanding is they were not Christians at all. They worshipped. They were a heretical pagan cult, heretics, who worshipped a vengeful goddess they knew as a Black Mother, which they disguised as, Mary. Because they were castrates and those sterile, they could still somehow reproduce through fornicating with goats, blasphemous and human offspring. I never met one, of course, and I heard rumors that they managed orphanages, and that's how they recruited and that kind of thing. But it was boogeyman stories. When my grandfather spoke of them, he did have a haunted look. They undoubtedly the castration. I mean, alone is. I could see why he would be so haunted by meeting him. So perhaps they were alive in my grandfather's time, but I've never heard of them. They must have been driven. If they're any alive, they would be very old and very. I mean, how else could they recruit? I mean, it's
it's like the Shakers.
It's
only
the
worse.
biggest. Yeah, it's the biggest. The single easiest method for a religion to recruit new members. Be fruitful and multiply. You know how it is. You're Catholic. You.
Well, but I'm a priest.
Well,
so
I mean, you're
the
a parishioner.
fruitful and multiply bit is sort of.
Well, you're the shepherd. The shepherd, yeah.
Although I don't snip. So
No. Jeez, no. Of course not. But they, I did say. So he also talks about some other legends. So I will give you, by going to him, I'll give you a bonus pool of 5 points you can use on any roll opposed against confirmed Scopsy cultist. So just
on
sneak
any
up.
roll.
Yes, this is a one-time pool, and you can share it with the group. As soon as you can get up to with them and tell them. So you learn some bits of lore, their practices, and how, he heard all kinds of boogeyman stories about them. They were kind of the equivalent, they were the things that were going to snatch kids away at night if you didn't eat all your, yeah.
Eat all your borscht or the Scopsy will
That's it,
come
yeah.
for
I
you.
couldn't think of what it was, borscht, yeah. Eat your borscht or the Scopsies will get you. Snip, snip. So any roll you against a confirmed Scopsy cultist, it has to be someone you know is a Scopsy. So to fight them, yeah. So Alex, yeah.
Can I ask Momentov if he's heard of Alex?
I do not follow pop culture.
Do you have assess honesty?
Yes, I do. I'm going to spend a point.
Yeah, no, he's clearly hasn't heard of him. He is just an old man who doesn't moving pictures.
Trying to think what else I can get out of Momentov.
What are you thinking about that? You guys. So did you make your stealth check to get back with the tour group?
I don't know.
Or no? Or did you decide if you're going to go to Miles Desmond's office or not?
I mean,
you
we're
went
gonna
there.
stop by.
Well,
It
you
was
It
locked.
was locked. Oh, it was
Yeah.
locked. We're going to try to pick a lock.
With what?
If anyone has something.
If you have locksmith,
Preparedness, retroactive.
if you make a really high preparedness check, you could have a vial of acid you could use to melt the lock.
Excellent.
That would be kind of dangerous, but it would get in quickly. It would be
Not
class-
like
skeleton key?
Pick kit.
Oh yeah,
instead of acid.
yeah, you could use you could have lock picks. So you could have lock picks.
You immediately jump to acid.
I know.
It's
Yeah.
only because you can't get uranium in the 20s.
Yeah. Well, with alchemy, all things are possible. Anyway, so you're going to use preparedness to have lock picks already?
Sure.
Okay. Do either of you have a locksmith?
No.
Okay.
Maybe the acid's looking better.
That's why I was thinking about the acid, because you would have to make a lock picking. Basically, if you don't have locksmith, you have to make an infiltration check, a stealth check, and it would just be at a very high rating to
Plus,
do
if
that.
somebody sneaks up on them, they could just always throw the acid at the person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that can't go horribly.
Upgrade that B&E to attempted murder. All right, good job. Or you could ask somebody, social engineer your way in. There are janitors. There is a janitor nearby.
Scruffy loves Mince Brothers.
I guess I could try to use flattery to try to
Sure.
sweeten up to let me in. 'cause
Yeah. So who are you going to? Like another secretary, the janitor, security guard?
Try to.
Oh,
I'm gonna say-
security guard.
They were just giving Desmond a new secretary.
Uh-huh.
And I'm a secretary, and he asked me to pick up some things for him because he's out of town and needs to work on some things.
So you're going to security guard do that? Or what kind of employee are you going to approach with that?
Oh, the janitor.
Janitor. Okay.
You were the man for the job.
All right, so you spend a point of flattery, and you big smiles, and you just say, "Oh, hey, blah blah blah. Can you give me in the room?" Like you said, can you get that? And the janitor, "Oh, well, I guess."
Scruffy loves to help out.
Yeah, Scruffy is a team player, so I'll let you in a minute. What y'all need in there? So he unlocks the door. You can see the secretaries are watching. You got a little more notice now. People are paying attention to you. What are you all getting in there?
I'm assuming I'm not going into.
That's up to you. Probably not.
I'll stay outside.
All right, so you're going outside just smoking.
I'll keep watch.
All right, so you're keeping watch.
I'll say I'm looking for some script he had been working on reviewing, and I'm not quite. He didn't tell me exactly where it was. He said,
Oh,
find
script.
it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna kind of shuffle through the papers, look for anything that might give us a clue as to where he is,
Okay.
or if he has any information on Alex or anything.
Sure.
James.
You find there's a big pile of scripts. You do actually see. When you go in there, actually something that does could be a lot. And since you've met her already, I'll give this for free. You see Sally Ellison's handbag in Desmond's office.
What?
So, you see a big stack of new scripts, or photoplays, I'm sorry. You can grab one. There's one for Unbroken. Apparently Desmond had a copy too. There's one for the
Why
End
are
of
you
Love.
stealing every copy of it?
It's like
It's already
collectibles.
made.
If you get all 10, you get an achievement. So,
We should probably watch the movie at some point.
It's not out yet.
you can arrange.
We can watch his
Well,
old movie.
I don't care. You can arrange a preview screening through Morris Harrison. I'm sure he would let you view it if you talk to him. You could have asked Sally, but not now. You could sneak around the studio and steal a copy. Alex might
How
have.
would we watch it though?
You
Where
can
would
get
we
it.
be
It's
able-
LA. There are projectors you can rent or buy. So anyway,
So I'm gonna grab a script because that's what I said I came for, and I'm gonna grab her purse because it's obviously a woman's purse,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
And say I had left it before if he asked me about it.
Oh.
Because like, why would he have a lady's handbag in his office?
Okay. Oh, I thought you hadn't gotten a key. If you've been in here, didn't they assign you a key?
Your key's in the purse.
Like the purse.
Oh, ain't that the thing? Oh, well, you check your purse now and make sure it's in there. Because otherwise, we'll have to go down there and get you a new key.
Yep, right.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is.
Okay. All
My key
right.
ring.
Well, sometimes those keys don't fit all right. Okay, are you sure that fits? Have you ever tried it before?
Oh, it's good, but I really appreciate your help.
Yeah.
You've been a huge
All
help
right.
to me.
All right. Well,
Saved my job probably too.
Oh shucks. Well, maybe you take me out to dinner sometime. Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Yar,
Once I've
attractive.
Yeah.
been working, made some enough money to do that.
Oh, I'll pay for the ice cream. Yeah. Anyway.
So take me out to dinner for values of anyway.
Anyway, so you leave. The janitor locks up behind you. You're walking out, and so the two of you are out there. So what are you going to do? You're going to rejoin the tour?
Now we're going to rejoin. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have Sally's purse, and you find Sylvie right as the tour is ending, and she's just like, wink, wink. Glad you could be here for didn't you enjoy our tour? It was ever so nice.
Every last bit of it.
Yeah. So you're out. You finished talking with the father, and you finished
I
your interview.
pissed off Walt Disney.
You did get some information out of him. So the four of you, or including Sylvie 5, can meet up.
What?
Man, you're just an angry priest.
Can we go through Sally's handbag
Sure.
just to know what's in there?
Yeah, you find her
In case there's like a gun.
a wallet.
I think it's safe to
cars,
say that
cigarettes.
she doesn't.
Yeah, she knows.
She indeed does not know too much.
Yeah.
In fact, there's nothing.
So she insists on going to eat out. Her treat, of course. But to get all your friends, so all of you can meet up together. And she says,
That's a little weird.
Yeah. Or you can just tell her, no, it's just us. You can keep her apart from these two if you want.
Oh, let's bring Sue on. She knows.
Okay. It would be ever so pleasant. Yes. So it would. So you see the typical things in there. You do get there's a handwritten note. We'll meet. Okay, that says, "Okay, we'll meet at your place at 9." So that's in her purse, but apparently she left it behind. You do notice that some of her keys are there, so it looks like she met with Miles and then went. Oh wait, no, it's not meet at her place at 9. We'll meet at my office at 3 or 6 to discuss it. Sorry, I forgot the timeline. She went to So you figure out the timeline between the four of you is that she went back to the studio. She met up with Desmond. They met in her office, his office, and then they went to her place, and then he, stabbed. Judging from the circumstantial evidence you have, yeah. So
And then burn it.
Wait, do we
Like
know if
you
this
do.
is the same
Then to his place,
as
right?
Saturday the 25th?
her place. She was killed at her apartment. His house you visited, and there's no body there and wasn't set on fire. So it's not the firebug. I'm sorry, what was your question, Ann?
Is this the same day that Laura disappeared, the 25th?
She just went missing about a week ago.
Okay.
It's October 2nd now. You were hired
So this
yesterday.
is the day that Sally was murdered.
Yes.
Okay.
She was murdered last night, this morning, sometime late in the night. Sometime between 10 and 2 a.m., as they would say on Law and Order.
Jump, jump.
Chun chun. So the five of you are at a nice diner. Or actually, you're at the Starlight Cafe,
All of us together?
Yeah, sure, why not? Sylvie says, "Oh, it's ever so nice to meet you all. I'm Sylvie. I'm from the East Coast. It's my first time in the West. I don't think shooting her it would make it be ever so very. Anyway, she's just bubbling and just very happy to be out on the West Coast. It's much nicer than it is, of course, in the East. It's just dreadful. The weather has just been abysmal lately. I'm sure it's a very, very cold fall. But yes. So anyway, she's just babbling away. So yeah, you probably want to keep your friend away from the whole murder investigation. The rest of you looking at each other, wanting to talk about the various things you found out today.
It looks like we're going to be dealing with mutton noir.
No, it's fine. I'm sure. Yeah.
So, Anne, how you can convince your friend to go do something else, or I will say you do know other people in the L.A. What?
Nothing.
In fact, you met that guy. You could hook her up and set her up with the Reginald. No, the cowboy guy that Laura was dating.
Flames burning my eyes.
No, that would keep so. Yeah. All right, fair enough. So, how are you going to deal with Sylvie?
Set her up. Set her up with Bobby Hendricks.
How is that any better than shooting her?
Fire
You might as well
Hendricks.
shoot her because
He wasn't
could be
a
the
bad
fireball.
guy.
He could be Bernie McCappersling. Your next alias.
Well,
The only one of Laura's boyfriends who actually talked to you is Reginald Tyler.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
Bobby Hendricks was the second one you didn't talk to.
Yeah. Or Nathan Armbruster.
Can I have
Yeah.
bought her a ticket to like the opera or the symphony? I don't know what LA has.
Yeah, no,
And
there's
LA
flights.
has an opera.
Gave her the show, and I really wanted to see it, and I've already seen it, so that's
Okay.
Opera.
Okay, you need to spend a point of flattery or reassurance to not make her suspicious, basically, because you're sending. Yeah.
Is Sylvie Catholic?
No, she's definitely wasp. She's super wasp.
Figured so much.
Yeah, no.
Like, see her thorax.
Yeah.
Wasp.
All right, so you've
Make
dealt
it
with
that much
Sylvie for the
will.
afternoon. So you guys can trade notes. So you can go to the county record, take you another 1 point of library use to find the exact address, and a couple hours to dig it up. But you can get the address of Alexander's cabin because you know where that is now, the county records office. You can go to Alexander's house now. It's getting darker.
Although, if we got the address of his cabin,
We don't need to go.
And I have a map of the geo area.
Yeah, so you can navigate to it exactly.
now the only question is whether we're passing up some other clue that we need to not all die.
Well, yeah. Is there anything in the narcotic manuscripts that might help us with the black goat, since I'm still toting those around from before?
Well, you keep them at your office. I assume you're not carrying a big, massive collection of manuscripts.
Eidetic memory.
All right, fair enough. You know that supposedly the elder sign would be beneficial against the creatures or things summoned by it.
Same elder sign that was on the thing?
Yeah.
Do we still have the thing?
The piece of paper?
Well,
you can make it. You can draw elder sign.
It's a spell.
It's a spell, basically an incantation. You basically draw it on whatever substance and fuel it with your stability, and then it has effect. So, who's carrying the mirror again? I assume you are.
Me.
Yeah. All right. So you have the mirror.
Still in my box.
Yes, you do. You do
not
have to
the
deal with
elder sign.
Yeah. Well, Oswald is still an active thing. You could tell the police information that you've uncovered.
Yeah, I think we should check in with Officer Friendly.
Okay.
did I already... Is it assumed that I told them about
Yeah.
the black goat?
Hive
death?
mind.
You told them about the
Done.
black goat and the Scopsy, so everyone has
Let's
access to that 5
maybe
point
not
bonus
tell.
pool.
Let's maybe not tell.
No,
the
we're
cop
not telling the
about it.
cop about the black goat.
Right.
I don't think he can
Why?
handle the black goat.
I mean, granted, we could tell him that we are suspicious that
There's a cult.
that Desmond killed Sally and that he's retreated to Alex's cabin. See if he'd bite on that.
With
we
Streetwise, you realize that
could- that's a little thin.
well, it would be really much a stronger case if I don't know, her purse were found in his office or something.
Oh shoot! I messed with the evidence.
Well, but remember,
It's fine.
he said you could just get him the evidence and he would take care of it.
No,
we need to
touch the
replant it.
evidence.
Okay.
Of course, who's to say you couldn't plant it back in his house either?
Exactly.
You could frame the guy for the right crime, just, planting evidence. You're just being a little creative with criminal procedure.
Is there anything in the purse that would help?
The purse.
No, other than...
Well, it has her ID in it,
And we do.
There's no
know-
little love notes or letters or anything.
Just a note, meet me at my office at 6.
And given that you saw her go in there at 6,
Well, he went in the studio.
It's true.
Yeah, so
when
she was-
I went in there.
no, when you were tailing her.
to the
Right.
studio. So she was heading to his office when you were tailing her, and you stopped. The only reason why you didn't see her go all the way in the office because you didn't try and risk getting past the guards.
So, okay, let's call the detective. Let's set up a meet. Let's make it after dark. Let's go back to Desmond's house. Let's plant the purse.
With the detective or before the
No, before the detective.
Then why are we
Although-
calling him?
Could we assess honesty and see if he's corrupt enough
I
to let
already
us
did that.
just...
Yeah, you already
plant
did
it?
that. Basically, he's not.
Who are we? Why are we telling him that it's planted?
No, I just... we could tell him we found it there to begin with, and so
Yeah.
then his...
So why were we there?
Yeah, that would be illegal for us to be
Good point.
breaking and entering.
With another point streetwise, I'm going to give you one more piece of evidence.
I'll buy that for $1.
All right, yeah. You remember you talked to the neighbor. Neighbor's son.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you could use that as evidence,
Mhm.
and you can always use your. So you're investigating Laura, so you want to talk to Miles, and you're perfectly honest, and
Yeah.
you went in there, just stretching the truth a little bit, but you're not. You saw the purse, you didn't touch anything, you told the police. So you can
That's
just.
exactly what we did.
Yeah, and so you can just convince the old man that you went right now. You didn't go in the morning and come back. You
Oh,
just
sorry.
Okay.
So,
Do what now?
well, I mean, why wouldn't? Well, you would tell the cops as soon as you found that out. You wouldn't, wait all day. And,
Oh, right, yeah. Did we get a name on the old man?
Let's
Did we get a rough read on nationality?
North Dakotan.
So Swedish.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go get him a bottle of aquavit.
What should we call him?
Ethan. He had a Christian
Olaf
name.
Ulagson.
No,
Yeah.
he's-
At any rate, we buy him a bottle of aquavit. Yeah.
All right.
And tell him we were here
Olaf.
this evening.
Okay. With that, you don't have to, with the streetwise and everything, you've already spent that, so you can do that. So you head back to his house. You tell him that. He's like, okay, all right.
He's clearly not Catholic.
Yeah,
so.
no, he's very Lutheran.
But like we told you, we're helping out the police,
Yeah.
and et cetera, et cetera. We were here this evening.
All right. He does that. And so you then call the cop?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Wait, how did we drop the purse off then?
He lets you back in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I assume like with a bottle. Oh, yeah, here's the key. No, just bring it back when you're done.
Put it next to the bloody spot on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Make
that's,
it look good.
that's an orgy of evidence.
Yeah, just put a gift bow. Yeah, just wrap a bow on it. Wrap it for him.
I just-
Yeah.
Just a fourth wall breaking aside, I would really love to point out that I just used the most Kenneth Hyde of techniques.
What?
Bribing people with booze?
Yeah. It works.
It's true.
So
We've done that several times in this game.
I won't say it never fails, but
It never
probably
fails during Prohibition.
it will probably fail in Egypt if you ever go to Egypt. For very obvious reasons. But
True.
yeah.
But it is still sort of a British place.
Yeah.
so
Well, it depends on who you bribe.
Yeah.
if it's a British guy, we'll just get some gin. It'll
Yeah.
be a
And
good
it
day.
won't take much to liquor them up because they can't hold it well.
All right.
So,
So you call him up. What do you say?
actually,
And Anne's the contact.
Yeah.
I mean, we can kind of just group sock puppet it. I
Whisper
guess.
to him in a raspy voice on the phone that you have some evidence or something.
Or
But he knows who I am.
just
Yeah.
talk to him like a
Yeah.
human being.
And also, like, I've been doing some more
Ruining the noir.
investigation, and we feel like Miles Desmond might be involved with Laura as well as Sally.
Oh.
Yes, the lady who we heard.
Yes.
recently.
Yes. It's not
He
my
knows.
case. I'm aware of it. There's another detective on the Firebug case. I broke his pattern. It's kind of weird. Well, the whole case is odd. Detective Ed
copycat.
Smith is in charge of the Firebug case, but I can pass this information right on to him. What's your information? Yes?
Sorry.
That's fine. Ed Smith.
Do you think I should tell him that she hired us? So she's dead. It doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
go all the way and
yes,
say she hired us as a sock puppet for Morris.
And so we were kind of concerned when we found out she had died, since she was trying to learn about Laura. And so we looked into Miles, because that is something they have in common.
Yeah.
Miles slept with Sally, and he
Yeah.
worked on a movie with Laura. We went to his house to talk to him and talked to his neighbor, and his neighbor let us in because they're good buddies.
Yeah.
We saw a person there that looked just like the one Sally had when she was with us.
Oh,
I
really?
also saw bloodstains
And
on
bloodstains.
the bedroom
Oh.
floor.
So I just wanted to let you know about that, so maybe you guys could
Oh, no.
And
Well, I'll
the
pass
neighbor
it.
told us that he saw Miles come back to the house late with some sort of dark stain on his clothes,
Yes.
throw a bunch of clothes in a suitcase, and leave.
Oh, you've done us a big favor. Yeah, so I'll get right on that. Thanks. So, get any more information, let us know. No,
Actually, do we want to put him onto the cabin?
Well, don't we want to go there?
Well, we'll be
we might
faster
want some
than them.
backup.
Yeah.
Somebody with more guns, bigger guns.
Look,
I do have the sawed-off shotgun, though.
I will say this out of character: if you lead a charge of the Light Brigade against, by sending cops against the Mythos, you will take stability hits for every cop who is eaten by a monster.
The fact that you phrased it as "charge of the Light Brigade" was enough. It would have stopped there, and I would have realized.
If
this
you
is a
don't know
bad
what you're
idea.
sending the cops into, it would be a stability.
okay.
If you know what they're going in, then you can just tell them, no, they're Bolsheviks. You just set it on fire. They would probably be able.
Burn them all.
Yeah,
Boom.
yeah. They're anarchists. They're
Can
making
we
bombs.
leave? Do we have the address yet? We don't have it yet.
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
We do. Okay.
You got the address.
Yeah. So we need.
I have a
can
map.
we
Yep.
leave
So you know
the
exactly where it
address
is.
with
It's a
a-
2 hours drive away from LA.
Okay. So can we leave the address with a messenger that will give it to the police later?
Sure.
That way they'll show up after we've been there for a little
Sure.
while.
Come here,
Or if we
street urchin.
haven't.
I mean,
we're
Granted, we're
a messenger
more
service.
logistically
Come here,
mobile
street urchin.
than the LAPD anyway. I mean, we're going to be there in advance of them regardless, just because it'll take us less time to organize.
Yeah. Also, I
But-
mean, it's outside of LA city limits, so they have to call the state police, and then they have to get people there, and blah blah blah.
But I mean, if you want to put it on a
bother
time
with
delay,
warrants and legal procedure, which you
I mean,
guys-
it just looks shady to put it on a time delay.
Why?
It looks like we might be involved,
Yeah.
and we want to take care of our business.
You could have the messengers only send a message out if, you don't send them a message in 12 hours.
That is a really good idea.
So,
Okay, we'll do that
like,
version.
if we don't come back,
Right.
It
send
means
the
we don't
cops.
have backup per se, but
Right.
who cares if we're somewhat diaphanously implicating ourselves?
Right. So if we don't
If
call
we're
you
dead.
by tomorrow at blank, then
Call
you
the
should.
cops.
Yeah.
So the only person you can either have Sylvie do it or Manly Palmer Hall do it.
I vote not
Manly
Sylvie.
Palmer Hall.
Anyone but Sylvie. I reiterate my previous statement about Sylvie.
Manly.
Not treating
It's
Sylvie.
yeah.
I would lose major sanity.
You would all, no one would have a good day. You wouldn't, yeah, anyway.
I'm pretty sure Manly Palmer Hall's used to this kind of thing. So
He's a bit concerned, but yeah, he's willing to do that. So.
Could we leave a backup note with Mamatov?
You could if you wanted to.
Unless, of course, he's involved with the Scopsy. But that could work to our advantage,
honesty, and he
too.
was honest.
He was honest that he didn't know Alex.
Well, if he's a Scopsy, he's going to know Alex.
considering he's the high priest.
Unless they have, masks during their ritual.
They don't have masks. The masks are next.
You can't have too many
These
masks.
masks are next. So get out.
We're not doing masks yet.
Yeah.
So we
Okay.
leave it with the messenger to call
We
the
did man
cops
switch.
tomorrow.
All right. So you're going to a remote area that's Forston Hills. There's not going to be. Let's see here. Just to give you a brief description of what it sounds like. It is a hilly forested area with little development, 2 hours drive. It's a cabin. So there's not going to be anybody around. The county records recorded that there's going to be a cabin, a single-story cabin, plus a basement, and that's it. There's no electricity, no plumbing. So you, I'll be right back. You guys can figure out your what.
I have a question. Basement. Looking at the geomap, we know the location of any caves in the area.
No.
Can we rest?
Thought Charles
before we
Dexter
go?
Wardish.
You could rest. You could do a partial rest for a few hours. I'd say right now it's early evening. The police are showing up at Desmond's house with a search warrant. They'll probably have an APB out for him pretty soon. Of course, that assumes a cop sees him, which
Is unlikely to happen out in
Right.
the hinterland.
Yes, especially if he is hiding in someone's house or cabin. You could rest all night and go in the morning and have a full.
Well, but
athletics
we
book.
delayed the message by 12 hours. So
Well, I mean, you could time it to 12 hours after you
Yeah.
leave, whenever that
We could
is.
give the notice that's when we leave town. We just wrote it.
On
We
your
could
way
we
out.
could set up the dead man's only when we're leaving.
Yeah. Make the call before you leave.
Okay.
The detective agency. So you can get another full night of sleep if you want. You can go out into town with Sylvie. Get her, maybe get her real drunk so that she'll be hungover the next day and won't even
Not wanna do anything.
not want to do anything. If that's what you want to do. Of course, that gives them another night to do whatever he's going to do. So while you're thinking about that and how you're going to approach it, you only have one car right now, but you can rent another car, get another car if you want. You also have the weapons that you have right now, but you can think about if you want to bring more
I also
weapons.
vote we get the extra insurance on the rental car.
So yeah, so I'll be right back. You guys can.
Is that even a thing in the 20s?
Actually, yes.
I just don't have.
I'm pretty sure there are a lot
As
more
much
car rental agencies
stuff.
that are,
They did have forms of
Yeah, I'm
insurance
no
on
longer
And I
rentals.
don't
Well,
have
sure.
shadowing.
In fact, that was
My
probably your
concealed
only option for insurance.
Okay.
Is everyone's points? Do they feel like they're high enough?
Well, there's other than
Going in
psychoanalysis, they're as high as they're going to go on me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty good. I'm down 3 on sense trouble.
Okay. I
If
still
we
have a lot of
wanted-
sense of trouble.
If we wanted to go short,
Also, bear in mind, I do have the extra 5-point pool against anybody that is a confirmed Scopsy.
True.
Wait, are
That's-
these guys confirmed Scots?
I'm guessing
feeling
we're going
like
to run into some
Alex is-
Scopsy
Okay,
at
so
the,
we-
at the
either
cabin.
that or this could be that there's not even like a full cell, This could just be, Alex
two of
and
them.
Miles
Okay.
and the girl that we
Just-
haven't met up with yet. And,
Clara?
Oswald's got other things going on. Dag. So, cabin.
Short rest.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see what Ross will give us back on that. Okay,
I guess
so
we
we
decide, do we want to go
I
during the
feel like
day
we
or
need
at night?
guns.
we have
We have guns.
What do we have?
considerable
A
amount.
sawed-off
I have a
shotgun.
That's
long arm
right.
weapon.
Each of us has a pistol.
I have a thing.
Right, you had the sawed off. I have the gangster vest. You have the sniper.
That's right.
essentially.
And
You
you
took
have
the
the
tools.
top.
Hunting rifle with a scope.
Yeah.
We each had another
A handgun.
long arm.
I wrote down long arm weapon. I
No,
don't know.
we-
Oh,
We
we have
had-
rifles from the office, handguns from before,
And the
sawed-off
special
shotgun,
stuff.
special stuff.
Yeah.
Handguns are revolvers, I think.
Yeah, they were
not
Smith and
pistols?
Wessons.
Well, not automatic pistols.
Yeah.
You could get an automatic pistol with a credit rating.
Meh.
Nah, it's not
We
worth
need to
it.
save that credit rating for other stuff.
All right.
And to be honest, it's not like the bullets are going to do anything.
Actually, maybe let's
they're
keep
useful
this,
against people. I mean,
Let's keep this simple. Let's just make some Molotovs.
I like it, and I have
you
explosives
can't make
Yeah.
Molotovs.
I
and
mean,
lots
no-
of whiskey.
Yeah.
or gasoline.
That'll work too.
Yeah.
Gasoline's probably easier, cheaper than whiskey at this point.
Very true, actually. And we are in LA, so There are some oil fields close by.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
could just go pick stuff up.
Yeah. So you can go to the filling station, get some. All right. So just write down what you're going to have, I guess, or if you're getting. So aside from Molotovs, are you all taking one car, or are you taking 2 cars?
I think we should rent a car and leave it a couple of miles away.
Okay. All right. So you're taking 2 cars. The 2 of you are. So Molotovs, you're all bringing all the guns that you have.
Scrap of paper with the symbol drawn on it.
The elder sign, okay.
Oh, we should get some agricultural lime.
Yes.
Let's see here. So you're making a new elder sign, are you?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
It has. There is a cost to using it.
It far outweighs the cost of not using it.
Yeah. Let's see here. Well, there's 2 ways you can do it. One, you can put it in a permanent object, which, or you can put it on paper, which would obviously be temporary because it's paper. Yes. So let's see here.
Spelling it right.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
All right, you have to make in order to cast a spell, you must make a stability test. If you fail it, you cannot cast it, and you lose the stability either way. So if it's only successful if you make the amounts. You can cast spells and spend stability to guarantee you succeed.
This is not
So what exactly do you need?
So basically, you need to make a stability test. The difficulty I keep hidden, and if you succeed, you lose additional stability, or you lose a certain amount of stability successfully casted. So first you have to roll d6. You can spend stability points to make it. You need at least a certain number on a d6 in order to cast it. And if you succeed, you lose more stability. But if you fail, you just lost whatever you spent on the test. But if you succeed, it actually happens. So, I'm sorry, it's confusing.
So if I fail, I don't lose anything.
If you don't spend anything on your test,
You don't lose anything. I'm not seeing
Regardless,
it.
you lose whatever you spend.
Yeah.
If you fail, you don't lose any more. If you succeed, you do lose more, but you got the thing.
yeah. So, and I'll just say to keep you from just casting it over, trying it again and again and again until it works, you will have to spend at least 1 to cast it, actually, to try it. So you'll be spending 1 to make your stability test.
And then that doesn't add to the roll, though.
That will add to the roll.
Oh, okay. Then I'll spend...
He's saying you have to spend 1 to even succeed.
To try it, yeah.
Okay. Then I will spend the 1 to give it a
Okay.
shot.
All right,
That's
with
a
it
4.
4, that succeeds.
Thank you.
You lose another one.
So I'm at 5. I am drawing
An
this.
elder sign. Well, it's not even. It's an elder sign. It's a protective incantation that is supposed to have some sort of protective effect against the forces of the black goat.
Okay.
So he
Is
learned.
this a literal black goat, or is this...
No, not even close.
It's a black goat of the woods. I'll show you a picture or some drawings of it when we're done. It's the other name is Shub-Nigroth. It's one of the great old ones, like equal in terms of power to Cthulhu.
Okay.
It's a bad deity.
Okay.
Should maybe not.
Yeah.
So I've got the thing.
You got it on paper. Yes.
Yep. Okay.
It is fragile.
Amazing.
Paper.
Okay, so we have
I'll
Molotov
just get some wine.
cocktails, we have agricultural
Or tea.
lime,
Yeah.
shovels.
Okay. Shovels. All right. Digging some graves. All right. Yeah.
Well,
You never know.
Police, find the cabin 2 weeks later and be like, well, I guess Alex must have killed all those people. Yeah. He killed himself with a shotgun. We don't know where the shotgun went. And then he buried himself. Yeah. Clever Russian.
what? No, what? Do you think we were going to bury anyone anywhere close to that cabin?
Oh, okay.
Please.
Fair enough.
That dip's still in there.
So, are you leaving that night, or are you going to get a full night of sleep?
I think we were gonna rest short, weren't we?
Okay, so you get a quarter of any pools that you spent that are physical. So your stealth, you get a fourth, or fourth of that back. So 1 or 2 points at least. At least 1 point.
One.
For shadowing, stealth.
Anything on build for disguise?
Yeah, Pills from Disguise too. A fourth of your pool back.
Is preparedness too?
I'd allow preparedness because you're rearming and re-equipping.
That's not a goat.
Let me see. Which picture is it?
That one.
Oh yeah.
Which image are you using?
It looks like a root monster. Or like a...
Well, okay.
What you-
Just to keep things in perspective, it, trees, people.
It's big.
Yes.
There's actually a real animal that looks like that. It's a type of sister.
Yeah.
That figures.
There is very nasty stuff. So, do you have the card? All right. So you're leaving at the break of dawn, basically.
This is very
All right. So you drive off. There's no need for driving checks. He is.
Charlie?
Anna's driving one car. Are you
correct,
driving?
yes.
You driving the other one?
Why would I drive?
I thought you had driving.
I do.
No.
Oh, Bill's
Why do we have
I'm the
cars?
blush of a
One
priest, so why would
Plus
I
one
drive?
likes?
Yeah.
That's a good reason.
The cars are not quite as reliable as they are now. I mean, 1920s cars are. So you drive out. You get within a few miles of the place, far enough away that your car will not be heard by anyone at the cabin. But you can continue. You can just drive up to it. You could get out on foot, ditch both cars, or put cars in different locations to pull off the
Yes.
side.
We're definitely
Okay.
putting them in different locations.
Close together, really far apart, or
Down the road and a little
Reasonable,
more
but not too close.
So about a mile apart.
Yes.
okay. So you all know. I assume you all coordinate with each other so that you know where both cars. All of you know where both cars are. The keys are on you or in the cars.
Honest.
How many copies of the keys do we have? Just one?
Just one. 1920s. Or you could make a preparedness check to have back up. No. Now with the 3.
I'll spend one. And 4.
All right. You have one copy of one key.
Okay. That will also go in my box.
So you still have the mirror on you.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna sneak up on the cabin, I assume, armed to the teeth.
I have explosives, so should I be the one carrying the Molotovs?
Yes.
Okay. If you could have like a crate worth of them if you just carry them both hands. And
I was thinking like strapping them across myself in a
you
sort of...
really don't want to strap them.
That's a horrible idea.
Yeah, you really want to keep them in a separate thing.
It was a joke.
So are you going to two-handed carry, like you could have 6 bottles. Like there's 6 wine bottles that you've made into it. Yeah, so you have 6 Molotovs. You continue on. So yeah, somebody needs to give me, this was a group stealth test, so one person rolls, but everyone can contribute stealth to this roll.
I'll contribute stuff.
I'll contribute one.
I'll roll and I'll spin 2.
So that's 1, 1, 2, 4 points.
I got nothing to give.
All right.
Errand it.
Charlie, let's get away from
9.
9.
There it is.
We are stealthy.
All right. Yeah, with the 9, you are the 9, even though it is morning.
Strange that.
You come within sight. There is this. The tree line's about 50 feet away from the cabin. They've cleared out some ground around it. It's a new cabin, single story. It's a rich brown in color with small windows and peaked roofs in the style of Russian rural cabins. Cabin is framed on three sides by forest, and about 100 yards into the trees, directly behind the cabin, is a rectangularly poured concrete altar that you find. You recognize it for what kind of altar it is. It is clearly there are bloodstains on it. Very not entirely recent bloodstains, but clearly this is an altar meant for the worship of the black goat. So there's that. There it is a small cabin. There's no activity. So again, you're about 100 feet away from it. You're at the tree line, I guess. There's no electricity. There's no running water. So there's an outhouse by the tree line. There's a manual. You don't see a pump, but there could be a pump in the building itself for water. So how are you going to approach it? You don't hear anything obvious. You have to get closer to make a sense trouble check to figure out if anyone's there or where they are. Oh, actually, there is a car parked by it. It is covered in dirt. It is a sports car of some sort.
Covered in dirt, like driven quickly down a dirt road.
Yes.
Dirt? Okay.
So there's somebody here.
Yeah,
Probably Miles.
probably.
Probably.
If only we had gotten a description of his car from his neighbor.
Yeah.
Rich.
Well, you can sneak up on the cabin. There's the windows, the shutters are open, but you don't see any movement from your position. But you're pretty far away right now.
Mm-hmm.
You're within sight of it, but you're not super close to it. So, how do you want to tackle this? Do you just want to storm it? Do you want to sneak up one by one? Do you want to just start throwing the Molotovs now?
No, that's it.
I'd like
Much
to
as I'd like
sense trouble.
to,
The what?
Can I do a sense trouble?
that
You have to get closer before you can figure out. Right now, you've got a good position on everything, but you're just
Is there like shrubs near the house?
no. It's been cleared up to about 50 feet.
oh, of course.
You should go ahead and set up in this position.
Yes.
Doesn't she have a
Because
scope?
she
Can you do
does.
anything better with the scope?
Oh yeah, with the scope.
So I look through the scope and see.
Yeah, you
Stability check. No.
can give me a sense trouble check
Okay.
with the scope
I will add.
because she can see into the windows.
Sure.
I will add 2.
Okay.
So 1, 3.
3. You're pretty sure no one's on the. Well, you can't see the entire building.
Here, can I have a look?
Sure.
All right.
See what you can see.
I'll spend 3,
Okay.
which gives me 9.
All right. There is no one on the first story of the cabin. There is a. It has basically one of those walk-in entrances that you access from outside to go down into the basement. So it's just a dugout basement. So if Miles is here, he's not in the first floor. So of course the basement is no windows. It is ground. So you have to throw open the door.
Sure.
And throw in a Molotov.
Let's not start with
Just
that.
look for the ventilation door.
So, okay. You should stay here and cover the front door.
Got it. With
And
my sniper
then
rifle.
we should split everybody else up.
Store door. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and since there are 2 possible entrances, the front door,
The front door goes to the first story. The only way in or out of the basement is the storm doors.
storm doors plural.
Well, the ones you walk in, like you throw them open and you walk down.
Oh, the cellar.
Yeah, cellar
Okay,
for the basement. Yeah.
sure. But still, we need to cover it. So, I've got the gangster vest, which will make me at least somewhat more survivable. So I'll go alone. If you guys want to work together,
Well, but I have the Molotovs in the specialty. So if you're covering the back door, where we think they are,
Well, don't we think they're in the basement?
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
we know they're not on the first floor.
Right.
So I'm not even suggesting per se that I go to the basement door. I'm just saying team split.
Oh,
Since
okay. I
I'm
thought you were
higher
saying
on
that you would cover the
survivability.
one door.
I'm open to suggestions about which door is better. I'm just saying let's go 2 and 1.
Well,
two people can look, see what kind of clues or things are in the first story. If they're stealthy enough, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, there's like a wooden door that you could hear through.
If you get close enough to it.
Okay.
It is all wood, yeah, except from the
which
concrete
means it'd be
foundation.
creaky if you open it too.
It is new, but yes, if you would have to make stealth checks to move around.
Well, you might be able to hear voices inside.
You could, if you stealth up close enough to the building, you could probably hear without even getting inside, depending on how loud they are.
Okay.
Can we double check the geomap real fast to see if there's any useful features in this area?
Well, I mean, you're on it. There is a hill nearby that you can see. One that would make a distant shot. Like if you had a sniper up there, like Melissa, she could watch the road approaching to the cabin and provide cover fire into the cabin. It would be a difficult shot either way, but you could surveil 2 areas at once.
Which I should not do because I don't have a lot of points.
Yeah, well, that's up to you. Depending on what kind of shot you want to make. You could at least keep their heads down. In terms of other features, there are no caves nearby, if that's what you're thinking of. But what kind of other features were you looking for?
Geological soft spots, anything like that?
This is not that detailed of a map. It's more one of those geographic surveys, one quadrangle, I think they're called. The surveying office does. It would note caves, but it does. This is not. So you are quite isolated from the rest of the place. Any gunshots are probably not going to be heard.
So,
Anything outside of mass dynamite.
sure. I mean, on the other, yeah, like if you don't mind running, so you can cover the cellar doors. Then, since you're armed,
I do have a
better
lighter,
for
right?
it. Huh?
I do have a lighter, right?
It comes with the Molotovs.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a kit.
Yeah.
Whereas I think we're probably better at stealthing. We can move into the first floor, and case things, and then on. Okay.
Anybody want my hand pistol? I mean, revolver, so you can two-fist it if you have to?
My firearms isn't high enough to make hay out of that. Anne, are you at least at 5?
I have an 8.
All right then.
You get my extra gun. I have the sawed-off shotgun and the Molotov.
Okay.
Okay.
Kind of leaving yourself without a holdout, but oh well.
You can
Okay.
run back to me.
Yeah. And yeah, if things go pear-shaped, the word for let slip the dogs of war is pineapple.
All right. So
Very hospitable.
let's see here. All right. So just to give you an idea. Let's see. Road, forest on 3 sides, cellar door. You guys are here, about 50 feet away. Cars there, first story of the building. So you can just make a beeline to the cellar door. Front door is obviously this way. Opposite.
So as long as there's a clear line, well, but there's not. There's 4.
Are there windows on the
Yeah, on 3
back?
sides. The road is up on the other.
Well,
Are there windows on the back of the house so that they'd see our approach from behind?
nobody's in the first floor.
Nobody's on the first floor. You can see through the windows with the scope, and there's no movement, and there's nothing there. Unless somebody's lying under the bed in the bedroom. That's about the only area you can't see.
Okay. What about the surrounding woods? Have we sort of scoped that out?
Yeah, you found the altar to the Black Goat.
I know, but
That's about it.
possibility of... Okay.
It's very isolated. There's nothing else that you can notice. I
We
mean,
haven't
you made,
flushed anybody out there.
yeah,
Okay.
you haven't flushed out anybody there.
Okay.
Into the cellar.
Well, we're not going in through the cellar. The cellar's our choke point. Although,
Or we could use it as our smoke out point.
yeah, I'm thinking.
And so I could burn and they'd go
Right,
out
and
the
they'd go
other
up.
door.
I will say
Well,
with a 1
gonna have
point,
to
with
come
0 point
upstairs.
library spell, if you start using Molotov cocktails, you can destroy evidence or clues. And with 0 point Cthulhu Mythos, you do remember that the artifact that you're looking for that can destroy the mirror may not be indestructible itself.
So let's not start with that. Sawed off though. That's pretty great. Besides, Let's see. The choke point, they're going to be coming up either way. Presumably. I mean,
Yeah, it appears that the basement is the cellar storm doors are the only way in or out of the basement.
unless there's
door.
stairs from the main floor down.
You don't see any from where you are. There might be, but it doesn't look like it.
All right. So, essentially, if you're just standing watch on the basement, we can explore the main floor, get out of there, and then they're pinned, basically.
So where is the altar in relation to the cellar door? Is it behind me?
Yes, altar. I'll just put a big.
Okay. And where is
Sorry, it's
Melissa?
upside down, but it's behind you. So
She's got to be
I'm on the
up here.
wood
On the
line.
front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're all like you could be at any point in the woods. So
Okay.
woods being this area right here.
Well, we can get on
Until
one
you
side
break
or
the
other
tree
and
line, you don't
eventually-
have to make a stealth test.
Well, I'm gonna circle around and be in the woods, pointing towards the cellar.
Well, yeah, okay. Because we know, unless there's just a surprise, there's nobody on the top floor.
Alright. So
Okay. Well, yeah, if you just kind of want to stand guard on the cellar until we get back from searching the top, sounds like a plan. If things get weird, start with the shotgun. Let's have the Molotovs as a backup.
Aww.
Evidence.
Don't worry. You'll
Okay.
get to use one eventually.
So, I guess we need to make stealth tests. Is that a group
all right.
stealth? Or...
If you're all going together. If anybody
Well,
like
you and Anne are going.
yeah, every test like if you go, you can take other people with you with your stealth. You have to
Okay,
be
so basically, if I am a courier for Sean
yeah,
and take him to here on my stealth test,
Yeah.
and leave him here,
yeah,
Anne and I can split.
yeah.
After
and then,
that,
but
okay.
then once you split, you would each have to make a stealth test. If you're not together,
Right.
You,
Unless we, run together. The most important thing being we can cover Sean.
yeah.
I think we can both handle ourselves as
Okay.
far as it goes after that. So I'll spin 2 for the group stealth.
All right. So this is to get all three of you
Yeah.
to the cellar door.
Uh huh.
All right. Give me the roll.
I
it's a
have
group.
1 point for stealth left.
Oh,
Do you want me
okay.
to spend it now or what?
No, I'll spin 1 more,
All right. Go.
which will give us 6.
All right. At this point, you all three can make some trouble checks. When you're hovering, you're crouched by the cellar door in the early morning.
I'll spend 2.
So will I.
What's the group sense?
That'd be a 5.
This is individual, so since trouble. Since trouble, sorry.
5.
All right. With a 5, you can hear a man shouting in there, laughing. He's having a great time. You can also hear the sound of a projector, like a whirring mechanical. And you got the sound of what the man's laughing or shouting about is you can't make it out, but he sounds quite happy. Ecstatic, laughing, triumphantly shouting, that kind of thing. But you can also, even in the silence, you can definitely hear a projector running.
Can we tell if it's a Russian accent or an American accent?
Not here. It's distorted. I mean, like you're hearing it through the wood, and so you would if you cracked open the door, you could hear it much more clearly.
That sounds like a bait.
I don't know. So the three of you look at each other. I assume so. You're going to stay by the door. Is the plan? So Sean doesn't have to make any more tests. He can just sit there listening. But Bill and Anne, if they're splitting up, can give me a stealth testies as they circle the building on opposite sides.
Okay, you're on your own.
All right,
for
I'll
this
do
one.
1.
All right.
5.
Also 5.
All right. You don't hear any detection or any difference. You do hear one word, Sean. Again! And then the projector stops and then starts up again. Yeah. So you don't know much. You don't have photography, do you?
Ah, damn it. I do.
All right. Actually, since you were at this cellar, you can make a photography spin.
Okay.
He is using that's a hand cranked projector. So Yeah.
All right.
Which you whisper to each other, and Sean, you realize. So someone's yelling. So there's got to be 2 people in there, at minimum. One running the projector and one enjoying the film. It doesn't sound because he's if it was one person watching the projector, he wouldn't be yelling again. He would just crank it up again. Like, it makes no sense otherwise. So
Unless he's just crazy.
yeah, no, clearly that's that. So the 2 of you both get around to the front of the building, and since you're going around the car, you can look in on the car, and you can see the bloodstained clothing on his back seat. You also see a knife covered in blood. Looks like he kind of threw his clothes off in the car and then hasn't gone out to fetch them yet. So Bill, you get to the front door, and you can mess around the car if you want, or you can just go to the front door.
I'll go to the doors.
All right, so the 2 of you are at the front door. It's unlocked.
Okay.
So if now you're both as a group again, so you can make if you split off again to explore separate parts of the room, that would be 2 stealth tests again, or you could.
Let's stick together, like someone searching, somebody covering.
Okay.
That sounds good.
All right, give me a stealth test.
Okay. I have 1 point left, and I will use it. It's a group stealth since we're together.
Okay.
I'll get to.
Oh, well, me. 7.
All right.
Stealthy.
You are like the knight. You avoid setting off. You're very gingerly testing each piece of lumber before you step on it to avoid even a slight. Yeah. You can definitely hear a man yelling. It's in English. It's like, again, at this time, though, you 2 can hear someone screaming in pain, though, as his cat. Well, actually, no. Sorry, you wouldn't. Never mind. You do hear a man yelling. Sorry, I forgot one element of this thing. He's yelling and enjoying himself. Yeah. So you can't.
They do hear someone screaming in pain?
No, they do not. Sorry. They do not. I forgot one element of this thing.
It's apparently a scream of ecstasy now.
No, it's a man. He's yelling. He's he's screaming. I bet you like this, huh? Would you like this, you damn Bolshevik? Then he's yelling. Then he yells out, "No, change it. The woman in the house. Yeah. Let's try that again. Yeah." That's what he's yelling.
Kinky.
What did he say in the
The
house?
woman in the house. Anyways, so that's not good. That's creepy.
Okay.
So the 2 of you start looking off. There is an area off to the living room that you're near. You can see that there are some ritual items there. They mimic the ritual items of the Russian Orthodox Church. There's a cup, a pair of knives, a cloth stole worn around the neck. They are made of precious materials, gold, jewels, silver, thread, and so on. They look quite old. All these items include the golden haloed female figure, although she has a variety of forms and poses.
Like you do.
The knives seem to have dried blood on them as well. So you see those items. So that's by searching the exterior rooms. You'll need to make another stealth test to get into the bedroom, which you can see more clearly now, because that seems to be where you'd be right above where the voice is yelling from. There's just whooping and yelling. Just like, let's get whoever's down there is having a great time.
Well, I think we're both out of stealth, so this is the moment of truth. Come on, dice rolling skills. Don't fail me. Wait. Can I have some...
5 points?
Do you have stealth?
No.
Oh,
we
yeah.
have the pool.
Yeah.
We know they'd be scopsy.
You can use that if you want.
I'm
We'd
gonna
definitely be
spend...
sure they'd be scopsy.
I'm gonna spend 2.
Okay.
Are we sure we want to spend 2?
Well...
Yes, because you have diddly squat left.
Right. which will make it 6.
All right, good. That was probably good idea.
See?
So the bedroom is rather plain, but you do notice underneath the bed itself, which is why you couldn't see it with the scope, there is a trap door. If you could move the bed, you could open up the trap door.
You can move the bed silently and open up the trap door.
You could actually. You could lift it up and put a piece of cloth under it. This is new wood, and then scoot it across.
Sliders.
Yeah,
Fair point.
that would be an athletics test.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
I know a mental image of Tiny Ann lifting a queen-size bed.
That's fine, I got it.
I'll do 3 points.
Yoink.
All right.
That's fine. I've got it.
So 9.
Yeah. No.
I've definitely got this.
Hulk smash, beauty bed.
She-Hulk, man. So
Mighty
you
Mouse.
move the bed out. You slide the bed out of the way, silent as a mouse. It's a relatively light bed. It's very sparse. It's actually a fairly Spartan cabin. It's aside from the religious icon. So you have a door to the. You can peek in through the trap door, if you want.
Yes, let's.
All right.
Sure.
All right.
This can't go horribly, right?
Both of you give me stability test.
Roll, baby. Remember, you can add if you desperately want to.
Nah,
I kind of want stability. 3.
I fail.
All right. You both lose 5 stability.
Should have
Wow.
added
Whoa.
1.
Well, actually, let me look at this. Let me double check. It might be 3.
All it would have taken is 1.
It's fine. It's fine.
Hindsight 2020.
Yeah.
And kind of neurotic and annoying.
Here we go. I will count this actually as 4.
Okay.
What would it have been had they succeeded?
Nothing. It's all or nothing in this. So what you see as you're looking at him, you see Miles Desmond, who you recognize.
Wait, was he Miles Desmond?
Yes, he's the one who is yelling. But it's what he's doing that is so terrifying.
I'm looking into the basement.
Yes, you're right above the basement, through the trapdoor, looking down
Like,
on him.
is the hole in the ceiling of the basement?
Yeah.
Yeah. Trapdoor goes from the first floor to the basement.
Okay.
Flip it up, pull it back. There he is, right below you, and he is stabbing a woman to death. But this woman is dressed as a Russian peasant woman. But here's the thing: she is completely black and white, and she is not making a sound. In fact, Desmond's yelling is the only sound you hear. The knife goes into her. That it is silent. In fact, there's a slight flickering to the black and white woman, and it seems like you're not looking down into a basement. You were looking into a house, a simple Russian house that is black and white. Everything around him is black and white. The only sound you can hear aside from him yelling is the projector, which is cranked somewhere, to the side where you can't see without looking down there. But he is, as your mind tries to correlate the unrealness, yet the realness of the woman in the house is your brain is trying to make it fit, and it's not quite fitting. Are either you at 0 or lower stability?
Nope.
All right. So it is quite shocking, but you are still not freaked out yet.
All right. So we have a pretty impressive angle, and I'm still not certain. Yeah, we'll get there.
So can we see the projector?
No, you would have to stick your head in.
Okay, we can only see Miles Desmond.
Not from you're looking above the
Yeah.
trapdoor. You have to look like side view is. Let's see, you're at the trapdoor.
Or
So like you're looking from this is the side view. So like you're right here. There's Desmond. The projector you can tell somewhere back there, but you can't see it. Your angle of view is this right directly below him. So you would have to peek in around the side in order to see the projector.
So does this scene look like a hologram then?
Your character doesn't know what a hologram is. It looks like a black and white film as though it were real.
but what's it? Yeah, what's it
so-
projecting on?
It is projecting around.
Yeah.
It is 3-dimensional. It is occupying space and time. The woman is real. He is holding her, and he is killing her. quite violently.
And does she seem to be reacting to being stabbed?
Yes.
Just without speaking?
Yes. Well, she is saying something. Her mouth is, is
But
blood.
it's not a talkie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, she is moving her lips. You can see blood coming out of her mouth. It is. She, in fact, looks up and sees you because she's looking up and she's gasping for help.
Okay.
So that is also part of the reason why you took forced ability from this.
Right.
Okay.
So, yeah. Unless anyone wants to object, with that in mind, I'm pretty much going to pull out the pistol and,
A rational reaction.
yeah. Pineapple!
All right.
Kick in the door, shotgun cocked.
All right. So you yell pineapple as your
Uh-huh.
action. So you'll be able to shoot immediately.
Actually, can I just shoot the door? How thick is the wood?
Why would you just
you
open
can't shoot the door. You can't shoot.
Because if somebody's behind it, then...
Well, you don't know the
Sawed-off
dimensions of the
shotgun.
cabin. You don't know if he's right behind the door. The
Right.
projection is right behind the door.
And you might also hit the projector.
True.
All right, so we'll do this.
Kick the
This is
door.
combat. So so you get to yell for free, and you get to make your shot.
Okay.
So you will still, because you still need to roll the hit.
I'm going to ditch all 3 of my firearms points.
Okay. You're using a standard pistol, which let's look again how much damage it is. Caleb was so nice when you put these little bookmarks in here.
It's true.
Yeah, because I would never do that. 'Cause I'm lazy. This is for damage.
Horrible monster.
I am. I really am. Actually, wait. I think I know what to picture from. Yeah, light firearms plus 0, so it does a d6 damage. So,
Okay.
I'll give you +1 to hit because you're ambushing him.
I still want to do it and do it right. Do I get anything for rolling a 10?
An 11.
I'll just say you can do max damage. You do 6 points.
Okay.
You will not kill him because he is a named character who is not supposed to do. But he is heavily wounded as he is shot. As you shoot him in the collarbone, basically. And
Give that 2 hours, he'll be dead.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, in 2 hours. Yeah, you got to last that long.
But fortunately, Anne's up there as well.
Yeah, so Anne, you
she's
get to
an even
act.
better
And I'm
shot
coming
than
in
I am.
from the back
I'm
door.
also going to shoot him, and I will use 3 points.
Okay,
So, nothing.
that will definitely hit. And roll a d6 for damage. You can reroll 1, 4. All right, that will kill him though.
Here's the eyeball.
With 2 bullets, you shoot him in the other. You shoot him in the heart, from straight down, which is really impressive. But he collapses. He is quite shocked. So
much for questions.
you can act next, Sean.
There's
Okay.
another guy down there.
Well, I've kicked in the door.
Oh well,
Right.
that will be your action. Are you going to kick in or are you going to shoot the door? We're doing this is
Kick.
right after he yells. So.
I'm guessing I kick.
All right, that's fine.
I'll
You can
check.
shoot the door, or you okay. Give me an athletics test to not kick the door in.
I will spend 4.
All right, you really want to kick out the door?
Cue door.
I want splinters to fly.
All right.
And take somebody's eyes out. That'll be a 6. So I'm glad.
All right,
I
you
spent
kick
4.
it down. All right, so that is your turn. You kick the door. It's dark down there, but you see a flickering light ahead of you. You can't quite make it out yet. You have to rush in. So
We
you
are
see,
assuming that this is the same place.
yeah, no, it is. It is. Actually, no,
good.
you do see a house. Actually, no, you would see the house. Yeah, give me a stability check.
Oh, crap.
You see a black and white house in a basement.
I will spend 1 stability.
All right.
So,
Yep.
Nice. Nicely done. Way to roll dice.
All right. I mean, you didn't see the woman being killed because that's in the center of that, not on the side. Just so you know,
Oh.
there's a thing down there. The thing's in the center. So, yeah, it's just a small little house. So, anyways, Melissa, you hear pineapple. I guess you're just watching. Are you going to move up?
I'm gonna run up there.
All right. Are you running to the cellar, or are you going to run around to the front?
I'm gonna run to the cellar.
All right. So you
Back
spend
up
this
Sean.
round catching up to Sean.
Yes.
It's like 50 feet. It's another take back.
do I still have the Molotovs with me?
I would say you. I mean, you wouldn't have them in hand because you're carrying a sawed off. So you probably you set the crate down somewhere. I would probably say probably by
Close to the
probably
door.
by Melissa.
I'll bring the crate with me.
Please do.
If you bring the whole crate,
You could just you have the rifle in hand right now, so you could shoulder it and grab it and do one round. All right.
okay.
So she's carrying up a crate full of Molotovs.
Just in case we need them.
That's right.
Just in case.
Preparedness.
All right. This will be fun.
Rah rah kaboom, yay.
All right. So next round, the person with the highest pool will act first.
Hi.
What's your highest pool?
I have sense trouble base at 8.
8.
So,
Okay.
I have psychoanalysis at 10, but I'm guessing that doesn't mean a thing.
well, normally it's what pool you're using, right?
Yeah, it's what pool you're using.
But
so
I
if you're
get-
better at shooting, you get to go faster.
But since I have sense trouble at cherry range, I get to be twitchy.
Let's see here. All right, so he is. So you said 8.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, he is going to. I'm covering this on a fly. I should have done this earlier. Where are the cultists? Cultist is going to. Oh, there.
Cultist.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he totally looks like a cultist too. He is going to
So no
hide. In the darkness. The projector shuts off. It's pitch black in the cellar. Your eyes are dark, or your eyes were just at the light, so it's pitch black down there. So you hear nothing except for the projector shutting off. So you do not know where the guy is. He's somewhere in that basement. But
Okay.
what are you going to do?
I'm going to spend 3 points of preparedness to see if I did bring a flashlight this time.
All right, make that roll.
Next time, I really just need to bring an effing flashlight.
Don't roll a 1.
It's a mystery.
Yeah, no, you didn't roll a 1.
All right.
All right, so you get it out this round, and you shine it straight down. He's not directly below you. You just see Miles is rapidly bleeding out corpse. You know?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, so Anne, the room goes pitch black as the illusion or whatever that was. Yeah, Michael illusions. Michael, I need some help. So. He fishes out the flashlight, shines it down there. You don't see that, so you can jump down if you want, or what do you want to do?
I think they just turn down into a black room.
It's a good choice.
Fair enough. You can make a preparedness check, take out your own flashlight.
Alright, I'll do that.
All right.
And I'll use.
I know how to light it up nice and pretty.
So,
It's lit up for you. I mean, I'm spotlighting the place.
Yeah. You can make a check to see the cultist now that there's some light down there. So sorry, what'd you get?
I got a 5.
5 is enough. You have a flashlight too? All right, so you guys get your flashlights out this round. Sean, the door's open. You see the house disappears.
Do I see a person?
No, you do not. You have to go into the room to see anything. You go down the stairs to really look around too much. A few seconds later, a flashlight beam appears in the center of the room. You see Miles Desmond's corpse. You have to go in the room in order to make a sense trouble check to see where the cultist is.
Okay, I'll go in the room and do the sense trouble check and spend 2 on the sense trouble.
All right, this will be an opposed roll. He will
This
spend
is
2,
5.
and he got 6. So you go into the room.
Sad.
Here's what you do see. You see Miles Desmond's corpse holding a knife. You also see a projection, a hand-cranked film projector, and also a wardrobe and some other things. There's a couple of chairs. Looks like they had their own little movie theater down here. Only there was no screen. But that's when
This is not going to be good.
Do you have that elder sign on you, by the way?
I do.
All right.
That's probably going to be important.
You hear the chanting beside you, and you turn in time just to dimly see a man in a black robe, an old-looking man with just dressed in pure black. You can only see his pale, bald face. He gestures at you. You can make a point at the Cthulhu mythos, and
I gesture back with an appropriate finger.
well, no, he. Hi there. He tries to.
But you're wearing an occult Faraday cage.
Yeah.
He tries to
Cast a spell on you. You recognize that, and let's see.
the power of Christ compels you.
No, what happens is instead where is the paper on your person? Okay. Your shirt catches on fire. You take 1 point of damage. He looks very surprised as you're like, give me a stability check because you've just been set on fire somehow.
It's a 2.
That's not good.
You lose 1 point of stability. That's not what should happen. As you start frantically trying to put the fire out.
What did you do?
Anyway, so that was his turn and that was your turn. As you're basically, yeah. So Melissa, you watch Sean go down there. He looks around the corner,
I'm glad
and
I didn't
then
put it
he
in my
catches
back
on fire.
I see all of that.
You see that. You do not see the cultist.
On the plus side, the room is lit up much better now.
Yeah, you could if you could get to Sean's position, you'd be able to see the cultist.
Okay. So I will run up next to him.
All right, you see the cultist.
I have my gun up
I guess you drop the Molotovs back at the cellar door.
at the bottom of the steps.
Okay.
No.
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 Not with my shirt on.
No.
We have to run back out to get them?
Midway.
Yes.
Fine. No, I leave. Okay, fine. I have one in my pocket.
Okay.
No.
It's a wine bottle. It's like a
You
big...
don't want any of them down there with the fire.
We leave
One of them
outside.
midway up the steps, the rest of
I should have specified
No,
before I
you
had
don't
Sean set on
wanna-
fire. But that's fine.
You don't want to block the most
Okay,
reasonable
so we're
exit.
leaving a box
already
of
blocked if
Molotov
there's the door.
cocktails unattended at
Well, it
the
seems like you're at the
entryway
door,
to
it's
the
already
place where
blocked
we
the door.
are.
No.
It's already blocked, Bill. They're at the door.
Anyway, so you leave him. So you leave him
I do.
All
Yes,
right.
and I run in with my gun up.
and shoot the cultist.
I'm going to try to shoot the
All right,
cultist
make
once I...
a shooting test.
The problem is I don't have any firearms, but I have weapons.
Well, you could use weapons pool to hit him over the head like a club.
Okay.
Butt stroke him.
Yeah.
I'll use all 3.
All right.
7.
That will definitely hit him.
Excellent.
You'll do a d6 minus 1 damage with minimum 1 to using a club in that way.
I'm going to do 1 point.
All right, you hit him awkwardly.
Because he's tall.
He's made of stern stuff. He is. Starts cursing at you in Russian.
Is it my turn again yet?
It is a new round, so he has
I want to shoot something.
Shooting like hell.
Let's see here. He is going to take out a knife and stab Melissa and his weapon pool is 8.
How do
So
we break ties?
Oh, we should be using this stuff. We still have 3 points.
you could use that if you ranged weapons beat melee weapons. From your angle, you can if you get your head in. One of you can fit partially through the trapdoor and shoot one-handed, pointing a light. It's a trap door, or you can just drop down and shoot while you're prone, or you can try and drop out. You have to make athletics check to go through the trapdoor, land on your feet, and then shoot in the same round.
Can't do that.
Well, the thing is, my firearms isn't good, and I don't have athletics.
Then let Anne do it.
I was thinking that I'm probably gonna jump down as well, though. Just
If
on
she makes her
a-
test, then you can make your test. So
Sure.
Well, can we assume that we can help each other get down?
he could spend his round helping you get down.
Okay.
He'd
So
still be
Or
up on
you can
top.
But I
just make
can't-
your athletics.
You just basically you just jump through and land. If you make your test, you land feet first.
Can I? Is there any chance I could
If you
talk
fail,
you?
you slip on his corpse.
Is there any chance I could talk you into a scuffling test to essentially dive and spring?
If you're on the same level as him, but you're on the different floor. So
Okay, I meant dive,
Dive and-
roll.
no, that's definitely athletics.
That
It's
was
worth a
Yeah.
shot.
acrobatic.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's going to be stabbing in weapons 8. That's his rating.
I'm in trouble.
If you
What's your
lead
hit
with
threshold?
athletics
Is it
and
3 or
what
4?
are you? What's your
How do
pool?
I know that?
Like,
What's your
not
athletics?
left. What do you start
My
with?
athletics?
Yeah.
and
What's your max?
Right,
Is
but
it-
where do you
is your max?
start on athletics?
All right, then it's 3.
Okay.
Oh, so you'll act before him.
What's your pool?
10.
Yeah, you can jump in and shoot him before he has a chance to shoot him.
Wait,
so.
his pool is 8?
Yeah.
So I would act at the same time as him, my original pool.
Yeah.
Athletics.
Well, you're on fire, so you can get yourself out on fire this round.
Or you could choose to ignore that.
Yeah, or you can choose to ignore that. I'll do a d6 of damage to you.
How many damage do I have in me?
How many health do you have?
Oh, I have a lot. I have 11.
Yeah, it would be a stability. Well, you made your stability test, so every other round you have to make a stability
I've
test.
been on fire before.
Yeah. And it'll do more damage each round. So it'll do d6, and it'll do d6 plus 1, then a d6 plus 2. And next round you would have to make a stability. So yeah, you can ignore it this round and attack him.
I did just rush in, like, got the guy and had my gun to save you. So.
Yeah. He's focused on you now. You drew the aggression away from him.
Reasonably so.
Yeah. And you can make it, yeah, I mean, you can try, yeah. Anyway.
Well, and I get a turn before he stabs Melissa, right?
If your action is to get down there, you
I will
can do
make
that
my
first.
decision based off of what happens with
So
her.
first, if you want to get down there, land feet first, give me an athletics test.
Okay, I am going to add a 3.
Okay.
So I got 7.
You land feet first, like a cat. You deftly avoid stepping on the corpse.
Just like Conan. Everybody lands like a cat.
And you see him, and it is dimly lit, but there's enough light with your flashlight, which you have in one hand and your pistol in the other. So you can now you can shoot him because he will go, even though, yeah, because range weapons beat melee weapons.
Okay. I will do that and use 3.
All right, you need a 4 or better.
Okay.
4 will hit.
Roll damage.
Roll a 6.
So my hit threshold doesn't matter because he's a...
It's what, and he's trying to hit you.
Okay.
So like Melissa's is
5.
3. All right, you do 5 points of damage to him. He has gut shot. He turns, curses at you, but you're right next to him, so I will give him a penalty. Yeah.
Well, okay. So would diving still beat a melee attack, or
If you can make your athletics check, you can then make a scuffling test to intercept her. Intercept him. So-
I'm gonna spend 2 of the pool points.
We have 1 left.
Okay, to make an athletics at base,
Yep.
which will
Yep.
put me on 6.
Yep. Now you make a scuffling test to intercept him.
Sure. I'm gonna dump 4.
All right.
Good job. Do it, kill it.
So
Yeah.
9.
All right. So right after you, Bill jumps down right beside you, and then just launches himself at him and
I'm going
tackles
for a
him.
bar choke.
And launches himself and gets him in a bar choke. And gets
Don't
the
kick him in the nuts because
so the cultist
Sorry.
is grappled. So you saved the day. So the cultist is cursing. So
No, he's not.
oh yeah, well he's so Sean, you can put yourself on fire. I don't know. Put the
That's
fire
what
out.
would have happened
So,
if we had.
how do I
put
put
the
myself
Molotov
out?
Athletics test. Stop, drop, and roll.
Spend 2. It's a 5.
All right, you stop, drop, and roll. You're dirty, but you're not on fire.
And thank
anymore.
God the Molotov is not next to me.
I know, right?
That would have only been if you rolled a 1. Well, it would have been. Anyway, it would have been funny. But no, so you have the cultist. Cultist will make a spin 2 to try and break the hold. He gets a 6, so all of you can gang up on him and forcibly tie him up if you can beat... one of you roll, and then the rest of you can put scuffling in to tie him up if that's what you want to do. Or you could just choke him to death.
Not death.
Okay.
Gunshot will take care of that.
Well, yeah, no, he has been gut shot, so...
Probably need to question him.
Well, you need to
Because
make, you need to beat a scuffling test, or he will break loose. So he got a 6, so one of you needs...
I can put up to 2 points towards something.
Okay,
I'll
so you
put
grab
2
his
points.
feet, you grab his legs, and...
I'll take the roll.
Alright.
So 6.
Alright. Ties go to defender.
I'm defending since he's trying to break.
Yeah, I'll allow that. So between the two of you, you're able to hold him down.
Can we pour a Molotov in his wound?
If you want, you can go up.
I'm mad.
Yeah, you can
my
pour some
favorite
gasoline.
shirt.
Down here. We good?
Yeah, let's not bring the gasoline into this. For one, confined space, fumes, not good.
All right, so what you have him, he's cursing in Russian, then he turns into a sullen silence. He seems to not care about the pain. He is, So you secure the scene as it is. There's a large wardrobe filled with film canisters. There's a hand crank projector.
Are they labeled?
Yes. In Cyrillic. There's one that you can recognize.
Anybody have any languages left?
I have 3 extra languages, so I can do Russian.
All right. Well, there's one that you recognize even without Russian. That is Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. So there's one. Yeah.
Put that. No. Not. No. Just no. Not.
So
Not happening.
First off, what are you doing with the cultist?
Tying him up and gagging him.
And
All right.
poking his wound.
Is anybody
Setting him on
using
a
first
chair.
aid, or are you just going to let him bleed to death?
I'm not using first aid on him.
I'm
we can-
poking him with a
We
stick.
can worry about killing him later if that's how it goes.
Okay, fine.
For now, he might be able to tell us things.
I'll spend 1 point. Too bad for him. I rolled a 1.
Did you spend any?
Yeah, she did.
How many?
1.
You spent, so you got a 2.
Yes.
All right. You put some put some rags on it. He's fine.
I'll do a first aid roll too. I've got nothing to add, but
All right.
2.
Yeah, no, she did a great job.
More gauze.
Yeah, more gauze. Just stuff it in there.
That'll be good.
I have first aid.
Wow.
Do we really care? If we only bring it?
Yes.
Go ahead.
You're the only
Alright.
one that seems to care.
Only from a.
We do need to question him
Interrogating
since
him.
somebody blew
Yes.
miles
Alright,
away.
I'll give 2 for it. And I got a 5.
All
He
right.
was stabbing
no,
someone.
they didn't know any.
Where is she?
That is a good question.
Her home and wherever.
All right.
And if we.
Oh, there's my notepad. I was wondering where I put it.
So, the personal camera and projector look relatively normal at first glance. Both are hand cramped. Both are beaten and worn, have the appearance of being frequently patched, repaired, jury-rigged, and otherwise tended to. On closer inspection, something seems to be wrong with the projector. There is no lens for the film to be projected through. It is simply an enclosed box with 2 arms for the film reel and the take-up reel to be attached to. Both the camera and the projector require keys to open the case. Fortunately, you have the keys from the cultist, who I assume you opened them? Open up, look inside the camera and the projector, or not?
Yeah, we probably.
I suggest we
need to.
blow
Who
it up.
has photography?
I do.
I say
I
we
spent
blow it
my
up.
point, but.
But you still have it, so
Yeah.
go ahead and give me a stability test.
Okay.
I want to blow it up.
We'll spend
Can we
one.
blow it up?
Not
Let's
yet.
blow it up.
We probably need to use it to destroy the mirror.
Probably.
Maybe.
Like, I'm conjecturing that there's some film reel that we're going to have to show that will
Or
let
we
us
use
pick
this
up.
image of the crazy goat lady.
Yeah.
All right. You open them up, and fortunately, your mind is at this point able to handle the fact that these can't work. They're inoperable. Their internal mechanisms are nonsensical, in no way resemble normal camera and projector. This is like a cargo cult version of a camera. It is just, there's a lens on the exterior. It looks like a camera, but there's
There's not
no-
a lens on the exterior.
But
really.
there are symbols in there, carved into the wood case and onto pieces of metal.
What kind of symbols?
Symbols that resemble the language of the mirror.
What kind of symbols from the mirror?
With the same language, but in different.
Give me details, Ross.
Immerse us.
Yes, there is talking about the truth, the scene, and the way. Something. It would take you weeks to decode them, but yes. Sorry.
Take some rubbings, deal
Yeah.
with it later.
Okay.
But there are a number of
I'm going to
one-reel
remind
films
you wanted to smash it.
that you translate. Here are the titles of the films you can look at: Triumph, Betrayal, Boy on a Raft, The House of Four Dogs, Library Shelves, The Train, Nostalgia, 16 Doors, The Passion According to Andre, Objects in a Stream, The Drowned Cathedral, The Longing, Raining Indoors, The Woman in the House, Stalker, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, Mirror, The Violin, and The Room of Five Houses.
Okay, then.
You can screen them on, you only have Alex projector right here. So, yeah. What are you going to do?
Cultist?
Talk to the cultist? Well, you speak Russian now, so you can talk to the cultist if you want.
I don't know if they'll tell us much.
So, товарищ.
Yeah. I will speak none except the truth to those who worship those of the black goat. The black mother, she shall feast on your souls for this desecration.
In the middle of this long monologue, I jabbed the sawed-off shotgun into his wound. Okay, now, give us some Give him some straight answers, you blasted heretic.
I shall tell you only of your souls. You shall be down forever. You shall be consumed. You shall be... When the Black Mother shall be here, and she will consume us all. And it will be great. In 1 year's time, the great gate shall be opened.
Jab him again.
Ah! You're evil.
I jab him again.
Ah! You can spend a point of interrogation now that you have leverage over a guy.
I will spend a point.
I assume you confer with each other. Oh, there's a bunch of religious icons that are sacred to him and the upstairs. He doesn't give a shit about himself.
And I do have a lighter.
You do have a lighter. You could
We
totally...
have some Molotov cocktails.
No, let's start small and work our way up.
All right.
It's more fun to take it pieces
It's
at a
true.
time. So, wave a picture of the little Mary, the fake goatee Mary.
No, you cannot. It is
Minor.
blasphemy. I cannot let the mother...
Listen, pagan, tell me what I want to know. How do we work the box? What are these films about?
You want to work the box? I load the film in the projector.
Are we going to die if we use the box?
Of course not.
Jab him with the stick.
You have assess honesty.
But jabbing him with the stick is so much more fun. Jab him with the stick and then assess honesty.
You will kill him eventually if you keep doing that. So,
Okay, just assess honesty. I'll
all
jab him with the
right.
stick.
He
Lady.
tells you how to load the film in the projector.
But the dying
Same
thing,
crack.
assessing honesty.
Are
we going to
tells
die
you
if we
no.
run this film?
What he tells you that it creates reality. It absorbs the soul of the person. The camera absorbs the soul of the people and the place, and it is recorded on film forever.
But what about us? If we run the box, what will happen?
Now,
Nothing.
only if you record things.
Everything you don't understand. It creates a reality, but then when you stop cranking it, it disappears. And when you start up again, it's like nothing has happened. You could talk to the people there; they would not remember you. You
Can they
could kill
touch
them,
us?
and the next time you run it,
Can they kill us?
they are real, as long as you crank it.
So this is not good. They can hurt
But there's
us.
nothing. They're innocent. There's like a woman in a house. The Miles, he likes
Aside
it
from
because he gets to torture the people again and again and again.
Did like it.
So, depending on which film we view, it could be very bad, and it could hurt us.
They're all minor films of Alex's. His student work back in Russia. And then his great work here.
I'm thinking the great works here are probably the more dangerous ones.
Unbroken, you will remember, that is the film he was making.
Wait, that wasn't
Wait,
one of the titles.
Unbroken. The Mirror.
Okay.
It's unbroken.
Eh,
There is a film with Mirror in
I know,
too.
and I'm afraid of that one.
Mirror, the villain, yeah.
And then there's 16 Doors, which makes me think of a pretty pink actress with a little bit of horror mixed in. So,
Bell Book and 16 Candles.
Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. I'm going to say actually Unbroken is there. Oh wait, no, it wouldn't. No, I know where it is. All right, all right. It's a 30-page narrative. All right, there's a lot to keep track of. There's a lot of movement. All right, Unbroken is not here.
Down Tesh's greatest hits. Oh my!
Don't you dare!
So, yes, Unbroken is going to be his great success. It will move all people in the world to his art. And they will then be through the film. They will all be introduced to the Black God. Do you understand? They will all soon worship the Black Mother, and soon we shall all be ascended to power through this art.
Okay, before I keep jabbing him with the stick, do we want to know about Laura Angel and see if he knows anything about her?
Sure. We also
or the firebug,
we ask where
or the
Alex
net.
is.
So we have 3 questions.
Four, because it would be really great if we knew if any of these were films of something that we could use to destroy the mirror way back at the original
Yes.
plot.
So 4 things.
Alex.
Last thing first.
Actually, I would allow a Cthulhu Mythos spin now.
I don't have any left.
I'll do it.
All right. You lose 1 sanity. As you realize the implication is the cultist is talking about that, and Sean's talking about. You realize this film captures things onto film, literally. You could capture
The mirror.
Yes, you just have to put it in front of the camera and.
But
work
do
it.
we want to capture it? Because then it's still somewhere. It's not.
Then you destroy the film.
But you also realize, where's Laura? What happened to Laura?
Maybe she's captured in
The cultist talks about how things captured by film are more powerful, that the viewers move to tears, that it is more effective, that the art it is more emotionally powerful.
We could test it on him.
Nah.
Well, can we
Well,
ask?
he would probably be immune to the effects by now. The cultist has probably been subjected. Oh, you mean like capture him into film? Yeah, no, that would certainly not cause stability checks. Certainly using evil mythos.
Well, we're going to use evil mythos on the mirror. That's going to cause.
Yeah, as opposed to a person.
So, can we ask him, how do you get someone uncaptured from the film? Like, is there a way to get...
At this point, he is.
You just thread it backwards.
It is a high priest's duty. It is his art. It should not be tampered with.
Can I poke him with the stick again?
So it is possible, but you won't tell us how.
I cannot betray the. It is me. It doesn't matter what I say, because the priest shall return, and he shall gain vengeance upon you, and you shall all burn. You will be captured in the film. You will be tortured forever.
So at this
I
point,
really want to
I'm
jab
going
him with
to
the stick.
Yeah.
pull the mirror out of my bodice.
His eyes just widen like dinner plates. Ooh,
And I'm going to flash it at him in a menacing way.
Everyone, give me a sense struggle check.
I will add 2.
Yeah, T2.
To 3.
Yeah, me too.
That did not help.
4.
Who got the
4.
highest?
I had 8.
Anne, you see a shadow move across the. You left the trap door open, and so there's a little bit of sunlight coming in from that.
We really
and
should have someone on guard.
There's a shadow coming across.
The Molotov cocktails are on guard.
And then you can feel it. You see it, or you get a sense of it's moving through the darkness of the room. Something you saw before in Shanghai.
Oh, yeah.
Something.
The shadowy thing?
Then the cultist, as you hold up the mirror, is like, oh, "It is," and then he starts screaming. As then you all see a thin tendril latch on.
That went way too fast.
You realize. So everyone, give me stability checks.
Again.
Of course.
Because I should have actually. I meant to do this a little
I'm
earlier.
safe.
Okay.
Because you were carrying the mirror, and then you struck someone in violence. You wanted to hurt them.
Oh, yes.
So guess who's coming for? Guess who rang the dinner bell? Basically. So you all back out of the room, or you back away as the shambling in the dark, the star vampire starts feasting on the cultist. Did anyone fail their stability check?
No.
You're going to get 4 higher, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So everyone made it.
Yeah.
All right. You've seen this before.
Saw that coming.
Yeah. There is some blank film.
I'm a cold-hearted bastard, so I don't
Yeah.
really care.
Well, it is. You kind of like, oh shit. Got to be careful about using that mirror. Yeah.
I will stay very zen from now on.
Well, hitting people with a weapon is probably not a good idea.
So we're not getting anything more out of cultists now.
No, the Star Vampire got plenty out of it. The values of plenty equal to all of his blood.
Yeah. So, yes, the cultist is being consumed. Apparently, the cultist did recognize it.
So start running the box now to capture Star Vampire,
you're running the camera.
Mirror, and cultist.
The camera and the
being-
projector.
Why not? This can't go horribly wrong.
What choice do we have?
All right, you're the only one with photography. You're the only one who can make a check.
So I'm going to set the mirror at the feet of the cultist and then scurry away.
All right, give me an athletics check.
Okay, I'm going to spend 4. This is not what I want to screw up. I'm good, I got the 6.
Okay. You get a 6. All right, so...
Wait, 6 naturally or 6 with the 4?
6 with...
Glad you spent the
Yes,
4.
me too.
Yeah, so you get there, the Star Vampire, you do not brush up against the Star Vampire, who would have latched onto you.
That's good.
Because it's only partially visible now, because it's about halfway, it's filled the tank up about halfway, so it's about half.
It's been hungry for a while.
Yeah, so it is draining wood. You put the Star Vampire. So you're the one with the photography.
We have speed.
Yeah, you have speed. You get it on there. Give me a stability check.
I'm going to spend 1.
6?
For a 7.
All right.
Great.
You focus on your job. You do not panic. As all of you stay well outside of the camera's range, I assume, as you film the Star Vampire consuming the cultist with the mirror in the foreground, the entire area becomes illuminated with this sort of ghostly, as the color starts draining out of it, quite light, literally, as it becomes more and more ghostly and unreal. Are you going to watch, or are you going to turn away? The three of you. You have to keep watching.
Right.
I'm guessing turn away, because otherwise we need to make another stability check.
Yeah, you cannot bear to look at this.
I'm going to go get the Molotovs.
Just go watch them.
Actually,
Nothing
you would have to.
happens
You would,
them.
as you think about that, you realize if you go to get the Molotovs, you will be in view of the camera.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
I'll stay
Skip
and
that.
turn away.
All right. So the three of you, the Star Vampire, you look and you realize that it stopped. It's about 2/3 full. Of blood, and then it stops. It realizes what's going on. It gets up. It starts going towards you. Give me another stability check. All right.
Cool as a cucumber.
You focus your will and your energy, and you spend.
And the camera.
Fortunately, you do not panic, and it just as it covers the lens, it fades out. It disappears. The mirror with it, and the hallway. The entire room is bare now. Fortunately, some of the films themselves were caught in there too. So,
Damn it, guys. All around, self included.
there are 3 left: the woman in the house, the drowned cathedral, and the boy on boy in a raft. Actually, no. I'll say Vladimir Lenin is there too.
Because let's face it.
Yeah. So those 4 are still left. But it is gone, and the mirror is gone. So you have the canister film now. What are you going to do with it?
First, how many sanity do we recover?
You haven't destroyed it yet. It's still in the film.
We have to destroy the film.
My sanity is fine. I have 11. My stability is not.
Well, but that's not going to do anything for us per se.
If you rescue Laura Angel, you'll get a lot of the stability back. And certainly if you rescue...
Well, the ship may have sailed on that.
No, woman in the
she's
house.
Or she's an unbroken.
Woman in the house or unbroken.
Unbroken isn't here. Oh, but we have to get the film.
Bingo.
Right.
And we have magic box.
Yeah.
Go
Just have to
to
find Alex. Okay, so are we burning the mirror film?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Let's get to, I don't know, just some unremarkable clearing in the woods. Let's set a
I suggest
Molotov
we
on top
not
of it.
burn it on the altar.
Right, that's why I said
That's
unremarkable.
the one place in the
clearing.
entire forest you would not want to burn it. Like, literally everywhere else in the forest except... Yeah, no.
Well, I'm just saying.
We'll go Smokey Bear on this. We'll dig out a fire pit.
All right.
We will set a single Molotov cocktail on top of it. All the rest
Don't you
of
want
it-
to just wait and try it, just the simple lighter, and see if it...
No.
We don't want to stand near it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, then I don't know. You're the one with explosives, so the
Yep.
rest of us can all get out of there. You can light just the tip.
Yeah.
How many Molotov
Wow.
cocktails you want to use with this? Do we want to make damn sure?
I feel like one is a good place to start. Look, we had half a dozen. If it comes down to it, we can do 1, then 2, then 3.
I say we start with 2. Then we can see if we need a 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. I'm just saying. I'm remembering the mirror and getting blasted through the wall of a barn.
Let him do.
Okay, I mean,
Let me
All right.
two-fist this. I've got the
Go for it.
lighter in my mouth, so...
All right, make
I
an
figured you were
explosive
just
test.
going to set them on top of it and
Okay,
light the rags.
I have 4 explosives. Should I throw all of them into this?
Yes.
So I throw...
All right, that was fine.
I throw 4 into this. That would be a 5.
All right, that was probably a good idea.
So...
See, I wasn't even thinking throwing them. I was just thinking we set them on top, light them, and
Either
let
way.
the rags
Either
be
way,
fuses.
he rolled a 5.
He rolled a 5. It is exploded. It is.
I did it more dramatically.
It is more dramatic.
While all bare-chested and Sean Connery-esque, like
All
rolling
trace
priests.
of the mirror is not gone. It is wiped from existence.
So there's not even like a little bit of cellophane left.
It is totally disintegrated. You and the star vampire. So you regain 3 sanity.
I mean, there's more where that came from, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, no, so many more.
What about stability? Do we get anything back?
Not yet. You need to rescue Laura, Angel, and
And I'm guessing eventually we will need to destroy this projector.
But
Because
that
that's
would be
the
a
way
lot more
things are.
doable.
yeah. So you don't. So you know Laura is in a film. Probably the thing of Unbroken. He probably captured her to make the film more dramatic.
Okay. So the other thing we need to do, I don't know, there's blankets on the bed or something. Wrap up the 2 bodies.
One body.
2 bodies.
Well, yeah, one's
One-
desiccated. Yeah, one's
Didn't
it's
it
still
get captured
there.
in the film with the monster?
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah,
it would
it's
have been.
captured.
Okay,
There's
so
no
there's just the
evidence. We
one.
already got rid of that body.
Okay.
It's
So-
continually being drained.
Sure.
Slurp, slurp, slurp. Big gulp.
Except now it's not,
Because the film
because we
itself
took
is
care of
gone.
that.
It's gone.
It is
Obliterated.
as obliterated from existence as you can be.
The basement is a dirt floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just bury Morelli.
No.
No.
No. No.
That does not end well.
No. So let's wrap him up in at least 2 layers of blankets.
Dark
We have more Molotov cocktails.
Nah, that's why we brought the lime.
Ah! I thought we were going to make a bomb out of
Listen,
that.
and I hope you guys aren't getting like, why do they know so much about body disposal?
No, I thought we were going to make
In
a bomb with
fairness,
the lime.
Ross posted like a single guide to it once.
Yeah, I got that from Metafilter. If you type in Metafilter how to dispose of a body, it is amazing. It's a word. Yeah, I'll pull it up. It's
Is there a
work of
tub?
art. There's not a tub. No, there's not a tub that a body would fit in. There's like a wash tub.
It's fine.
What about that acid they were going to use on the...
That would be
That never
It's a
actually
tiny
happened.
vial.
Yeah, we never used the
yeah.
They use their feminine wiles, and you can't use those to dissolve a body.
You would need a lot more of it than one little.
Vial.
I mean, I guess we could use the camera again.
We could do a...
You could use.
Film.
Oh, you don't have any more film.
Oh, okay.
That was the only film. You used all the film to record the.
And so he was not taken up in the video.
Could we do a...
No, he was. You put the camera right over him.
Since Bill has photography and Anne has the ex post facto preparedness, could we say we brought some extra film? Or does it have to be special? Special juju.
Her special ability is making a plan or preparing something ahead of time that would make sense. You guys had no idea that there was a magical camera there, a film camera. If you had posited that theory, I would have allowed that. But you had no idea that this was okay.
I don't think we should feel bad for not positing that theory.
I know, no, fair.
Okay, so basically, here's where I'm at this point. We have a body that we need to get rid of.
We do have a spare car that we don't need.
As long as we make sure we don't get any fluids in it. Because it is a rental. But if we use our own car, then if it ever gets searched...
There's also the car that's there.
Yeah, there's the other car. Why
All
would
right,
we
I
put
found
body
the
in
thing.
Well, there's a record of us
that already
replying
has
to.
blood in it.
But, yeah, his car.
That his car.
Okay, so we'll drive
That's
the
why I
body...
meant by the spare car we're not going to use.
I thought you meant the rental. I'm
No.
sorry. Okay.
His
so the-
car.
so
Well, you
the
don't have to worry
plan-
about DNA tests, so you're still partially ahead of the game.
Right, but I'm just talking about fluids in general. They still
Yeah.
know what blood is.
Yeah.
So let's
We
drive
can
about
still
5
figure-
miles away, dig a pit, put the body in it.
If you want to bury, I recommend separating the body into several parts and burying them separately. For one thing, it's easier to dig it deep enough hole for a head than an entire body. This this is the one thing you can't do outside the doors of your house, Representative Rowan. Moment you want to keep it brief, under 2 hours to between 3 and 5 a.m. It is also less likely to call the police if dogs dig up some chunk of meat than they do if they dig up an entire body. So you can cut a body into 6 pieces faster than you think. It's not much different than boning a chicken. It takes more work, a big knife, and time. A hammer will be useful for pulverizing joints or driving the knife deep in where it doesn't want to go. Otherwise, it's wise to crush as much of the skeleton as you can along the way. So,
In which we
Like
find out that
Nazis.
Ross is a psychopath.
no, look, write this.
this is this. I just found this, and this is like 2 pages long.
I would have called the cops if I found that online.
On who?
Yeah, it's
You
just
can trace shit.
yeah.
I don't know. If that person
anyway.
has... Yeah, at any rate. So, we dig a grave,
All right,
we fill it up with ag lime, we put the body in,
all right.
cover
It's
it
just
up.
some random place in the woods.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. You easily do
As
that.
random as
That
possible.
takes you a couple more hours.
Yeah. And that'll be like barring interruption.
Yeah.
That
Do we have-
necessitates doing it faster. That'll be the last thing we do after we've already left.
Yeah.
Do we have any fertilizer?
Ag lime.
No,
That's
I'm thinking of blowing the body to smithereens so there's absolutely nothing left.
you know what the lime will do, right?
It eats it away, but I'm talking fast.
Yeah.
Well, okay, yeah, I'm not talking fast as in like explosion fast, but it'll take care of
It'll
organic
take
matter.
several hours,
It probably won't be
if
fine
not
for
a
a
couple
while.
of days.
This is the 20s. I don't think forensics is that good yet.
All right, so we'll just table the
Did we at
the
least
technical
take off
details.
any identifiable object that
Oh,
couldn't be
absolutely.
dissolved by the lime?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
It was
I just
naked.
want it on record. Okay.
All right. Oh, when you who's undressing them and doing that part?
Who's got the most stability right now?
I'll do it.
All right, give me a stability check.
Bonus points if it was haha, just kidding. You didn't actually need to.
I got a 1.
You lose 1 stability. He has
It's only one stability to strip the dead guy.
no, because he's been
I've seen a lot of
castrated.
naked men.
He has been castrated, and it looks like not a clean job. There are jagged scars there, so
Oh,
he
he
is-
probably did it himself.
yes.
And a horrible mistranslation of the
Yeah.
remove the offending member.
Yeah,
Which is
and the basis.
Ah!
that's where the Scopsy thing comes from. Historian done.
Of course, now those of the Cthulhu mythos realize that they would actually summon the black goat and give it their
Oh.
offending members as a ritual.
Okay, that's the
Yeah.
the further.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus doesn't want your balls.
But the black goat of the wood does. Like,
That's the twisted Scopsy.
yeah, the twisted Scopsy. We don't want to besmirch. Besmirch the good name of the Scopsy. So. All right, so
Awesome.
This is your own doing.
I know,
You
no,
didn't select a topic that had to do with dismemberment.
yeah, I know. Remember, anyway, so
Scopsy torsion. That's the name of my high school.
oh,
I just can't wait for the comments.
I know it's gonna be amazing.
Oh, man.
So you drive out. So that takes you most of the afternoon to cover up your tracks. You loot the rest of the place. There's not much aside from what you find. I've already mentioned the icons, the remaining films, the camera, and the projector.
Any money?
Yeah, like $100. Oh, and Desmond's car is there. Do you want to?
We need to do something with that.
I suggested blow it up
with the map,
body,
you
but-
realize that there is a river nearby. You could.
Or we
sink it.
still have 4 Molotov cocktails.
But I want to save some of those because I don't have explosives very often, and I like using them
Why would we ditch the car? Just leave it there.
Because
as evidence for the cops.
Are we going to tell the cops that we were there when we just tried to hide a body?
No. They're not going to... Actually, we sent that stupid time-released message, didn't we? If we don't... We need to call back.
yeah, that's fine. I mean,
we could
12 hours.
But we could say that we had evidence that he's going to go out there and leave that for the cops.
Yeah.
And so they never find Desmond either way.
He just will have disappeared.
But they find the bloody altar, so they know that the association with Alex, so we keep them on the line.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got them, we're still reeling them along with us.
So we leave the car.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so you leave the car, you drive back, you get in time to make sure that the message isn't sent out. So now you realize, Alex is supposed to be in New York for another 2 days. So
Now let's go to his house.
all right,
Wait,
And hey, it's evening.
doesn't Jackson have an apartment or a house in New York? Someplace we can stay?
I'm from New
camp out?
York.
Yeah,
From
no.
New York.
Well, but
But
let's check
Jackson
out.
would have nicer digs than you, no offense.
What
But
do
why-
you mean?
why-
I'm
She's a dilettante.
yeah, she's a dilettante. She's quite wealthy.
Yeah, but Jackson's
Sylvie
like
is their
eccentric
detective agency, actually. When you get back.
Oh,
What?
so she does know we're detectives.
Yeah, well, you told her the address. She's like, "Oh my, I had no idea you were detectives. I knew you were into adventure, and it's just ever so marvelous that you're able to do this. I can't believe that a woman can do this.
We're not.
You look like you've been outdoors with your friends. Were you Oh, it must be some case. Oh, was it a jealous husband trying to keep track of his wife?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my, was
But he
it?
doesn't
This
want us
involves.
to talk about it. This is an important
Oh yes,
person. So
it involves starlets, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We shouldn't be talking about it.
Oh my. I met the most wonderful man. His name is Reginald. We will be going to the movies together. But I'll bring me up. I'm at this hotel for the next week.
You were bound and determined for those two to get together, weren't you?
You don't. You're just assuming it's the same Reginald. There's more than one Reginald in LA.
Bullshit.
Yeah, it does.
Law of conservation of detail, Ross.
Yeah. No. I'm a monster. So you don't have to worry about Sylvie for the next few days.
Except that she's hooking up with this.
Well, you don't know.
Somebody who might very well be the firebug.
No.
Anyone, and based on that, anyone in this town she might hook up could very well be the firebug.
Agreed.
Actually, who do you think is the
This is
firebug?
Sin City.
Do
Everybody's
you
the
know who the? Can you any of you figure out who the firebug is by now?
Well,
Scruffy.
The animator?
does he?
I kind of.
Well, he has a beard. We know that. We know Desmond had a beard.
Deadman definitely had a beard.
Whereas the animator did not.
No.
No, he just has a weak pencil mustache,
Yes.
which doesn't even connect in the
Firebug had a
middle.
beard?
Yes.
Apparently,
Well,
I've forgotten.
he said he was average height, had light hair, and a beard.
Which matches Desmond's description.
So we may have killed the firebug.
But
Yeah, that's
possibly-
fine.
Yeah.
That's funny.
And there was a knife. With
He did like stabbing women, apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently.
He would have, attacked you guys.
But he
And
doesn't
he
like
had
what's her name, so
relationship
who's
with
the his
Sally.
and her?
Well,
His and her is in San Francisco and involved a beautiful woman luring men to hotel rooms and then stabbing them.
It could
Yeah.
have been Sally, and then he turned around and killed her.
or
Well, there is
it
one
could have
person
been
who has
Clara.
Clara.
I'm thinking
the actor.
Clara, and he doesn't like Clara.
Wait.
Miles
yeah.
didn't like Clara.
But
he was
Alex
jealous
could have been
of
the
Clara.
other one. Well,
That's true.
Anyway.
So you have Clara's house, or you go to Alexander's house. It is the evening now. You guys can get 1 point back on all physical pools. You've had a bit of a
Man.
meal.
All physical?
That,
Yeah,
All-
one for each of the physical things.
So general abilities.
Aside from stability, health.
Is firearms?
Yes.
Very.
So I have one explosive left.
It's first aid physical.
Yes. Preparedness would not, though.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well, we went back by the office.
Okay, fine. You can have your preparedness.
Sense trouble.
1 point back, yeah. You've had a couple hours of rest, so you can get a little. So you've had a bit of a reprieve. So you can go to Alexander.
During that brief period of rest, did we contact our sources of stability or get in touch with our pillars of sanity?
You've already done that. You've already recovered stability. So which stability source would you be talking to? Someone you'd have to talk to on the phone.
On the phone?
Well, I mean, otherwise it'd be real time because it's just a couple hours you have. So you wouldn't be getting the mail in at this point.
What about writing a letter to them? Can that be stabilizing?
I would allow it this time, as long as you give them some sort of clue about, like, I don't think I'll make it. I'm involved in dark business.
Well, I think I want to
write.
write Amelie and let her know that I have destroyed the thing that killed Emile.
Okay.
So I have completed that part of it.
All right.
So I have written her a letter telling her I have avenged her brother, but there is more work to do to follow in his path.
Okay.
So
and you haven't used your
stability
reward. That's 2 or 3.
Because that way I've at least partially avenged my friend.
Yeah. This is true.
I think at this point we've mostly
Avenged him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now I'm continuing his work.
Like you do.
I would give you 2, I think.
2.
Yeah.
I will take 2. It is better than 0.
Alright, so you all head over to Alexander's house, because that seems to be the last place to go. You can how are you going to get into this upper class neighborhood?
We still have 4 Molotov cocktails.
Do you have 4 Molotov cocktails? You will not regain stability from this adventure if you do not, or sanity, if you do not rescue Laura.
Well, didn't we already regain?
Sanity.
You regain sanity for destroying the mirror, because that's a long
So we can gain more stability back from rescuing Laura.
In fact, I will say you lose sanity if you do not rescue Laura, because now you know what will happen to her.
Yeah, over and over and over and over.
Well, she is trapped in film, literally. It is not even death. It is a purgatory. Or being obliterated from existence if the film is ever destroyed.
I would say it's more like a limbo than a purgatory.
Yeah, well, it's not a good place. So it's knowing you've left an innocent person there is kind of a bad deal, and you're the only people who can help because you're the only ones who are aware of her problem.
So we're
Or
going
a
to search his
perdition.
house for the film reel?
Yeah. So how are you getting in there? Are you parking your cars right in front and just kicking the door in?
No.
All right. I will say you can drive by easily. You do see the lights are all on in his house.
Wait, what time of day is it?
It is night by now.
Oh, okay.
By the time you get back and you rest, get some food, have a meal at some roadside diner, not saying anything, you all just have 1,000-yard stares after the morning's event and the afternoon's burial. Everything seems a little tense and odd. It's not exactly a chatty time. So you can park your cars a couple blocks away in different directions and then just sneak up there. There will be a shadowing test, a stealth test. So, shadowing in is following. You could use shadowing if you parked on the street and watched him and waited for a time to get in, but you don't know when he would be coming in.
Those of us without stealth could do the shadowing.
Or whoever's in there. You don't know who's in there. You know the lights are on. He had one cultist working for him. He might have more. Woo.
I have only 1 stealth. Would it be a group stealth?
So do I.
It would be a group stealth if you all snuck together.
We still also
I
have
have 3
1
more.
point remaining of the Scopsy pool.
Yes.
Cool.
Unless that regenerates, which I'm guessing
It's a
does not.
one-time thing for doing research.
I could read in the books some more, but I don't think that's going to
It's
help.
not.
Yeah.
Well, I'll spend 3 stealth. Does anybody else
And then,
want to?
can she use her scope here too, since the lights are on and it's night? So assumedly it's lit up and we could see inside.
You can see. You don't. With the scope, you can see silhouettes one or two, maybe three. It's hard to say exactly, but you can't. But their curtains are drawn, so you can't see into it. So you can see silhouettes, but that's it.
Shadows dancing on the wall.
Yes. So you're singing up together as a group.
Yes.
Sure.
All right. Now remember, you're in an active neighborhood, so cops will show up within a few minutes of the first gunshot.
Do I have a new shirt, by the way? I'm
Yes.
still running on. I don't mind being the badass old guy with no shirt, but seriously.
I would assume your detective agency has a whole wardrobe of identical clothes that, that's not my bloodstained shirt. I see mine's right here. It's totally clean. No.
Well, the other one caught on fire.
All right.
Not what we normally do when they get bloodstained.
Yeah, but I didn't have to do it this time.
We also have the police, I guess.
You could call the police and tell them, if you, with the right skills and evidence, you could just tell them to raid the house.
But then we would have to make a stability check because we don't know what's in there for every single cop that went in.
Well, for every single dead cop.
Yeah.
For every single cop that went in. Let's get real. This is Cthulhu. People die.
All right, fair enough.
Well, I'm saying roll stealth.
Sure.
All right.
I have 3. Anybody else
I
have
have
any?
one.
All right.
If we've got 4 on the group, that's probably going to carry us. So.
8.
Yeah, no, you're really ninja, like, especially now that it's dark. So you all sneak up and you actually hear voices, two voices, speaking in Russian animatedly to each other. Sean, you can hear them, and they're saying, "When is she going to be here? We need to get to the cabin. She should be here soon, Master. She left word. She is coming as soon as she can. She had, and so I just." Miles has made such a mess of things. I can't believe the fool would go so crazy while I was gone. He should have just, And so they were talking back and forth.
Funny story.
Yeah. So it sounds like Alex and a cultist are in the house.
Do we still have the camera with us?
I assume you would have it somewhere.
Let's not go firing that thing blind.
Do you think they have film in the house?
I would, if you want to, you make a preparedness check. If you just want to capture them on film, yes, you could do that. Of course, that would be using it basically in public, unless you.
No. I'm just saying, do they have film in the house? So if we need to capture them later,
No.
Well, could we?
We're not in the
get
house.
film?
You could have gotten film, yes, but again, using this for your own benefit is pretty.
No. It's as an emergency stopgap.
Okay.
I don't know why you're rolling.
I was just rolling it up.
I'm afraid. Every time you pick up a dice, I'm terrified. So,
All right, fair enough. So you have a couple options. You could sneak in and just use intimidate to, like, we have guns on you, don't move. With a quick raid, you could use the camera, but using the camera, you don't know how wide of effect it uses. You don't know if other people would notice it.
Clara's coming. We could take up positions,
That's what
take her
I'm
as a
thinking.
hostage,
bingo.
Okay.
and then use her as a bargaining tool.
Well, we
get
think it's
unbroken.
Clara. It might
Well, they said Clara is coming.
Oh, they said Clara. I thought they just said she.
She.
No, they said no. One of them said Clara. So
Okay, it's Clara.
Clara will come, Master.
I like the clarification.
Okay. All right. So you're waiting for Clara, and you want to take her hostage.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay. She shows up an hour later. This will be a shadowing thing for everyone to set up. You can make the roll for the group.
Yeah, I have 8 points unspent in shadowing.
All right.
So
Go with it.
Probably want to spend. Don't want. This will be an opposed check.
Does anybody else have any?
I have
like want to
2.
kick a little?
I have one.
I have 2. I could throw 1.
Yeah, throw 1, and I'll throw 4,
Okay.
6 that are being thrown.
which will give me a 9.
All right. That will beat her 6. And she does show up an hour later. She pulls up right on the driveway next to Alex's car. You do realize while you're waiting that Alex is supposed to be in New York for another 2 days. How did he get back so quickly? So that's kind of odd.
Because he wasn't really in.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not big
All right.
of a wonder. We're cynics. So
All right. Fair enough.
Now, granted, we'll probably that's not actually in a fourth wall breaky kind of way.
Yeah.
Well, probably something like the drain plate.
Yeah.
Because if it can traverse time, it can probably traverse space. Therefore,
Etc. Etc.
Yay, magic. All right,
Yeah.
so how are you getting Clara? You know she's pulling up in the driveway. Who's going to...
do we still have any dandelions? No.
No, but we have pistols, and we did make stealth and shadow.
There are street lights, but it is kind of dark, and there's nobody on the street. So if you're quick and quiet enough, you could get her. There's a monster. Oh, no. Yeah, it's just Charlie
it's
the dog.
just a dog.
Yes, a dog chewing on the thing. Yes, listeners, there's a dog in the apartment. Anyways, so who's going to approach Clara, try and grab her?
That would have been perfect for doing the space vampire scene.
True story.
Who wants to murder the girl?
Well, the only thing I have, I guess, would athletics allow me to tackle her at all?
There'll be scuffling.
I
I
only
have
have one scuffling.
I have 3.
Can we go together into scuffling? Like, if
Yeah, you could. I mean, you can go up. You make a stealth test to get up on her unaware.
The shadowing didn't cover that.
No, shadow won't cover that. So you're basically waiting in ambush, and then you just both jump her.
Okay.
You're inside the garage, basically.
I'll spend a point.
Man. Yep, I'll spend the rest of my scuffling.
Okay.
I had 2 scuffling. Do you want some extra?
Sure, pass me one.
But I'll give you one.
So 1 and 1 and 3 is 5.
We also have the additional...
All right, with a 9, the 3 of you grab her, put your mouth or your hand over her mouth. Sorry,
your mouth over her hand.
Yeah, sorry.
Don't scream or I'll move.
The Charlie strategy.
You will take a point of damage if she does bite you, but she will not make any sound.
I have damage.
She is quite vicious. As she fights, she's just instant. She is not a wilting flower. She is like fighting you madly, trying to get free. There's just fury in her eyes, just like
This really would have been a good case for chloroform.
yeah.
Oh well.
But with the 3 of you and with a 9, you have her. At least you can get her to the front door and open the front door and say, "Hey, honey, we're home." If that's your plan, or are you just going to hold her and try and lure Alex out, or what's your next step?
We could question her first.
She is in.
Question her, we
She
have to
will
let her open her
scream.
mouth.
She will scream like whoa.
Yeah.
Well, we could take her somewhere else and question her first.
We're gonna drive her somewhere.
Yeah.
Someone might notice a flailing girl in the back seat of the car.
Right. At that point, we've actually lapsed from a Lovecraft story into a Hitchcock film, and we're not going to be the people who come out well in the Hitchcock film.
And the longer
That's
we
true.
just hold on to her, the more chance she'll have to escape.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really do kind of like the "Hi, honey, I'm home."
Okay. Melissa, are you going with him, or are you going
Yeah.
to be? All right.
Yeah.
Please
I'll go
come.
And I'm
All right.
gonna go with, should I bring a Molotov? Or
Bring one.
just the shot off?
Let's just leave one on the porch.
Okay, I leave one on the porch, maybe a few in the car.
Well, yeah.
And then-
let's move those out of the car.
What about the trunk of the car? So they're not visible.
Still burns.
Okay. We'll put them in a bush.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I've got
It's
the
good. It's very DeMille.
sawed-off shotgun.
Okay, so the 4 of you get up there. You open the door. The servant calls out, "Claire, are you here? You are late. You disappoint the master." And then he sees you, and then he freezes. "Master, get here!" Alexander rushes out, and so the 4 of you are in the open.
Oh, goody. Can I shoot something now?
Just let's.
Alexander is rather calm. Claire is, after this first round of statements or questions, Claire will get a chance to escape. So you have to spin again to keep her under
Or we
wraps.
could just knife her now.
Yeah, you could just slit her throat. No, that would totally.
I have
not.
one stability left.
Yeah.
I have
I'd
5.
really prefer to not see people die.
So
Look away.
Look away. Oh, wow.
Look away, the weak-stomached one.
So you
But-
remember you can go to -12 stability before you're out of the game. So yeah, you start taking penalties when you get to
it's
when you
fine.
get to -1. All right, so Alex, what do you want?
You're
We wanna make a deal.
platform.
What kind of deal?
We We want Laura.
We know where Laura is.
You do?
Yes.
Tell me.
She is captured.
Just make a hand gesture. Crank, 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 crank.
You can do that. I'm busy.
No, that's what I'm doing. Crank, 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 crank.
She is
crank.
not. The film is not here. It is in the cabin.
No, it wasn't.
Kushaiza.
You have been to the cabin? Where's Miles?
Where do you think
No
he
longer
is?
an issue.
What do you want? You want her? All right. I will give you the film. You will let Clara go. Clara, you will be silent, and then we will part ways.
Assess
No.
honesty.
We will remove Clara, or we will remove Laura from the film. She will come with us, and Clara will go with
You
you.
have my camera, and you can do it yourself.
Yeah, I would rather not give him the camera to
Well, no,
operate.
I agree.
But what if
Granted,
we
he's just
can't
going to
get
make
it
another
work?
one. Here's the thing, though. Remember that the cultists said this was essentially their summoning scheme. Unbroken is essentially like them converting the world to Shub-Niggurath worship. So we should maybe do something about that.
Yeah,
Well,
but
and we're
how
still
do we
not
get?
exactly sure how to get Laura out of
Yeah.
this situation.
But
I'm hoping
something
enough
else could
research with
come
Manly
out
Hall.
with Laura is what I'm worried about.
All right, Claire's going to make her roll. She spends 3. She only gets a 3, but you need to beat a 3 on a scuffling test.
I don't have any left.
I can throw one behind it.
Okay. You can make the roll, I guess.
All right,
So
2.
it's a bummer.
She gets free.
But
she gets.
we still have
All right.
guns drawn on all of them. So
Guess who doesn't have a good sense of self-preservation? Clara's in her hand. There's a switchblade that pops out of her hand.
Sawed-off shotgun type?
Well, she has 12 in weapons. Guess who has been cutting up
crap.
people in street fights for all her life? Oh, wait, that would be her.
But range versus melee weapon.
She's right next to you. You were literally holding her.
Oh crap.
How
Yeah.
about she escaped and we're not holding her?
She breaks free and stabs one of you.
yeah.
So everyone
rolls
roll
with it.
d6. Lowest
Oh,
person will be the
well,
one stabbed.
Is there any way I can throw myself on the grenade?
Oh yeah, well Bill, you
Oh,
tell me.
I'll take it.
It wouldn't have been
Gangster vest.
Gangster Vest will
Good
stop
job.
1 point of damage. Anyways, she's spending 3 on the attack. What's your hit threshold?
3.
All right.
So she's gonna hit.
Yeah. And she is really good with a knife. So we'll do a d6 minus 1. That includes your Gangster Vest.
So
So 5 points of damage.
minus.
So the
one for
minus
gangster
1
vest.
was the gangster vest. She would have done a d6 otherwise.
Yes.
Okay.
She is really good with the knife. Guess who's really the one doing the hissing her killing?
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Also
still.
a Street Fighter. It like her whole
Can I shoot
biography.
someone?
Anyways, so now it's combat time.
Make your own decisions.
Yeah. So the Alex starts chanting, and the
Oh crap.
the cultist is also rushing forward with a dagger. He has a pool of 8 in weapons. So anybody with guns, well, anyone with guns can shoot him. Of course, cops are going to come whenever a couple minutes after the first shot is fired.
Or we could just throw a Molotov and run.
You could throw.
That might, destroy the film, but we still don't know where it is.
This is
Be
true.
in the house.
But there might be more than one copy.
I don't feel like this is the sort of film that you can really have
Well,
a real copy
Once Laura's
of.
stuck in there.
You probably, you make a Cthulhu Mythos spin and lose the sanity, and I can tell
I
you.
have no mythos
Yeah.
left.
I think I have one.
All right, you can do that. Lose the sanity.
I do.
As you realize quickly how it works, the mechanism it works is it captures a soul onto the master print, and it affects anyone who views it on a deep emotional level. You can make copies from that master, but only that master is magically charged.
Right.
So you have to get the master, and then you also realize you think of a theory of how if a real person is holding on to the person and then letting them go, perhaps they will stay in the real world if they're still alive when the film stops. Miles always killed his people before the film ended, so they reset. But if you held on to Laura in her scene, you would possibly be able to hold her on. So but you need that master film, which is probably in this house.
Mm-hmm.
So you could leave that. It's a 2-story house. You could run around and look for it while the rest of them are dealing with Alex and the cultist and Clara,
I say we shoot him, say it was self-defense, or claim diplomatic immunity.
Why not?
Hey, I've got
Are we gonna have time? To
Ireland
search the
and the
house
Vatican.
opposite from me?
Well, you only want to find one thing, and it's not going to be hidden. He's probably going to just have it out somewhere.
Look, okay. We actually need to look at this,
Yeah.
like a little bit in terms of strategy. Like, I don't. For one, Alex seemed pretty reasonable to talking. If we can just get him to.
Not.
Yeah, okay,
And
but
clerics
he's the
are
priest.
Dangerous.
Yeah,
Right, but
and
he'll
he's got
call
a
the
cultist.
shots.
Oh, it's a one-story house. So, yeah, it's a one-story ranch house. So you can probably
With a knife.
Yeah.
So do we have any other leverage over him now that we don't have Clara?
You have the camera and the projector, which he wants.
So I'm saying, yeah, we do still have leverage. So get him to call her off.
You
All
could
right,
spend
thank
your
you for your
action after everyone else attacks to make a intimidate or some other skill check to
Yeah,
get him to get her off.
I will spend intimidate to do that.
All right. So, all right, you're doing that. Is anybody else doing anything, or are you all just going to hold your
I
ground?
want to spend bargain
Okay.
to talk to him as well.
All right, we can come to an agreement. All right, with that, Alex does Claire, and then he yells out the cultist name. Who I don't remember what the cultist name is.
Ben.
Yeah.
Rasili.
Yeah.
Joe.
They actually do have him.
Bob the cultist.
Bob the cultist. Yeah, clearly. That's what those. Oh, here it is. Mikael.
Okay, that's better.
Mikael, stop. What? Claire is just looking at you. She backs off and.
As you can imagine, that complicates things.
You're a tough American. I give you that.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Maybe you're reasonable. I give you a film. If you want Laura back, I can give her to you, and then I leave with the camera and projector.
Here's the thing, though. Your other friend up at the cabin sort of spilled the beans.
He is fool. Andre was fool.
You don't have to worry about that now.
His foolishness is.
Hey, if he was a fool, we were doing you a favor, really.
He was loyal. And he knew the old
He
ways.
was. Yeah, he was loyal.
Yeah. Loyal is occasionally a good synonym for stupid, so I'll give you that.
What is it? What?
Oh. Well,
We mostly just want Laura.
I really need to know all the other copies of Unbroken. Are they just going to be incredibly inspiring films?
Yes, of course.
Or
We understand the technology. My montage technique is unbeatable when compared with the emotional intensity provided by the magic of the camera, with the mother's blessing. It is it intensifies. It captures the emotion, the raw. Men will weep when they see this.
assess honest. I'm trying to provide you with an assess honesty.
I don't have any left, is the problem.
I have one.
All right, with that, no, it will. They will be potent. They will emotionally affect people around the world, and he believes this. So
I just have an idea.
But does he believe that it will do anything beyond that?
he clearly believes it will advance his agenda. Whether that somehow, this is not his first film. He obviously has used these techniques in other films.
So it hasn't caused the end of the world yet.
Yeah.
Or has it? This is Cthulhu. The world could be over and we just haven't noticed
No,
it.
I don't
not
think
a purist
Ross would
adventure.
do that. Yeah. Yeah, it's not purist, and he just did that.
Yeah, Kayla just did that. That was literally final revelation. It's just like, you already do. Oh, hey, spoiler. But I would have. Anyway.
Look, here's the only other thing I feel like we need, and somebody feel free to preempt me if we need more than this, but like, with the camera, film, whatever you want, save people. No people. No capturing people. What?
I have an idea.
Go for it.
Of course not.
Know that the mirror is destroyed. We could offer him the mirror.
No, we can't. We can't follow through on that.
We don't have to.
What's
follow
our
through on
out?
it. We can say it's back at the cabin.
We would believe you if you described it to him. I mean,
Right. So we can lie through our teeth
And then we can have not just Nyarlathotep, but also a cult of Scots, or name.
Well,
after us later.
You're probably looking at the remaining Scopsy.
That's my guess.
Okay.
At least the ones that are in America.
I'm okay. With that, I'm willing to go for it. I mean, we're probably hanging ourselves for later, but you can't always do it cleanly.
So go to. So you say, all right. So what's your pitch?
Don't film people with this camera. Or if you do,
I do not always. Laura was a mistake in a sense. I went too far. If I only record a little at a time, it does not capture them. Only a part of their essence. They remain behind. I shot even Lennon, and he remained. He was. I shot many people. I recorded him. I filmed him. I filmed many people.
That explains a lot about the revolution.
It does.
I filmed Lennon, and he
Was that film Triumph des Villains?
No, it was just called Triumph.
Okay, just making sure.
It was just a propaganda piece. He is totally fictional. He says that his technique only captures people entirely if he films them for too long.
And by the way, Lenin would be dead by now.
Exactly.
Yeah, but he was in Russia when Lenin was alive. And you remember there was a film labeled Vladimir Ilyich Lenin.
What was the date on it?
1918.
Okay, but not long after.
Right. So, it weakens people, it does not kill them if I do not film them for too long.
They'll say,
so,
Mir.
I'm down with that. Go for it.
Okay, so
I don't.
in exchange for letting us keep the box, the projector, or camera, whatever you want to call it, your magical.
Well, there's actually a camera and a projector.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, camera captures it, projector projects it. The magic stuff. Remember the 3D version?
Mm-hmm.
So what did we use in the cabin?
You use the camera to capture it, and you haven't used the projector yet. Because remember, you saw the projector being used to create the 3D illusion.
So here's my two options. Either you agree to never film people with this again, or we keep it. In exchange, we are willing to offer you another relic
All right.
that might be of interest. A mirror with certain engravings on the side.
Yeah. So you describe it to him and mention certain phrases on it.
There is an interstellar friend in the mirror who likes to be invited to dinner parties.
I would, yes, of course. I would gladly agree to such an exchange.
We've left it back at the cabin. So
We'll go all to the cabin.
Where's Laura, though? We need the film to get Laura out.
Mikhail goes back, gets his case. He has a suitcase. He shows you that the film is inside it.
Okay, now walk us through. How do we get Laura out?
We project the scene, and then you take her by the hand and lead her out of the scene. As long as one of you is touching her, she will leave.
Is there any risk of us getting trapped in the image?
Only if you are inside the scene when the camera has stopped. As long as
we have to lead her out of the frame while it's running.
Yes.
So obviously we should have the cultist do it.
Is there any specific time of day that we need to do this?
No, of course not.
Any extra rituals or specific people we need?
No,
to
I'm a
complete
modernist.
this?
I do not believe in useless rituals.
So anybody can do this with the proper knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we do it right now?
He says, look,
She's really tough. And I don't actually think guns are going to be that kill them right now effective.
They do all be
better idea, because we are going to go back to the cabin. Why don't we get Laura out now? And then we'll all go together to the cabin.
No. I want the mirror before I let her out.
We want Laura before we give you the mirror. We know how...
Well, let me see the mirror. And then
we
I'll
know
let her
how
out.
valuable the mirror is.
Well, let me see it, and then I will let her out.
You clearly do not understand how the mirror works if you think we'll let you near it in our presence.
Yeah.
I will see it. Yes, let me see it.
No, we're not going to let you handle the mirror.
I understand that, but let me see.
You don't understand. We don't like you that much.
I don't
which
like
means
you
if
either.
we are handling the mirror, it could be very dangerous.
Well, no one
for
should
you.
touch the mirror. Just let me see it with my own eyes.
It's kind of hard to let you see it without touching it because of where we put it.
That makes no sense.
We put it somewhere that we have to go get it and pick it up.
Fine. We will. Then we will record Laura next to the scene, and then Laura will pick it up.
I don't think that'll work. And besides, Laura probably doesn't like you too much either. Do you really want the angry woman that you trapped
She
in a
will be
film?
confused. She will not remember anything.
Do you really want a confused woman holding that potent of a weapon?
She will.
I'm
she
just
knows
saying,
me. She
Alex.
trusts me. She would not.
I'm just
she-
saying, Alex. Do you really want her handling it?
I will take that risk.
I'm not willing to take that risk.
You are a terrible negotiator. You must either. I will not give you what you want unless you show me that you have proof that you have what you want.
Don't blame you.
Yeah.
Do we still have
What?
the copy? We got rid of the copy. We had a copy.
Of
The
what?
mirror.
The photo.
Right. Remember how the whole thing was we were trying to destroy the mirror?
Right.
Yeah,
We
you,
achieved that.
well, yeah, you do have plenty of photos and film of it, so you could.
Whip out a picture of it.
Preparedness check.
Or I could also have the sign or something if that would relate to it.
He would probably not like the elder sign.
Okay. Did I make any rubbings of it?
Preparedness check to have one on hand.
Okay, I'm going to make a preparedness check. Somebody else make one too, just in case somebody else is carrying. Maybe the guy who has photography.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
6!
All right, you have a photo of the mirror.
Okay.
Thanks.
And it has one of us holding it.
Right.
So he knows that we were in possession of it.
All right.
Here's the proof. We have the mirror. Now give us Laura.
You have my camera, and I cannot, and my projector.
Just walk us through it. All we need to do.
I told you. I explained it. I cannot do it with any simpler. Are
But
you a
we're-
fool?
We need the film.
We need.
I showed the Michaela's the film.
Come here, Mikkel.
Mikhail.
We will
hand it to
exchange
the-
it in view of the mirror. I will not let go of it without-
Again, do you remember what the mirror does?
Yes, I have heard. I've read the text, and I will not. I will not give you your prize without my prize. I do not trust you. You come into my house. You kidnap my woman. You kill my servant.
Aside. Does one of us... Did one of us make a plaster cast of the mirror? So we have a fake.
That is something you could do. That is like
Because a copy would have come in handy. So...
I guess I
You could have had a mirror. You could have had a.
Do we
copy.
want to spend our last point on the Scopsy for this?
And after all, I mean, we did need to fake it once already to throw it overboard.
Yeah, so...
That's why I was asking.
All right.
We've
At
done
one
shit
point,
like
we've
this
had a
before.
copy.
All right.
So-
So, and you
Alright.
could make a preparedness check.
Alright, how much do you want me to spend? I've got 7.
All of
As
it.
much as you feel like, really.
At least 4.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll spend 4. So I got 10.
All right. Yes, you have one.
And it is a
Perfect.
flawless
It is
copy.
flawless. Yeah. All right. You have a flawless. Why were you? Why did you take so long? You Americans, you're so indecisive.
Not
I'm
American.
sure of you.
Irish. We've been
American.
colonized so long. I am a massive cynic. I trust no one.
Yes. Give me the mirror. Mikhail hands you the vase, and then
Vase.
or,
What do we want
with the vase?
Wait a sec.
the legs.
Why on earth would we hand you the mirror right now?
We're not going to hand you the
film-
mirror.
Laura.
The film is
You
not
have
dangerous.
the projector. You put
No,
it through the
we
projector.
want Laura out first.
Give me the projector.
No, Laura is what we want, not the film.
I can't
we want,
do it without the projector.
We want to make sure we
Okay,
get
but
Laura
the-
out. We don't
but-
care if you operate it.
but
we
the-
just want to make
yeah.
sure we get
You
Laura.
have the projector. I don't care if you.
I know.
We
We're going
actually
to run
have
it
to
right
hand
now.
it to him.
Okay.
Why do we have to hand it to him?
Because he's not going to give us the film because then we have all the things.
No, he'll do it if you.
No.
If you
He will
want
give us
him
the
to
film.
run the film, he needs a projector to run the film.
No, I don't want him to run it.
Okay, then ask him for the film.
He gave you the film.
We have the film, so let's start running it and get Laura the
Okay.
hell out.
Cool.
All right. So,
I'm not.
So are you
I'm
getting the
stepping
projector
around
from the
corner.
trunk of your car?
What?
Are you getting the projector from the trunk of your car then?
Somebody got the projector from the trunk.
Well, you didn't take the projector with you when you grabbed Claire.
Wait,
Right.
he believed we had the projector.
Yeah, not on your physical possession. It's a large, boxy instrument. It would be in the trunk of your car.
All right,
The
I
mirror
drag it
could have
in.
been carried.
I went
Yeah,
to the car.
the mirror is a hand mirror.
I drag it in. I
All right,
set
so
it
you're
up.
doing that.
There it is.
So he's looking at the mirror. So you're outside.
Wait, why is he looking at the mirror? We didn't give it to him.
Yeah,
He
we
wouldn't
did.
give you. Well, I assumed you exchanged that for the film.
No.
I don't know. We want the
Because
film.
if-
All right,
Because
out of
we
character.
want Laura as the exchange, not the film. Laura.
All right, he will
we
not
want
do
the
that.
guarantee
I
that
will get
Laura
all right,
is
out of
coming.
character.
Well, okay.
It will not work. It will not
Yeah.
work without the mirror. You have to give him the mirror before he'll give you the film.
And it
That
just
is the
flat
only
out
deal he'll
doesn't
make. You have to decide yes or no. We're going to do this.
It. But even he should know that that's untenable because we couldn't hand him the mirror.
Because
Help
then
to
he could
walk
kill
away.
us. So, I'm
He's
sorry,
serious.
this is a Mexican standoff
Right.
the way you're...
Well, yes, he is a bloodthirsty, insane cultist. Anyway,
Laura's what we want.
yeah, he will give you the film.
Well, I guess we could.
I
say
thought he
we
already
all
gave
are
us the
gonna go
film.
to the
No,
car and then
he-
just drive
okay.
away. I mean,
If we have the film, that means he has the mirror.
Yeah, that's the only exchange he's willing to make. The only deal is one.
We can't even give him the mirror and make it look like it's actually happening. Because we both know that he has the means of pretty much automatically killing us the minute he gets the mirror.
And we can't reasonably give him the fake without pretending that we are hesitant about the death possibility.
And if we were hesitant, we wouldn't have given it to him to begin with.
I have an
Or
idea.
you could be mystically protected from that. He
I
could
have an
assume you're
idea.
other cultists who have elder signs or some other way of protecting yourself from it.
Can I
I'm
sort of
going
like
to ask
draw
him
something on my
if
chest
he
with my
has
finger?
a box with
Yeah.
a lock on it,
Yeah.
and he probably does in this house.
Okay.
He
That
brings
works.
the box
Yeah.
with the lock.
Yeah.
We
And gives
place
us
the mirror,
the key
we place the
to
mirror
the
in
box.
there,
Okay.
and it is locked, sitting in the middle of the room. No one has possession.
Okay.
We have the key.
We have the key.
We have the key to the
he
box.
has the box.
It's completely a destroyable lock,
Okay.
yes,
flimsy.
right. But it would take some time, and he
Okay,
would know
that
he's
would work.
doing it.
He agrees to that.
Sweet.
I mean, you understand why
Yeah.
we have to, these precautions.
All right.
And then now we start running the film to get Laura out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm going to step around the corner for this.
Yeah.
So,
everybody's
do we want to physically be the ones to get it up, just in case Clara makes a run for the camera to knock it over so one of us is trapped in
You
it?
have a sawed-off shotgun, right?
Okay, so I am sitting there with a
Right.
sawed-off shotgun aimed at Alex and Clara.
Right.
And the cultist.
You
Okay.
run the camera because.
Nope. I'm having no part of this.
All right. I'll run the camera because I have sanity.
So Anne is the one, I mean,
She has.
I guess I'll grab
Yeah.
Laura.
Margot is the one grabbing Laura.
Right.
All right.
Seamus Killjoy is sitting there with the sawed-off shotgun.
Right.
Right.
Make one wrong move,
Right.
All right.
So
and
crank,
you will be
crank,
Swiss
crank,
cheese.
All right. All three of you give me stability checks.
Yes.
It doesn't get any easier.
4.
5.
3.
3, you lose 2 stability. It's not. There's nothing inherently disturbing, but you're settling in a Kansas farmhouse, in a black and white farmhouse. And Laura is there, and she is
California separate
there.
production
There's
of
a
Kansas
tornado.
farmhouse. No, it's animated.
She says, "Oh, Joe, please, wait, where am I? Why am I here? Please, help me out." And so she starts pleading at you, like, "Please get me out! Please get me out!" So I assume you run over, start trying to rescue her.
You know,
All right.
you can take her hand without actually getting in the frame.
Um,
Just your hand.
If she's in the middle of the frame.
yeah, the entire room turns into the farmhouse room.
Yeah, okay.
It's a 3-dimensional.
So there's
projection.
nobody that's not in the room?
She is added in the room. The room is transformed into. I'm sure you're doing this illusion.
So how are we going to pull her out if the entire room is
You
the room?
leave the room. You can just walk out of the room. It transforms the room you're in into the farmhouse room, but the exits are still there.
Okay, we can make this work. Bill's already outside.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that you're getting some Molotovs ready.
Sure.
Give me a sense trouble check.
Okay, I have one left. I'll use it.
Okay.
You want the extra scopsy thing? Or
Sure.
do we want to save that?
Yeah, this might be worth it.
Give it
I'll
to you.
Go for 2, which will put me on 4.
Okay.
I'm glad you did.
You're fine.
So not high enough. It was more than base difficulty.
All right.
Shit happens.
So
Crap.
Yeah,
It's all good.
Difficulty's fine. It was above. So anyway, you don't have to make a check. You just reach in, grab her, start pulling her out, and you are holding on to her. The cultist is, or who's cranking the projector?
I am.
All right, you're cranking the projector. So as you're doing that,
How many shots do I have with the sawed-off? 2?
yeah, it would be a double-barreled sawed-off.
How wide is the dispersal range?
Fairly wide.
How close are Alex and Clara standing? How close is the cultist standing to them? Can they line up together, please?
No, they're not.
They're all spread out.
It's a fairly large room, and they're all not. None of them want to be clustered up to one another. For some reason, they're paranoid.
Go figure.
Yeah, because you've been standing there with a sawed-off shotgun for the last several minutes.
I said nobody move, or
Yeah.
I will blow you full of holes.
Well, you stop. They need to. They kept. They moved anyway. Are you going to do it or not?
Were they close together before
No.
they started moving?
You don't remember exactly. It's very chaotic and hectic.
Look, one of them would have had to have moved to gone and got the box.
Anyways, yeah.
True.
They're not going to let us rifle around their house.
I just told Alex and Clara to stay still.
Alex was on the other end of the room. Clara is a few feet away from you because she's in the middle of the room between you two. Raquel's in the
between
corner.
us two.
Yeah.
Okay, this could still work.
She would probably your buckshot would not go through her, or would not go through her and hit him to do any significant damage. Anyway,
We're not shooting him yet.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you grab her.
Ready to.
You rush out of the room. She collapses, just faints. You are there, so it's like, yes, now give me the key and go. Alex is looking at you, very pissed.
Oh, I have the key?
I assume. Who has the key?
I have the key.
All right, stop the film.
I start the film.
The room becomes normal again.
Yep. I back away.
Wait,
And
I
Laura
thought
is
we were
still there.
all in the room. If we're in the room while the projector is still running, aren't we trapped?
Only, this is the projector, not the camera. The camera does that. Projector only.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I back
Camera
away.
captures the projector.
I back away too with the gun
Yeah.
and
We toss the key
throw the key.
to the middle of the room, turn around, grab Laura with her, and hightail it for the car.
Okay.
And we have the camera, right?
Yes,
The camera, the projector's left in the room, so
we still have the camera.
you still have the camera.
And Bill, you have the Molotov ready, right?
All right.
Sure.
Spending 2. All right. You're standing guard outside. All you hear is a faint flapping sound
Oh,
of
crap.
wings above you, and then it's on you.
That's not good.
You take 3 points of damage as something claws at you from above and knocks you to the ground. So you do not see what it is as it flies off into the dark night, wheeling above you. As it, Alex, the house itself goes black as Alex merely looks at you with hatred in his eyes, and the darkness covers all the house. So you can make a shot, but it will be at a higher difficulty because you are shooting where he was, not where he may be. Yeah. All right, so yeah, bloodthirsty cultist. Loris has been rescued. So we'll
Why
just
do
go.
we want to add cops to this?
Yeah.
You can make an athletics
Think
check
about Clara.
to jump
If we
out the
put
window with
cops in her
Laura
way, I mean, do you
and
wanna
take her
make
to
those
one of the
stability
cars.
checks?
Both your cars are here or nearby, so you could run to either one. The other one has the camera because you kept it nearby because you might have needed it.
Ooh, turn the camera on there.
Film.
You can make a preparedness check for that.
But where would we have gotten the film?
From the
Anywhere.
room. We just snagged it on the way out of the door.
Or we bought it. I mean,
Yeah, you could have bought
it's not
normal
like a
film.
special. Normal. Yeah.
Well, it uses normal film, but
Oh.
what it does is
Yeah.
magical.
Somebody else want to do the prepared?
All right. Well, you have to get to the camera before you can make a check.
I think my athletics check. with
All right,
that.
so we'll just go left or right. What are you doing? You're at the doorway as you were leaving. You've already thrown the key to him. You heard some noise outside. You're not sure quite what. Oh, yeah, everyone inside can give me sense trouble checks.
Pineapple.
Spend 2.
I will add 1.
I'll have one.
7.
Actually, I'm not going to do
All right,
That'd
you
be a
see
horrible choice.
Bill's character, Simon fall to the ground, knocked over. You see some dark shape moving above him that swooped into him and knocked him aside. And then the entire room and the entire house goes dark. And so, yeah, something's afoot. Something's outside, above, and then there's those 3 in there. But you have you have Laura. So, what are you going to do, Sean?
I still think we should shoot him.
I think we should work on, exfiltrating,
Yeah.
lest we
Does that mean
all
leaving?
die.
Because they
That
don't
does
have a
mean
gun as
leaving.
far as we know. They're not. They've
It's
got
a commando.
knives.
Wait.
No, but they may be fast.
Well, let's be fast too then.
So's the night
Okay.
guard.
Run away!
All right. So you make an athletic check to run to your car.
Run and grab the Molotov?
Do whatever you want.
Okay.
Okay, run to the car. There's Molotovs in the car. I can
Give
only
me
throw
how many are you
Molotovs.
spending on athletics?
Throw them out the window.
3.
flea
All right.
marks.
That'll be a 4.
All right. You will get there next round. You are not quite there. You didn't park it within sight of. You did not park within sight of the house.
Like
Well,
saying,
I'm running backwards as I
Yeah.
keep my eye on those.
That too. You make another sense trouble check to see it, which will make
I have
another
nothing
stability.
left to add. 2.
You don't see it. Good
I
job.
see diddly squat.
Anyways, and you can give me an athletic check to exfiltrate with
I'm going
Laura.
to do add 4,
All right.
so 9.
All right, you are booking it. You are. You jump through the window. You do a roll with holding her. It's really badass, and you
Check, we're all slowed down
get
by
her to the car. You throw open the car door. You put her in the back seat. She's fine. So that's your turn. So yeah, she's safe. Well, probably as safe as anyone in the scene is,
Right.
which is not
so
safe.
not at all.
Yeah, Melissa, you're by the front door.
Yeah, I'm gonna run 2.
All right, give me an athletic check.
Yeah, I'm gonna add 3 to that. So I have 5.
5. All right, you just beat Sean. You
Oh, hi.
get to him. So you get to the car. So next turn you can do something at the car and then act. And Bill, you can get up and search, or you can do something else while you're prone on the ground.
Yeah, I am going to get up. Sorry, was I near one of the cars or?
You're by the front door too. So I see.
Okay.
Y'all just ran away and left.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sorry.
I'm going to dump 3 points of fleeing.
Yeah.
And go
oh yeah,
to whichever
fleeing. Yeah, you could have
car
used
was
fleeing
closer.
too. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, crap.
Yeah. I'm sorry. If
So
I ever
8.
make, if it's athletic, definitely athletic
The
for Anne
Ocho.
because you're carrying, but fleeing for the other people. I'm sorry. I totally. All right. So what'd you get total?
8.
Oh yeah, no, you're just like,
Fuck that.
Zoidberg away.
Nope.
So you're going to the. So I'm just gonna say, Sean and Melissa are in one car, and Anne
Okay.
and Bill are in another car.
Wait,
Laura.
we made it?
Yeah, Laura's with Anne. Yeah. So you're the only one there. So
Really? You
Wait,
split us
can I
so
let
both
us
of the
drive?
people with points in drive are in one car.
oh, they are. Okay, never mind. So the driver of one car.
We're forward.
Bill's with me.
Yeah.
Great.
We'll do We've got the Molotovs in our car.
It's not a good choice.
Let's see here. What are they going to do?
They were fine in the country.
I'm going to light them and throw them.
The yeah. All right. So they're doing it. All right. Yeah.
This is crazy. I need some chocolate.
All right. So you don't. There's no activity that you can detect in the house. It's still dark.
Well, that'll slow them down on figuring out it's not the real mirror.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Or did they already figure it out?
You don't know. They have the key, but you don't know how well they can see in supernatural darkness either.
Okay.
Probably not well.
Yeah.
Well,
Unless it's their supernatural darkness.
Which is probably their supernatural darkness.
I was chalking it up to the Night Gaunt / Biaki /
Yeah.
Flying Polyps.
Well,
I think
who
Alex
summoned that?
called them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
this
so
is why I wanted to shoot Alex.
the shooting the cultists was never terrible idea. Maybe a bad idea, but sometimes it's useful. Anyways, John, you can just spin flee, and I'll say you're at the car, so you can grab a Molotov cocktail and throw it this round if that's what you want to do.
Don't look at me.
It will be
they all
because
going
you're throwing
towards
it from the car. It would be a difficult throw because you're chucking it like half a block. You could get the Molotov and run back to the house and throw it in.
I'm not running back towards the house. Wait, what?
We'll leave you behind. We're like driving away.
I'm staying in the car.
Okay.
So you're not throwing the Molotov. Are you going to throw the Molotov from the car?
I only have 1 point of explosives left, so if I
That
drop
means you
it,
can't fumble,
I can't fumble.
right? You can't roll a
No,
one
this would
if
be
he spins
athletics.
one.
You can light it. The explosive was to make it really, or do an explode. Just to it's getting it to target, which would be athletics.
Oh,
Do you have
And hey, you
none
didn't
left.
spend the athletics that you instead spent fleeing on.
Yeah.
to
I don't
flee,
have any
right?
athletics left.
Well, no, the last round you spent fleeing instead of athletics.
I know because I
Okay.
spent the 3 that I had left on the other,
Okay, so you don't have any
On
athletics.
what?
Do we
trying to get away the first time when he didn't tell me I could
No,
do fleeing.
those
yeah.
were fleeing, right?
Yeah, you could. I'll let you retroactively
Backsies.
cover it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I totally forgot about it.
I didn't.
Yeah. No, thank you for bringing that
It's
up.
very
So
important.
I have 3 athletics then.
There you go.
And 1 explosives.
Which don't apply.
Okay, so I
So-
can do.
What is your goal?
To throw the Molotov at the house, I assume.
Like, what is the end result you want?
Buy us time.
Dead Alex?
Dead Alex or flaming Alex and flaming whatever the flying thing
Yeah.
is.
Right. Other than the fact that once we start throwing explosives around, that means all the neighbors are going to be
And we
actually
are-
identifying us to the police.
Yeah. they'll
No,
be
well,
able to
nobody's
see
out
it.
right now. If you
Driving
drive away in the
away.
next round, they probably
Yeah,
won't be able to see.
we're driving as I throw it.
Okay.
All right, so give
And
me.
if they're alive, and then they can tell the police that we were there.
Well, you can tell. Well, Alec. Well, yeah, it is a risk.
At the end of the day, you make your own choices.
But it's for the team.
At the end of the day, you make your own choices.
Melissa, what are your thoughts? Burning Alex or...
My thoughts are I don't think that chucking one Molotov cocktail is going to kill him.
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking 2.
I don't think two's going to kill him because you're not going to hit him.
You don't even know where he is right now.
You may
because
set
it's
a
dark.
bush
You
on
can run
fire and
around.
that's it.
I mean, at that point, it ceased to be a metaphysical dust-up, and we're just terrorists.
As in
I said we just get away for
Irishman.
now.
I think we have.
Let's
what we
just get
wanted.
the hell away.
All right. So you all pile into the car. Both drivers give me checks.
This could
Driving
go badly.
checks.
All
If
of
this
Driving
goes
checks, yes.
badly, I
All
resort
of the
to
points.
Molotov.
3. So I got 5.
I got a 4.
Okay. What about you? All right. So both of you are driving as fast as you can, running through traffic. Both. So you and Sean are in the car. You're driving, so you're focused. Sean, give me a sense trouble check.
I have nothing to add, but it's a 4.
All right. Did you see something? Yeah. You think you see something? If you got out the window and peeked up, you could probably get a better.
I'm not poking my head out the damn window.
All right. Are you
I've
gonna
read Jurassic Park. I know what happens to Dr.
Are you gonna
Wu
do
when he pokes
anything?
his head out the window. What?
Are you going to tell Bill to take more risks so to give him another chance for a drive check, or you could skate
I
on,
don't have any points left to blow on it.
or you can wait for it to do whatever it's going to do.
And I'm guessing a shotgun or a Molotov's not going to do anything.
You don't know where it is. You saw it from.
So what are our options really, Ross? Brain-sucking leech or Bill takes a risk and we drive faster? So basically it's Bill, take a risk and drive faster for Christ's sake. And when I say Christ's sake, I mean it.
It's up to you. You can wait and just if it lands on the hood on the roof, you can shoot it or whatever.
Is shooting really going to do anything?
Was a Molotov cocktail really going to do anything?
You don't know what it
Alex,
is.
it would have. To Alex's house, it would have.
All right. So you're all right. So you're debating this. You're yelling at each other while this is going on.
It's like a buddy cop movie,
It
really.
is, and then it land. You hear a thud on the roof, and then you see 3 claws sink through the
At
roof.
this
That's right.
point, I scream
down,
like the
you
woman in the Jurassic Park movie.
Wait, so are we driving near each other? 'Cause
Yes,
presumably
you two-
If
you-
we're in front or back, we would see this.
You can both give me sense trouble checks to see if you notice
Right,
Bill's
I'm
car
gonna-
being.
Our options are very limited here,
Two.
no.
You can fire through the
Oh,
roof.
Is it going to do
4.
anything?
You don't know.
Well, you know, as an empiricist, I would say we won't know until we try.
Fine. I will fire the double-barreled sawed-off shotgun. Are you happy?
Are you
Let's see
going?
what our sense of trouble.
What'd you get?
I got a 4.
Okay. What about you, man?
Only 3.
All right. You don't see anything. You're focused on
I'm
driving.
driving.
You see. Yeah, you see it. You see a winged humanoid thing. It is
has
scaled, clawed. It is quite real and tearing through the roof of their car. Give me a stability check.
Oh dear. I'm not okay.
Honestly,
for stability.
shotgun
What?
at point blank
Yep.
range
At
is
least disperse
enough
it.
concussion.
To disperse it.
Yeah, to just knock it off.
Okay, I'll do it. You want me to throw all 4 of my firearms into it?
That's up to you.
Can you fire both barrels at once?
Yes.
Do we want
Two
that?
triggers, yeah.
Okay, so I'm throwing 4, firing both barrels of the double barrel
Sure.
at once. That'll be a 10.
All right. They'll do max damage. They'll do 8 points of damage.
Think
Which
we dead?
it screeches and topple falls. Is let's see if it actually it's going to make an athletics check to see if it hangs onto the car.
Me?
No,
it's going to make. Okay.
Yeah, it bounces off, but it might
Okay.
have a chance to grab onto the bumper.
Can I oppose with the driving check?
Yes, you can.
To add to its difficulty?
Yeah, it will be.
Oh.
Yes, and your car hits a street lamp.
Like you do.
So one of the street lights. So it's definitely longer.
Thanks, Bill.
It's hard to drive with a monster.
It hangs onto the bumper and it starts clawing its way back up.
Reload!
Both of you see it now. Both of you give me stability checks. You two. Oh wait, hold on.
4. I'm
Anne
good.
and Melissa, you both see this going on. Are you still above 1 sanity? Or
Yes.
stability? Yeah, stability. Sorry.
I am. I'm good.
All right, so you're fine. What are you two going to do? Melissa, you get out the window and shoot. It would be a very difficult shot because it fell onto the bumper and it's just right above the street
I'll
level.
still try.
Are we behind or?
You're in front because you were faster.
Okay.
Your elder sign burned. Hold on, we'll get to you. We're doing their round of action. So sorry. So this is while you're shooting it. So what are you? You can slow down
It's not
and
while
pull
I'm
alongside
shooting.
it
It's after we've crashed.
if you wanted to. Or
We
you,
haven't crashed. We sideswiped the street lamp, obviously.
Yeah, you
But we have
whammed it
much
and
bigger
kept going.
How many
problems.
people can ride in a car?
they're pretty big, roomy cars. I'd say like you could get 4 easily, 6 if you crowded them.
So 5 is
Yeah, 5 is
slightly
average.
crowded.
Okay, so if we had to destroy that car,
Yes, you could.
okay.
Preferably not with us in it.
If you guys
Although we
got
do
out.
have the
Set the
Molotovs
Molotovs.
in
Is
there.
this
Jump
the
out.
rental or our car?
It's ours.
Rental, but we
I've
bought
got
the extra
money, I
insurance.
think we can-
Yeah, either way.
I don't think
worry about-
it's going to cover arson.
I've got a good credit rating.
Yeah, we got plenty of money.
Yeah, you got money. You don't have to worry about that.
I think our lives are more
It's not a
important.
Ford Pinto.
No, we
Can
can
we
just
roll
pay for it.
out of the car?
Right, no, I'm more
We-
worried about
still-
being charged
we're still
for the
worried
crime.
about. So,
Okay.
Melissa, are you going to try and take a shot at it?
I'm gonna try, but I don't have firearms.
Yeah, just roll.
Well, can I also do a roll?
What do you want to do?
I got a 6.
You actually hit it.
Hooray!
Does it let go of the bumper?
Actually, roll damage.
3.
3. What are you using? The pistol or the rifle?
I'm gonna use a rifle.
All right, rifle.
Blow away its little fingers.
3, 1.
A really good shot.
Add
She is a sniper.
D6.
No, she's not. She just has a sniper rifle.
A
A gun
D6.
does not make a hunter.
Actually, it falls off. It actually, with her shot,
Okay.
it falls off and starts, bouncing off on the street into the distance. If you go back and check the corpse, you could do that. But no, or you probably want.
We are not checking the
Oh,
corpse.
yeah.
I still have to roll my stability.
This
Yeah.
is not
I
D&D.
forgot about
I am not going back for snacks.
I failed
All right, yeah, it's another 4. You're now.
at -3.
Yeah, you're
no,
at
-2.
-3. It is. You're.
No, -3.
Yeah, this is Virtue Car. So you are not dead, but you can go with the -12. So
Yeah.
I'm just looking at it. Here it is. Yep.
Do we get our stability for rescuing Laura?
Yeah,
You will when you
actually rescue Laura.
All right, you're shaken. You can do your job. You can't spend points on investigative abilities. Difficulty numbers for general things are increased by 1. So you're just like fight or flight. So that's what that means.
Would psychoanalysis in any way help him?
Yes, it would. But
can I spend 11 psychoanalysis?
You can. Well, basically, the chase is over at this point. So, like, the monster was the only one that was chasing you.
So just drive back, and then we'll have time to.
In a really clear and present sense.
Yeah. You get back to your detective agency if you ditch the cars or hide them. Laura is fine. She doesn't remember anything. A medical checkup does that.
Okay, where are we going? Because we're leaving LA.
Yeah.
We need to get the hell out of LA.
That is what I am saying. Where are we going? New York?
New York would be a good place to go. You have friends and family there and allies.
We have one functioning car. Do we want to drive? Do we want to take the train? It's too early for commercial airline. Right?
Well, remember from last session, flights aren't that reliable.
Right, there's that too.
So
I don't want to wind up at the bottom of a lake.
Okay, so are we road trip or are we train?
Train would be more anonymous.
We'll drive to a station.
And what are we doing with we have to decide what we're doing with the camera.
Camera.
You take it with you.
Yeah, that's staying with us for the time.
I say we cover it in molten metal.
Again,
Copy of
Okay.
it.
So, I mean, the downside there is probably not that hard for him to make another one. Maybe.
You don't know.
Yeah.
That would require more
We
research.
have the camera.
Right. We have one. I mean, it's useful as a weapon, but if it's not, relatively unique, then holding it, how useful is that?
It probably
But
is.
at any rate, okay. So, is it too much to presume that we have a ready stash of cash in the...
We have cash.
Okay.
Yeah, you have basically a bug-out bag.
Yeah, absolutely.
And,
okay. So, train tickets to New York under assumed names. What are we doing with Laura?
She's coming with us.
Well, no, she has a life here, and she is...
She doesn't want to come with us.
Why don't we drop her in Missouri with her parents on the way? We are coming from California.
Well, she may have
Let's
a friend
just-
in
let's
town.
just-
I don't
After-
care. I'm not leaving Laura
What does
here.
she want?
She wants to go
ask her.
meet Morris and resume her career. Like, where's Morris? I'm like,
Okay, Alex is probably going to come after you again at this point.
Why would you do that? I don't
Because
know
he's a
anything.
crazy...
He was doing something wrong. I know that. I'll tell the studio will keep him out.
I don't think they're going to be able to, hon.
Yeah, that movie of his is going to make Super Bank, and here's... Can I actually spend reassurance to reassure cynicism?
Sure.
Can I spend...
No, your life is over. Go hide forever. All right.
Well, no, not so much that, but he's going to make them serious money and
reassurance
money
that we have your best interest at heart.
that too.
Okay.
That may be the right way to
He's
work.
a
Unless you
cynical
ruin his
bastard,
career
but you
before
should
then,
trust us.
say he's involved with the serial killer, the Firebug, like Miles Desmond
Yes.
or something like that.
And it's
that would have been a
Do we
lot
want to
easier
bring
if he
up
wasn't.
Sally?
Oh,
They were
that's a good
friends
point.
because
Yeah.
Sally is dead.
All right. No.
So
Actually, with the Streetwise spin, you actually you realize that you now have a lead on his and her murder. Clara Negri's house probably has some incriminating
I
evidence.
figured it was Claire anyway.
Yeah, can we dash off a note to Detective... What's his name?
Beep, 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 beep.
Go to Claire's
All right,
house.
and this. So you do that. So there's the Hollywood scandal sheets start talking about Miles being crazy. Miles,
Clara also being crazy.
Oswald being
Crazy,
really messed
but,
up.
in a more socially
Oswald later,
acceptable kind
soon
of
after, kills himself after a brutal police interrogation session.
and is eaten poetically by his beetles.
Yes, something like that. Alex, of course, disappears. But so as you leave LA in under assumed names, and returning to New York,
We're dropping Laura in St. Louis with her folks, right?
If that's what she chooses to do. At the end of the day, she's a human
She
being.
actually wants to hide out in LA with Morris because she trusts him. But her parents will come to visit her.
I don't know that that's a good idea.
Well, at the end of the day, she's an adult.
Yeah.
As you leave,
but I don't feel like our stability can be renewed if we leave her in this sin of cities.
She's rescued. She's making.
She's rescued.
So, what is our stability that we get back?
You will restore 6 stability.
Hooray! I'm back to positive.
And you'll have a couple months to heal up, actually. So you can spend the next few months before the next adventure. So you can recover all your stability, actually. Between now and then, as time marches forward, Unbroken hits. Now, as this scenario was actually written, this was supposed to take in 1926 because a week after Unbroken is released, the jazz musician opens the first talkie, and so
the jazz singer.
Sorry. So Unbroken does terrible business because no matter how, even with Mythos magic, talkies can't compare to or silent films can't compare to talkies. This is 1924, though. However, it is pulled before it is released, as there is a cloud of suspicion over Alex's net, as all of his friends are killers. Or
thanks to the note to what's his face.
Yeah, Clara and Alex though disappear. And who knows what they will.
That to worry about later.
Yes, they certainly won't end.
Should have thrown Molotov in his face.
His face.
So, as you continue researching the occult, you get a message from Jackson Elias. He's come back. He has urgent information about a great threat to the Earth, concerning the Carlisle expedition, and he will meet you January 15th at his hotel in New York. So that's what we'll pick up next week or next time, as we actually begin the Masks of Nyarlathotep. So, question, comments, suggestions. Everybody gets 2 general points and 1 investigative skill point for the character.
Total, or in addition to regaining? Or?
Yeah, you reset everything basically at this point, except sanity. Sanity stays where it is. I will give you 1 point of sanity if you destroy the camera.
So we get 2 points of general and 1 point of
investigative. So, anything other than general.
I have to admit, in some bastard kind of way, if we do end up with Alex and Clara coming after us, I really want to kill the camera.
Yeah.
That would be so you can keep the camera.
What did we gain?
2 general points and 1 investigative point.
Which is everything but general. So, any other question, comments, suggestions? You guys have fun?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Cool. Lots of fun.
All right.
Good.
We will see you guys next time.